Chapter 1825. Having just broken through, Zichen was still in a state of excitement and complacency. Because of the many realm powers in his body, Zichen, who had just stepped into the empty realm, had far surpassed too many empty realms. The realm powers formed in the world were more than Yang Yongqing, who was at the peak of the empty realm. It could be said that the current Zichen, in terms of pure calculation of realm powers, was no weaker than Yang Yongqing back then. However, it was in such a state of excitement that he actually saw a mystical realm, one that was one level higher than the empty realm, which made him feel rather gloomy. It was like when he had just obtained something of his dreams. He turned around and found that the other party's item was better and more advanced than his. In an instant, Zichen's face fell, and he looked quite dissatisfied. The empty realm? You actually broke through to the empty realm? This was the first sentence that Xianjie said, and his face was obviously surprised. The news was very clear that the three of them were only at the lesser completion and only had 9 realm powers. But after a short period of time, the other party had actually crossed the great completion realm and reached the empty realm. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not have believed this fact. "You're from the Yang clan?" Zichen asked aloud. "That's right." Xianjie's tone was indifferent. "You're here to kill me. What do you think? Aren't you going to ask what happened?" Zichen asked again. "There's no need for that. No matter what the reason is, anyone who dares to attack the Yang clan will have to pay the price." Zichen nodded and said, "Understood." Whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, Zichen's figure flashed and rushed directly toward Xianjie. At this moment, pure realm powers surged around his body. This realm power was no longer 1 or 2, but a realm power energy composed of tens of thousands of realm powers. Xianjie's pupils shrank slightly as he saw a fist-light tear through the space and hit his face. His expression immediately changed. Making a move here was undoubtedly provoking the existence in the depths who was breaking through to the supreme level. Once the other party was awakened, only death awaited. Therefore, in the face of Zichen's attack, Xianjie chose to dodge. As he retreated, a brilliant light flashed around him and he disappeared along with Zichen. Clearly, he had placed the battlefield in his own world. This way, he would not disturb the terrifying existence that was in deep slumber. This was Zichen's first time in the profound world. The energy circulating in this world was completely world force. This was a true world of realm force. Every corner of this world contained pure realm force energy. Other than the energy of the realm force, a great deal of realm force had also fused into the earth and was slowly changing the ground. This was the mystic world. After the empty realm, the world began to undergo mysterious changes. Zichen quietly observed his surroundings while simultaneously estimating the combat strength of the profound world. In terms of the world power in his body alone, the current Zichen had already surpassed this Xianjie. This was because his world was not big, not even 1% the size of Zichen's world. Just as Zichen was carefully observing his surroundings while calculating how his world should develop, Xianjie had already attacked Zichen. The sword flashed, and the tip of the sword pointed straight at Zichen's chest. At the same time, the energy of the world's realm force seemed to have turned into shackles, shrouding Zichen's entire body and restricting his movements. Voom! Light surged around Zichen, and the destructive realm force turned into tidal shock, breaking the energy shackles in an instant. At the same time, he took a step to the left. The sword flashed past the corner of Zichen's clothes. A look of surprise flashed in Xianjie's eyes when his attack missed. The sword in his hand trembled and directly slashed horizontally. Swoosh! Zichen's figure continued to retreat, easily avoiding the attack. Now that Zichen was in the empty realm, his realm force was stronger than his opponent's. This Xianjie in front of him was not something Zichen cared about at all. At this moment, he was constantly releasing his spiritual sense to perceive the changes in this world, so as to determine the path he should take next. Swoosh! Swoosh! During this time, Xianjie kept attacking, and Zichen, who had his back to Xianjie, easily avoided these attacks. After failing to achieve anything, Xianjie looked shocked and angry. He shouted, "Die!" The realm force of the entire world went berserk, like a huge wave, sweeping towards Zichen. For a time, the violent realm force energy kept surging. At this moment, Zichen's expression finally became a little more serious. He slowly turned around and stared at the violent realm force attack. Just as Xianjie was grinning, Zichen threw a punch. Boom! If Xianjie's attack was compared to a wave, then the energy contained in Zichen's punch was completely a vast and boundless sea. Whether it was the quality or the quantity, it directly overwhelmed the attack in front. The two bursts of energy collided, causing a loud explosion. Xianjie, who was originally grinning, now had a look of horror on his face. He allowed the violent energy to rush towards him. Bang! Xianjie coughed up blood and flew backward with a look of horror. In a head-on confrontation between the two, he was defeated in one move. Swoosh! Zichen's figure flickered, and his speed was displayed to the extreme as he rushed towards Xianjie. In Xianjie's hand, the long sword slashed down. Clang! The fist containing realm force energy hit the long sword. A powerful force surged, and Xianjie was sent flying along with his sword. This was the direct relationship between the size of the world and combat power. Although the two sides were one realm apart, Zichen's realm force was stronger and purer than his opponent's. Naturally, his combat power was much stronger than his opponent's. Since he had no advantage in terms of combat power and speed, there was no suspense in this battle. Zichen's figure flashed past Xianjie's side, and a brilliance swept across his opponent's neck, and a head flew high. Xianjie was dead. The entire world filled with realm force collapsed because of Xianjie's death. Zichen immediately released his own world, and before the world collapsed, he absorbed the realm force contained in this world as much as possible. This realm force was like a well-stored realm emperor stone, and it was of great use to the current Zichen. After about an hour, this world could no longer be controlled and completely shattered. Zichen's figure flashed and arrived in the valley. After an hour of absorption, there was another pure realm force in his world. This realm force was fusing with the power of heaven and earth, turning into a brand new realm force. The monk and Dongqing had not appeared yet, and Zichen took advantage of this time to use the realm force to temper his body and cultivate the Thunder Emperor physique. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye, and Zichen's realm had increased by a large margin. Now, with every passing moment, his realm was growing. A loud laugh rang out from the valley, and the monk's figure appeared. The aura of empty realms surged around his body. Like Zichen, he was in a good mood after breaking through. But in the blink of an eye, he saw Zichen and asked in surprise, "You've also broken through?" Zichen said faintly, "I broke through half a month ago, and I've already killed a mystic world expert on the way. What's so great about that?" The monk curled his lips in disdain. His original good mood was no longer so good because of Zichen's early breakthrough. "Since everyone has broken through, let's go." Dongqing walked in from outside the valley, and when he saw Dongqing, who was also an empty realm expert, the monk's good mood completely disappeared. He thought that he was the first to break through and could come out to show off, but he didn't expect to be the last. What was there to be proud of? Looking at the depressed monk, Zichen smiled slightly, and then said, "We will definitely encounter the Yang family's mystic world next, so we should be careful." After breaking through, the three of them officially embarked on the journey to the seventh mainland. On the seventh mainland, there was a very famous city, and that was Misty City. Misty City was almost the same as Central Sky City, with the city as the foundation and eventually developed into a region, becoming a major force. But unlike Central Sky City, there were no other families in Misty City, and everyone was a part of Misty City. Rather than a city, it was more like a sect. Moreover, the top forces here were not in Misty Region, but in Misty City. The way of Misty in action was a kind of innate divination technique. Although it was somewhat similar to Shantian Prefecture's divination, it was more famous. Moreover, in addition to the way of divination, Misty City had many other powerful techniques. Among them, the way of Misty could be considered to be both offensive and defensive, and was the strongest technique in Misty City. Unfortunately, the way of Misty had very strict requirements for the cultivator's aptitude, and only those who had comprehended the way of Misty could cultivate it. And in all these years, there had been no one who had comprehended the way of Misty in action in Misty City, so this strongest technique was almost lost. But a few hundred years ago, a woman from the lower realm actually comprehended the way of Misty in action and came to Misty City, causing a huge commotion. At that time, the upper echelons of Misty City attached great importance to this matter, and an ancestor-level existence even personally accepted this woman called Su Mingyao and had been teaching her ever since. Back then, everyone knew that this woman would definitely soar into the sky in the future and become another supreme figure in Misty City, and possibly even reach the level of the ancestor. In the blink of an eye, a few hundred years had passed, and that Earth Yuan woman had already broken through to Sector Lord, and her talent in the way of Misty in action was getting higher and higher. At this time, the entire Misty City suddenly spread a piece of news. Misty City's ancestor's personal disciple, Su Mingyao, was going to marry the ancestor's son, Shimendong. When this news came out, it caused an uproar. Although Shimendong was the son of a sovereign, he did not inherit the sovereign's talent, and after cultivating till now, he was only in the mystic world, and it was said that he could only reach the spiritual world at most, and there was no possibility of him becoming a sovereign. But this person was definitely a legendary figure in Misty City, and the most legendary one was the marriage alliance. An existence who could reach the spiritual world would naturally be a pinnacle figure in other clans, and thus, Shimendong had always been having marriage alliances with other big and small forces. Now, he already had 8 wives, and they were all marriages between different forces. His battle strength wasn't strong in Misty City, but his forces were huge. This marriage alliance with Su Mingyao was undoubtedly equivalent to having a sovereign wife in the future, and with a sovereign father, even if Shimendong had no hope of becoming a sovereign, he would still be a tyrant. For a moment, the entire city was discussing this marriage alliance. Chapter 1826. As everyone knew, ethereal impermanence was the highest cultivation technique in Misty City. It was only passed down to the direct descendants. The direct descendants naturally referred to the disciples. However, the bloodline of the direct descendants was needed to develop the technique to this day. Su Mingyao was a disciple of the lower realm. Even if she was accepted as a personal disciple by a sovereign, she still couldn't change her identity as a person of the lower realm. This caused the highest cultivation technique, ethereal impermanence, to not be fully open to her. However, it would be different if she married the son of a sovereign. She would naturally be the daughter-in-law of a sovereign. She would be on the same side and would naturally be able to obtain the strongest cultivation technique. 100 miles away from Misty City, there was a mansion. In front of the mansion's gate, there was a Su character. Everyone in Misty City knew that the owner of this mansion was a woman. She was extremely beautiful, like a fairy that had descended to the mortal world. She was Su Mingyao, the most popular character in Misty City. On this day, a few old men came to the Su family mansion. These old men were only in the corporeal realm. They hadn't even reached the domain realm. They stood outside the Su family's residence with complicated expressions. There was apprehension and guilt on their faces. As the door was knocked, a young maid came to open the door. "You must be here for sex." The maid spoke when she saw the old men. Her voice was very sweet. The old men nodded. The maid gestured for them to enter. She recognized them. They were the ones who had brought the young miss to Misty City. Although their realms weren't high, their identities were very special. They were the guides and enjoyed the treatment of a realm lord. The mansion was very big. The environment was beautiful and the fragrance of flowers filled the air. The maid led them through a long corridor. There were spirit trees planted on both sides of the corridor. Finally, they arrived at a small courtyard with a beautiful environment. What didn't match the small courtyard's environment was a 3-meter-tall giant beast squatting at the entrance. Its body was emitting a purple gold light. It had a dragon head and a tiger body. Even though it was lying down, the violent aura around it couldn't be suppressed. Anyone with a little knowledge would definitely be shocked after seeing this giant beast. This giant beast was actually a high-level life form. Moreover, it was the highest level of high-level life forms, a sovereign beast. And the one in front of them was the Longhu sovereign. "Lord Longhu, they want to see the young miss." The maid looked at Longhu with obvious fear in her eyes. She stood in the distance and spoke carefully. It was clear that even though she was a maid, she did not dare to enter as she pleased. Long Hu opened his eyes and glanced at the embarrassed old men. He said coldly, "Piss off." Its voice was full of vigor and was filled with ferocity. Facing Long Hu's rude words, the few old men became more and more embarrassed. One of them plucked up his courage and said, "We are here on young Master Shimon's orders." "What bullsh *t young Master Shimon? He's just an old bastard. Get lost, or I'll tear you into pieces." Long Hu was still merciless, and his voice was cold. Compared to the young and beautiful Su Mingyao, Shimon Dong was indeed an old bastard. Long Hu had always disliked him. As for Su Mingyao, although she seemed to be enjoying a great life in the Misty City, and was even compared to the old ancestor in the past, only Long Hu knew the hardships she had gone through. If it hadn't come here by accident when it was looking for Zichun, heard about Su Mengyao's situation, and decided to stay, Su Mingyao would have been threatened. The reason why they were still asking for Su Mengyao's opinion was because Su Mengyao's potential was comparable to the old ancestor of the Misty City in the past, and the Long Hu Supreme. Once Long Hu reached adulthood, he would be a real Nine Heavens Supreme, and a peak existence among the Nine Heavens Supremes. The Misty City could not afford to ignore such an existence, nor did they dare to offend him. The few old men were embarrassed and did not dare to move forward. However, if they left just like that, they would be treated worse when they returned. "Piss off, you'll die if you don't." Long Hu's cold voice sounded once again. He had long disliked these old men. If it weren't for their insistence, Su Mingyao would still be in the Tianwu continent. Even if she wasn't, she would still be with Zichun. But now, even though they claimed to be looking for a fortunate encounter for Su Mingyao, the people of the Misty City still dared to target Su Mingyao. Weren't they courting death? Furthermore, that old Nine Heavens Supreme clearly had the same intention. He didn't even look at how old his son was and how many wives he had already married. Why would he still insist on this bullshit marriage alliance? He didn't even look at whether they were worthy or not. The door creaked open, and Su Mingyao walked out in her white robes. She was untainted by even a speck of dust. Her skin was like jade, and her appearance was tranquil and beautiful. She looked at the few old men and softly said, "Elders, there's no need to make things difficult for me. Go back and tell Shimon Dong that there are still 2 years until the appointed time. 2 years later, I will naturally agree to the marriage alliance." "Mingyao, of course I will wait patiently for 2 years. However, I'm afraid of delaying your cultivation speed. You have a great future ahead of you." A voice suddenly sounded from outside. A middle-aged man in purple robes walked into the small courtyard. "Shimon Dong, I've warned you many times. Mingyao isn't someone you can call out. Do you believe that I'll knock out all your teeth again?" Long Hu stood up. His eyes shone with a cold light, and a ferocious aura surged around him. The corner of Shimon Dong's lips twitched. It was as if he could still feel the pain in his teeth. Hatred flashed across his eyes. He looked at Su Mingyao and said, "Junior sister, I'm doing this for you. As long as you and I get married soon, you will be the core person of the Misty City. The core skill of the Misty in Action Dao will naturally be passed down to you. As for our child, he will be the designated successor." "Bah, Shimon Dong, your words disgust me. Hurry up and get lost. Otherwise, you'll have to suffer the pain of your soul being tortured today. You know what I'm capable of. Even if your father comes, he won't be able to save you." Long Hu was thoroughly enraged. "Senior brother, please go back. I'll naturally agree to your marriage 2 years later." Su Mingyao spoke once again. Her voice was soft as if she had never spoken loudly to anyone before. "For the sake of junior sister, not to mention 2 years, even 20 years is nothing." Shimon Dong let out a gentle smile and said, "Oh, I forgot to mention. Junior sister, your and Long Hu's resources have been stopped. We'll resupply them 2 years later." Su Mingyao nodded and said, "That's fine too." Shimon Dong left with his people. The smile on his face disappeared as soon as he walked out of the Su residence. His expression was extremely gloomy. That damned Long Hu and that bitch. She really thinks she's someone important. Shimon Dong was extremely furious. He was definitely the one who kept his word in the Misty City. The previous 8 marriages were all initiated by the other party. Since he had met Su Mingyao, he had been deeply attracted to her temperament, which led to the marriage this time. However, he did not expect the marriage to be delayed again and again for 100 years. While he was furious that Shimin Dong did not know how to appreciate his kindness, he hated Longhu even more. Over the past few years, he had thought of using force, but before Su Mingyao could do anything, Longhu had dealt with him first. Even though his cultivation was higher than Longhu's, he could not do anything to him. After Shimin Dong left and the maidservant left, Longhu turned around and asked Su Mingyao, "Are you really going to agree to his marriage 2 years later?" Su Mingyao raised her head and glanced at the sky with a calm gaze, before she said, "This matter has been delayed for a long time." Longhu said again, "But," Su Mengyao's eyes flickered with a mysterious glow, 2 years later is the only chance for me to acquire the ethereal amaction martial art. At that time, I'll have a chance to survive." A chance to survive. Longhu was startled. It was obvious that Su Mingyao was the one who had predicted it. However, he was still worried, and said once again, "You can predict it, but they can interfere with it. It's possible that the prediction is the result of their interference." Maybe, but 2 years later is indeed a chance. Once I miss it, I'm afraid I won't be able to acquire the ethereal amaction martial art again. What about Zichun? He must be thinking of a way to come here. What if he doesn't see you when he arrives? He will surely avenge me. It was obvious that Su Mingyao would not marry Shimin Dong for real. If she managed to acquire the martial art, she would surely leave. But if she failed, she would die. Longhu let out a sigh helplessly. He could sense his growth. Thus he had long wanted to fall into a deep sleep. He would surely achieve the 9 heavens supreme realm when he woke up. However, under such circumstances, there was no way he could fall into a deep sleep. Besides, even though the Su clan seemed to be fine, the surroundings were already sealed off. Even though it seemed like Su Mingyao was living alone, it was actually a form of house arrest. On their way to the 7th mainland, Zichun and his crew stumbled into the 2nd Yang clan Xuanjia. This time, the monk took action. The battle lasted less than 5 breaths, and the Yang clan Xuanjia was killed. The sky-devouring wolf was still following Zichun as his mount, but it had now submitted to Dongqing. With Dongqing's help, the sky-devouring wolf managed to break into the empty realm in one fell swoop. Other than that, the unicorn jade beast and the other emperors had also broken through one by one during their journey. Even though the entire team was made up of empty realm cultivators, their true combat strength was comparable to a group of Xuanjia. Even Zichun and the monk had combat strength comparable to a spirit realm cultivator. After crossing the entire Haas mountain range and killing 3 Yang clan Xuanjia, after 2 years, Zichun finally crossed the Haas mountain range. The appearance of the 3 was immediately discovered by those spies, and then transmitted to the 4 Yang clan Xuanjia. "They're finally here." A cold glint flashed in the eyes of one of the Xuanjia, and then he walked toward where Zichun and his crew were. Zichun, who had just walked out of the mountain range, was surrounded by the 4 Xuanjia. Other than the 4 Xuanjia, there were also many domain realm cultivators and realm masters of the 7th mainland hunting battle beasts nearby. When they saw the 2 sides confronting each other, they watched curiously. Then, they saw a scene that they would never see in their lives. They saw a man draw his sword, and with 4 flashes of blade light, the 4 powerful Xuanjia fell dead. It was an instant kill, and it was an instant kill of a higher realm. The cultivators of the 7th mainland who saw this were all stunned. After killing the Yang clan Xuanjia, Zichun and his crew went straight to the ethereal region. Chapter 1827. Usually, only sector lords would appear in the interdomain teleportation array. Occasionally, there would be empty realm cultivators. However, when Zichun and the other 2 arrived at the ethereal region, they didn't only see empty realm cultivators. There were also many mystic worlds and spirit worlds. One had to know that these cultivators were extremely precious. Usually, they would be in seclusion, trying to break through to a higher realm. But today, there were more than a dozen of them. The ethereal region is so prosperous. Their figures appeared. Looking at the flickering teleportation formation, they could feel the powerful aura around the person who appeared. Beside the teleportation formation, there were many sector lords who were used to being in charge. The 3 of them became more and more curious about this place. Along the way, They witnessed the prosperity of various regions. Compared to the ninth mainland, there were more experts in the eighth mainland. Sector lords could be seen everywhere. And here, mystic worlds were everywhere. When they arrived at the ethereal region, the three didn't stop, nor did they deliberately rest. Immediately, they embarked on the journey to the ethereal manor. Ever since they arrived at the seventh mainland, Zichen's emotions were fluctuating. He couldn't hide his excitement. After paying enough World Emperor stones, the three quickly arrived at the ethereal manor. But unexpectedly, there were more mystic worlds and spirit worlds here than in the ethereal region. The three originally wanted to rush to the ethereal city, but they were stopped at the teleportation array. The reason was that there were too many people heading to the ethereal city recently, causing a small problem with the teleportation array. Now, it was under repair. Even the teleportation array is broken. How many experts are heading to the ethereal city? Helpless, the three could only stay in the ethereal manor. The entire ethereal manor was bustling. Every restaurant was almost full. In every restaurant, there were traces of mystic worlds and spirit worlds. Seeing this scene, even the usually high-profile monk couldn't help but sigh. Since we're here, we'd better keep a low profile. After seeing Mengyao, we'll leave with her. Don't cause any trouble. Who would be bored enough to cause trouble? That's courting death. Zichen smiled. It was obvious that he was under great pressure. Suddenly, as they were moving forward, they heard discussions coming from the restaurant. If you ask me, this marriage is a happy ending. That's right, it's a win-win situation. Shiman Dong successfully hugged the beauty, and the beauty successfully obtained the cultivation method. What you said is true, but if you see Su Mingyao, you will not say so. She is a real goddess, beautiful and unparalleled. She is like a fairy descending to the mortal world. It is really a pity that such a stunner is married to Shiman Dong. That's right, Su Mingyao is a real goddess. As for Shiman Dong, he has already married 8 times and married 8 wives. Now, he married goddess Su Mingyao, but the goddess is only ranked 9th. Sai, who asked him to be a great power and have a sovereign as his father. Isn't that so? The cultivation technique is in the hands of the sovereign. If goddess Mengyao doesn't agree to this marriage, she won't be able to obtain the misty in action cultivation technique. Sigh, what a pity. In the tavern, a group of cultivators were talking. Moreover, almost the entire Misty Sea Manor was talking about this matter. Zichen, who was moving forward, stopped, and his expression gradually changed. Tyrant also remained silent. Dongqing naturally knew Zichen's purpose this time. After seeing the expressions of the two, he guessed in his heart, and his mood suddenly became very complicated. Tyrant glanced at Zichen and said, "Seems like there is trouble." Zichen didn't say a word. He turned around and walked toward the tavern, then walked to a seat. At this moment, there were 4 people sitting there, 1 empty realm and 3 realm lords. The 4 of them were the most enthusiastic just now. Zichen's sudden arrival stunned them. "What marriage were you talking about?" Zichen asked. His voice was very low. The empty realm lord frowned slightly, as if he was extremely dissatisfied with Zichen's attitude. But in the next moment, a bag of World Emperor stones was thrown on the table, and a cold voice sounded, "Here are 100 pieces of World Emperor stones. Tell us, the World Emperor stones are yours. If you don't care, there are others who do." The one who spoke was Dongqing. She had already seen that Zichen's mood wasn't right. Under such circumstances, Zichen might lose his mind. "Of course I care." The realm lord hurriedly took the bag, completely ignoring the jealous gazes around him. He then said, "You should be new to this place. This matter has long been an open secret. Goddess Su Mingyao came from the lower realm, but she comprehended the Misty in Action law and was highly regarded by the upper echelons of Misty City. One of the sovereigns even took her as a disciple. Later, it seems that because of the bloodline problem, the strongest cultivation technique of Misty City seems to be unable to be passed to her." Zichen nodded and asked, "What does that Shiman Dong do?" When the realm lord heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. Obviously, these 3 were newcomers, and they didn't even know Shiman Dong. Shiman Dong's father is called Shiman Lu. He is the master of goddess Su Mingyao. His potential isn't high, and he is only from the empty realm, but he has been married 8 times. This is the ninth. Soon, Zichen knew the cause and effect. It was said that Su Mingyao had been evading this for 100 years, but this time, she suddenly agreed and was going to get married in a few days. And so many mystic realms and spirit realms appeared here all of a sudden. They all received invitations and went to attend the wedding. In addition to the mystic realms and spirit realms, it was said that there were also sovereigns on the list of invitations. We know, thank you for telling us. The monk smiled, then pulled Zichen out. Zichen's mood was very wrong, and even a fool could see the problem, but the realm lords didn't care. One of them smiled and said, "Sigh." Another one who came because of her reputation. Unfortunately, the goddess is going to marry someone else. This kind of situation didn't seem to be rare. Coming out of the tavern, looking at the gloomy Zichen, the monk smiled bitterly and said, "This is great. We're going to do something big again. I've said it before, we're not ordinary people. No matter where we go, we'll be extraordinary. Come, let the whole world tremble under our feet." "What are you going to do?" Dong Qing looked at Zichen and asked. "Kill." Zichen's response was simple, but very decisive. He didn't ask the two of them for their thoughts, because there was no need to. At this time, the two of them wouldn't leave even if he drove them away. Zichen also wouldn't be so bored as to show his kindness to the two of them. This matter needs to be considered at length, and we need to make a plan. Dong Qing said again, "We have too few people, and we don't have a plan. We can only fight, and fight to the death." Zichen shook his head and said, "That's right. We can only fight to the death." The monk nodded in agreement. Everyone was afraid of death, and no one wanted to die. But sometimes, knowing that death was inevitable, one still wanted to die. Knowing that death was unwise, one still insisted. What calmness! What wisdom! Sometimes, it was useless. Gradually calming down, Zichen began to reconsider the problem. First of all, this was definitely not a trap, because he had no enmity with Ethereal City. Moreover, in the vast Jianwu continent, Zichen was nothing at all. Secondly, he must see Su Mingyao. "If we meet rashly, I'm afraid we'll alert the enemy." The monk said, "When Su Mingyao came, she didn't come alone. They must have informed her of your existence, but the other party didn't care. If Mingyao was forced, then her residence must be in a state of lockdown. In this case, appearing in advance will only mess things up. In that case, we can only make a move at the wedding venue." The wedding venue is indeed a good place, because among the forces that came, not all of them are on good terms with Shimin Lu. If a few forces with enmity come and block Shimin Lu a few times, we may have a chance to escape. The monk said again, "That's right. Let's confirm the time first, then go to the venue to take a look. Finally, we'll make a simple escape route." After a simple discussion, Dong Qing went to inquire. This news was known to almost everyone. It was set to be a month later. Then, there was the issue of the invitation. It was said that only the mystic world and the spirit world could enter the venue. As for the empty world, they could watch from outside. The teleportation array will be repaired in 3 days. At that time, we'll go to Ethereal City first. 3 days later, the teleportation array was completed. The three followed the crowd and set foot in Ethereal City. After entering Ethereal City, the three saw the prosperity of Ethereal City. If it was 3 days ago, the three of them would have been amazed. But now, the three of them were in a heavy mood. Their expressions were naturally cold, and they seemed to be indifferent to the bustling city. Even if there were mystic world and spirit world everywhere, Zichen would kill his way out. Shimendong had married 8 times, but the previous 8 times were far inferior to this one in terms of scale and extravagance. Because the marriage partner this time was a future supreme, and it was very likely that she was in existence on par with the ethereal old ancestor. In addition, there was a supreme beast by her side. That was definitely a supreme. Shimin Lu had only used a cultivation technique in exchange for the service of 2 supreme beings. Naturally, he had profited greatly from this transaction. Therefore, this time, not only had he sent out invitations to the existences of the mystic world and spirit realm, he had also invited several supreme being experts to witness this grand wedding. After arriving at Ethereal City, the first thing the three of them did was to watch the wedding. It was a very large square in the center of the city. Now, The decorations were already underway. Lanterns and streamers were everywhere, and the atmosphere was jubilant. Zichen looked at all of this indifferently. In his heart, he was thinking that this place would be filled with corpses and rivers of blood in a month's time. Come, follow me to Su Mansion. Tyrant came in front of Zichun and whispered in his ear. Su Mansion. Zichun was stunned when he heard this. Su Mingyao's residence is not an ethereal city, but 100 miles outside of the city. Many people have gone to see it. If we go too, we won't arouse any suspicion. The three of them went out together. Sure enough, they saw many cultivators heading towards Su Mansion. On the day of the wedding, the bride would come out from here and enter the square of Ethereal City to hold the wedding. Outside Su Mansion, Zichen looked at the mansion in front of him. His heartbeat suddenly quickened, and his emotions became agitated again. Chapter 1828. Looking at the residence ahead, Zichun immersed himself in his memories, recalling the times they spent together. At this moment, Tyrant and Dongqing were not idling around. Instead, they were circling around the mansion, sizing it up and investigating it. Obviously, it would be best if they could take Su Mingyao away, as it would save them a lot of trouble. A moment later, the two returned and shook their heads in disappointment. Tyrant said, "This place is full of forbidding auras. There might be experts hiding in the dark. It's impossible to take Su Mingyao away." It was not that the possibility was low, but that it did not exist at all. It meant there was no hope. Zichen's expression returned to normal. He became calm and wise once again. He said calmly, "Then we can only wait." At the same time, Longhu suddenly opened his eyes. He immediately sensed a familiar aura, but it only lasted for a brief moment, as if it was just an illusion. He shook his head and closed his eyes again. His senses were only limited to the residence, as his senses were blocked from the outside world. The familiar feeling was only an illusion. However, he soon opened his eyes again with a cold flicker. He snapped, "Piss off, who asked you to come?" The person who came was naturally Shimendong. At this moment, there was no longer anger in his eyes as he looked at Longhu. There was also no fear in his eyes. Instead, there was disdain and complacency. He said, "Longhu, Mengyao and I will be married very soon. At that time, I will naturally be your master. Speaking to your master with such an attitude will make him very unhappy." "You think you can be my master? Are you trying to die?" Longhu rose to his feet. The murderous aura around him surged once again. Shimendong faintly smiled and said, "Don't be in a hurry to get angry. I am very clear about your matters. I know that you once had a master in the lower bound called Zichun, and Meng Yao is also very fond of him. However, what's the use of that? This is the Zhanwu continent, a place where geniuses gather. Not to mention that Zichun is just a person from the lower bound, even if he is a genius of this world. So what? Geniuses are built on the premise of resources." Shimendong said proudly, "Let's take you and Meng Yao as an example. If we didn't provide you with resources over the years, would you be able to achieve what you have now? I don't know that Zichun, but I believe he's just a clown. If he knew Meng Yao's current fortune, not only would he not stop her, he would even give her his blessings. He might even choose to kneel before me like a dog, begging me to take him in and give him a chance." Shimendong's words were full of pride. He didn't deliberately put on an act, as if he was narrating a very simple matter. In fact, it was indeed so. Which of those old things from the lower realm didn't wag their tails in front of him like a dog? Unfortunately, they didn't have the talent to improve their strength despite the resources given to them. Those old things praised Yichen to the skies. But so what? In the Zhanwu continent, even the high-level life forms came in waves. Here, without resources and without the support of a force, it was impossible for one person to grow. Shimendong's words didn't anger Longhu. Longhu said coldly, "Shimendong, this kind of situation will only happen to you. In front of Zichun, you're not even worthy to carry his shoes. You should be glad that you didn't meet him. Otherwise, you would be killed by Zichun with a single finger." Buffed, Shimendong chuckled disdainfully. "Longhu, I've already learned about your situation. You've only been in this world for a few hundred years. Do you think a person can compete against a force in a few hundred years? It's not that I'm glad that I didn't meet him, but he's glad that he didn't meet me. If we were to meet, for Meng Yao's sake, if he were to kneel down and beg me like a dog, perhaps I would reward him with something. Otherwise, I'll teach him the reality of this world. The situation you mentioned will never happen. Leave now. Su Mengyao's voice came out from the room. Mengyao, what do you mean? We're going to be married soon. Can't we even see each other once? Shimin Dong was startled and asked in a confused tone. We'll talk about it when the time comes. I don't want to see you now, by the way. Remember your conditions. All right, very well. Shimin Dong flung his sleeves and left after being given the cold shoulder once again. Shimin Dong's departure from the Su mansion naturally caused an uproar. Now, he had undoubtedly become a celebrity in the Misty City. Zichen, who was about to leave, turned around after hearing the commotion. He immediately saw the middle-aged Shimin Dong, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. If we kill him now, everything will be over. Tyrant suddenly appeared beside Zichen and said, It's just a mysterious world. It's easy to kill him. Zichen shook his head and said, There's no need for that. Let's not talk about whether he could kill Shimin Dong now. Even if he did, the other supreme beings might have sons or nephews. Zichen wanted to destroy the marriage itself, not just Shimin Dong. What's more, Shimin Dong wasn't alone. There were 4 people protecting him. For Shimin Dong, this kind of protection was actually very helpless. Although he was the one in charge here, there were too many experts here. Among them, there was no lack of hot-tempered and impulsive existences. It would be troublesome if both sides started a fight without saying a word. Moreover, as he walked through the crowd, there were many people with malicious looks in their eyes. Humph! Shimin Dong's gaze swept across the crowd. He snorted in disdain and headed toward Misty City. He almost brushed past Zichen. During this time, Shimin Dong even glanced at Zichen. However, Zichen's strength in the empty realm was directly ignored by him. What should we do now? Wait. At the same time, the devil ape, who had finished dealing with trivial matters, came to the Misty City. Then, he heard the rumors of the marriage alliance. Yes, marriage alliance. The crimson eyes of the devil ape flashed with an evil red light. After a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, he stepped onto the teleportation array that led to Misty City. During this time, the devil ape, who didn't deliberately cultivate, had already stepped into the empty realm. His current realm was close to that of the mysterious world. As for the speed of his growth, even the devil ape himself was surprised. Arriving at Misty City, the devil ape found an inn to stay in and waited. He didn't deliberately look for Zichen because he wasn't sure if Zichen would make it in time. As time passed, more and more people went to the Su Manor every day. Among them, there were many beautiful women who brought all kinds of clothes for Su Mengyao to choose from. No need to choose. I'll take this. Su Mengyao casually picked up a white dress, which was what she usually wore. How can this do? A bride should dress up beautifully. No need. It's actually just a deal. A look of determination flashed in Su Mengyao's eyes. It was indeed a deal, but one side only traded cultivation methods, while Su Mengyao had to put her life on the line. Rather than a deal, it was more like a gamble. As the time of the wedding approached, Su Mengyao divined again and again, but the heavens seemed to be blinded. She couldn't get rid of the fog and see the real scene. Now, she could only gamble. Time. Perhaps there was still time. Su Mengyao closed her eyes, and a figure appeared in her mind again. She had waited for this figure for hundreds of years, but he never appeared. Su Mengyao wasn't disappointed. As she said, as long as she got the cultivation method, there was still time, and there was still hope. The wedding was imminent, and experts from all walks of life came. Just the powerful supreme figures alone, there were 5. Obviously, they gave enough face to Shimin Lu of Misty City. However, among the 5 supreme beings, 4 of them were invited, while one of them came uninvited. It was a middle-aged man, but his sharpness was exposed, like an unsheathed blade, making people unable to look at him directly. Shimin Lu specially received the 5 supreme figures. After seeing the middle-aged man, he was slightly startled and said, "May I know who this supreme is?" "He's La Ming. This time, he heard that your son is getting married, so he came to congratulate you." The supreme named Jinlei said, Thank you. I'm Shimin Lu. Shimin Lu cupped his fists. Shimin Supreme, this time, other than congratulating you, there's actually something I want to discuss with you all. La Meng said. Oh, what is it? Shimin Lu's face was filled with curiosity, but the other supreme figures were relatively calm. Shimin Supreme, you should be familiar with the 7th mainland's Supreme Mountain, right? Mount Supreme. Shimin Lu was slightly startled, and his expression began to change. After a while, he said, Mount Supreme is a unique wonder of the 7th mainland, so of course I know where it is. However, every time it is opened, it requires 6 keys, and each key can bring 6 people in. Not a single key can be missing. La Meng faintly smiled and said, if I'm not wrong, Shimin should have a key on him. This wasn't a secret among the supreme figures. Hearing this, Shimin Lu's eyes suddenly lit up and said, that means Brother La has a 6th key on him. La Meng nodded and said, that's right. I originally came here to discuss going to Mount Supreme, but I didn't expect to run into your son's wedding. How about we set off after the wedding? As he spoke, La Meng took out a shining token. The token was surging with a mysterious aura. It has the same aura as the other keys. That's right. A smile appeared on Shimin Lu's face as he took out the same key. At the same time, the other 4 supreme figures took out their keys as well. The 2 keys gathered together and formed a picture. On the picture, a majestic mountain was carved. It was clearly Mount Supreme. La Meng smiled and took his key. The others also took their own keys. They had been supreme for many years, and it was very difficult for them to take another step and become immortal. As for Mount Supreme, it was an opportunity. After the 6 supreme figures finished their discussion, they waited for the wedding to end. However, no one noticed the mysterious smile that flashed across La Meng's face. Time passed, and the day of the wedding arrived. All the cultivators gathered in Misty City. Chapter 1829. Looking at the red-robed Shimin Dong who was leaving with a face full of pride and excitement, Tyrant asked, do you want to kill him? Zicheng glanced at Tyrant and said, that guy beside him is clearly a supreme. If you want to go, then go. Tyrant praised, I didn't expect you to have such sharp senses. Seems like that old thing Shimin Lu can't afford to fail this time. He actually sent a supreme being. Although his aura isn't stable and is between a supreme being and a spiritual realm expert, he's definitely an extremely difficult existence to deal with. Let's wait and see, Zichun said indifferently. At the same time, outside the city, there was also a pair of cold eyes watching Shimin Dong's departure. Su family, Su Mengyao's residence. A maid said, Miss, the son-in-law is already here. We should go. Su Mengyao, who was dressed in white, said softly but firmly, he's Shimin Dong, not the son-in-law. The maid sighed and said, Miss, why are you so stubborn? After marrying the son-in-law, you can get whatever you want. Why are you still so stubborn? Usually, only this maid could speak a few words with Su Mengyao. The two of them had a good relationship. Su Mengyao looked out of the window and suddenly smiled. For a moment, the room seemed to be filled with light, making the flowers lose their color. Little Red, you don't understand. In this world, other than resources, there are many other things worth pursuing and sacrificing. The maid named Little Red said, I know who you're talking about. It's that Zichun, right? But you're so infatuated with him. Where is he now? Now that you're no longer in control, where is he? Perhaps he has already forgotten you. I heard that all men are heartless. Recalling that figure in her mind, Su Mengyao smiled again. Every time that name was mentioned, no matter how bad her mood was, Su Mengyao would still smile. He won't forget about me. Even if he didn't come now, he will come one day. When that time comes, I think Misty City will definitely pay the price. Lil Red asked somewhat worriedly, is that possible? Young miss, you should know that there are quite a few utmost exalted experts in Misty City. Just the young master's lineage alone has a few. Su Mengyao said, if it was a realm overlord, he definitely wouldn't have the strength to do anything to Misty City. But if the one who came was a sovereign, then Misty City would be in danger. Lil Red tilted its head, still in disbelief. How could a mere supreme being be able to shake the foundation of Misty City that had existed for tens of thousands of years? However, Those who had not seen Zichun would not be able to imagine how powerful Zichun was. Zichun, on the other hand, was known to be invincible among those of the same level. If they were all supremes, then he would definitely be invincible among them. Su Mingyao, who was in a bad mood, suddenly felt better when she thought of Zichun. Even if she failed the bet today and ended up dying, Su Mengyao's eyes were filled with happiness when she thought about how Zichun had become a venerable one and came to Piaomiao City for her. Of course, she would not marry Shimendong. She only belonged to one person, and that was Zichun. Su Mingyao, who was in a much better mood, took the initiative to stand up and walk out of the room. Long Hu had already stood up and was waiting there. When he saw Su Mingyao coming out, he said, "Don't worry, this time, nothing will happen to you." Su Mingyao nodded and said, "Thank you for your hard work this time. If anything happens midway, remember to leave immediately." "I will." Long Hu nodded. At this moment, the sound of music and instruments could be heard outside the Su residence. The aura of an emperor was released, indicating the arrival of the wedding procession. Roar! Long Hu roared into the sky, and the roar of a dragon and a tiger immediately resounded between heaven and earth. The majesty of a supreme beast spread out. Outside the Su residence, the emperors who were there to escort the bride almost collapsed to the ground in fear. Zichun and the monk, who had followed the main group, heard the familiar roar of a dragon and a tiger, and their expressions immediately changed. The monk's face was filled with disbelief. "It's Long Hu," Zichun said with certainty. "That's right. This must be Long Hu's voice. No wonder it was delayed for 100 years. Long Hu is guarding this place. It's a pity that he hasn't become a supreme yet and can't protect Su Mingyao completely." In another direction, the demon ape murmured. Long Hu's voice could be heard. This was definitely an unexpected surprise. The two of them, who were initially in a heavy mood, could not help but smile after hearing this familiar voice. "It's Long Hu Supreme." "That's right, it's Long Hu Supreme. That's the mount of goddess Su Mingyao." A supreme is willing to be a mount. This shows how high the potential of the goddess is. It'll be a piece of cake for her to become a supreme in the future. This time, Shimendong has picked up a great bargain. Not only did he marry a supreme beauty, he even got a supreme mount. The discussions in the surroundings confirmed Long Hu's identity. At this moment, the door of the Su residence opened. Su Mingyao, who was wearing a white robe and a thin white veil, appeared on the back of Long Hu Supreme. "Mingyao, let's go." Shimendong's heart skipped a beat when he saw the alluring Su Mingyao, who was emitting a seductive aura. He immediately went forward impatiently. "It's fine. I'll sit on Long Hu's back. It won't bring shame to the Shimen clan if the supreme beast takes me along." Su Mingyao rejected Shimendong's kindness. "That's fine too." Although Shimendong was unwilling, he had no choice but to accept it on the surface. However, he was planning to teach her a lesson at night. Su Mingyao's appearance caused an uproar among the crowd. It was also Zichun's first time seeing Su Mingyao after so many years. Even with a veil, Zichun could still feel her beauty and tranquility. Although he could not see Su Mingyao's appearance, Dongqing was already ashamed of his inferiority. Su Mingyao had a unique temperament that ordinary people did not have. More than a dozen people walked out from the wedding procession and stood on both sides of Long Hu. The weakest among them were from the mystic world. Although it was called a wedding procession, it was actually more like a guard. Shimendong and Su Mingyao walked side by side into the city. Long Hu intentionally released his supreme being aura. Shimendong's mount was also very careful as it advanced. The entire Misty City was already decorated with lanterns and streamers. The few elders who came with Su Mingyao also appeared in a very dignified manner, representing the identity of Su Mengyao's family. The huge plaza was completely decorated into a wedding venue. Apart from that, the entire plaza was specially condensed with great magic power. The weakest existences that could enter the plaza were from the empty world. Moreover, they were from the empty world with high status. There weren't many empty world existences among them. Most of them were from the mystic world and the spiritual world. On the main seats sat 6 utmost exalted level characters. Today's wedding would be witnessed by 6 supreme beings. Naturally, there wouldn't be any accidents. Following a cheer, a pair of newlyweds entered the city and headed straight for the plaza. The most attractive thing was, of course, the Longhu Supreme Being and the bride on his back. Even the Supreme Beings were moved when they saw them. It's actually the Longhu Supreme Being. Shock flashed through Kuming's eyes. The Longhu Supreme Being would become a Supreme Being expert once it matured. Moreover, it would definitely be one of the best among Supreme Beings. It was like the difference between a higher life form and a human realm lord. Once the Longhu Supreme Being broke through, 6 Supreme Beings might not be able to subdue a single Longhu Supreme Being. Amazing. Brother Shimon's daughter-in-law is really amazing. Not only does she have the potential to become a Supreme Being, she even has a Supreme Being beast by her side. After this marriage, the prestige of Brother Shimon's clan will rise even higher in Misty City. Facing the compliments of the Supreme Beings, Shimon Lu smiled proudly. As for the cold and jealous gazes in private, he didn't seem to care at all. Misty City wasn't dominated by family clans. Although it was a huge city, it was more like a sect. Apart from Shimon Lu, there were other Supreme Beings here. The descendants of these Supreme Beings naturally had thoughts about Su Mingyao. However, it was a pity that they had missed the opportunity to take in a disciple back then. That was why Shimen Dong got there first. Along the way, there were experts guarding Shimen Dong. In fact, they weren't worried about others attacking Shimen Dong. Instead, they were guarding against the disciples of the Supreme Beings. Brother Shimen, I heard that you've paid a huge price for this marriage. A Supreme Being's voice rang out beside him. Shimen Lu smiled and said, "It can't be considered a price. It can only be considered a betrothal gift. What I took out was the ethereal inaction technique left behind by the old ancestor. A useless technique in exchange for 2 Supreme Beings. It's worth it. However, Brother Shimen, aren't you worried about any unforeseen events in the future? A day as husband and wife means endless devotion for the rest of your life. What unforeseen events can happen? Moreover, once the 2 of them get married and have children, there's even less to worry about. Moreover, as her master, I've treated my disciple well. There won't be any unforeseen events." Shimen Lu said. The 2 of them arrived at the square. The surrounding people retreated. The 2 newlyweds stood at the center of the square. Above them were Shimen Lu and the other Supreme Beings. Following that, a manager came and started to say some words. Without a doubt, he was welcoming everyone and saying that they should eat and drink well. After that, it was time for them to bow. However, before that, Shimen Lu handed over a ball of light to the manager. The ball of light attracted everyone's attention. At this moment, everyone understood what that ball of light meant. It was an extremely powerful and special technique. It was called ethereal inaction. In the hands of some people, it was a treasure. In the hands of others, it was a piece of trash. After the manager handed over the technique to Su Mingyao thanked him softly. Then, she started to cultivate it. The manager joked that the bride was in a hurry. Next, Su Mingyao closed her eyes and carefully comprehended the ethereal inaction technique. She was completely immersed in it. She didn't care about the situation around her anymore. Such a scene caused everyone to be startled. It was obvious that the wedding could not proceed. The entire wedding scene was in an uproar because of the change in the bride. Shimen Dong was embarrassed. His face was extremely gloomy. Obviously, Su Mingyao had tricked him. Chapter 1830. Shimen Lu said that the wedding should continue, but how should it continue? The bride was still refining the skill, and she was not moving at all. Was he going to force her to continue? At this moment, the rumor that Shimen Lu had used his status as a Supreme Being to force this marriage was finally confirmed. The crowd was in an uproar, and with the addition of some deliberate voices, the entire wedding scene was extremely awkward. Brother Shimen, the bride can't wait to refine the skill. She doesn't seem to care about the marriage. Looking at Su Mingyao, who was refining the skill, Lao Ming said. Shimen Lu smiled faintly and said, "It's just a small conflict between husband and wife. Don't worry, the wedding will continue. Mingyao is my disciple, and her family is here. This marriage was previously agreed upon by both parties. Then why not wait for the bride to finish refining the skill before holding the wedding?" Another voice rang out from the crowd. There are so many guests here. How can we neglect our friends? The wedding will continue. Shimin Lu said again and raised his voice. The manager nodded and then used his eyes to signal the two maids to come over. One of them was Xiao Hong. The two maids did not dare to disobey and immediately came forward. Let's see who dares. A purplish golden light flashed, and Long Hu's supreme being turned into a ray of light and arrived before Su Mingyao. The aura of a supreme being spread out. Whoever dares to touch Su Mingyao will die. As the cold voice rang out, Long Hu released a powerful aura, which immediately locked onto Shimin Dong. The feeling of a sharp edge on his back made his expression change drastically. With a strange cry, he retreated into the distance. This scene was extremely embarrassing, and even louder laughter rang out from the crowd. Some even crossed their arms and sneered as they watched the show. Obviously, by now, even a fool could see that this was a forced marriage. Long Hu, are you courting death? Hearing the laughter, Shimin Dong's expression turned even uglier. He had lost a lot of face just now. Before Su Mingyao wakes up, I will fight anyone who dares to touch her. Long Hu's voice rang out in the entire square. Long Hu, I can understand your feelings, but this is a wedding. My disciple Ming Yao doesn't know the depth of her cultivation and accidentally entered. I don't know how long it will take for her to comprehend. Today, we are all friends. So can you let us finish the wedding first? When the time comes, I will personally protect my disciple. Shimin Lu said with a pleasant expression. Long Hu looked at Shimin Lu, his eyes filled with mockery, and said in a cold voice, I told you, no one is allowed to touch her. Although it was only an empty realm, even if it was a profound realm, they would still need to think twice if they encountered Long Hu. This led to many profound realms in the surroundings, but they did not dare to rashly approach. The previously amiable Shimin Lu gradually turned gloomy. He waved his sleeves and said, What nonsense! Take it away. Obviously, Shimin Lu was angry. If he continued to delay, then it would be a real slap to the face of Shimin clan. Several profound realm masters were just about to step forward when another voice suddenly rang out. Hold on. This voice was very loud, like a great bell. Those who were moving forward felt their bodies tremble, and they subconsciously stopped. Everyone subconsciously turned their heads and looked in the direction of the voice. They wanted to see who dared to speak at this time. Those who were waiting to watch a good show were also looking forward to it. But in the next moment, they were disappointed because the one who spoke was only an empty realm master. He was not considered an expert at all, and he did not even have the qualifications to receive an invitation. He was just standing outside, and now he was walking in. Moreover, this guy was a bald monk. They really did not understand why a monk would suddenly appear in such a situation. However, compared to the disappointed crowd, Long Hu's body shook when he turned his head and saw this empty realm master. Disbelief immediately appeared on his face. The monk who stepped forward winked at Long Hu. He stepped onto the stage under the gazes of tens of thousands of people. Then he waved his hand at the crowd and said, Everyone, today is a joyous occasion. A joyous occasion. Why do you all have to be unhappy? Everyone nodded. It was a joyous occasion, so of course they had to be happy. Only the few elders from the Tianwu continent, who represented Su Mengyao's family, immediately felt their good mood sink to the bottom when they saw the monk. They knew very well that this monk had not come to be a peacemaker. He had come to cause trouble, Since it's a joyous wedding, then everyone who came here naturally came in a joyous mood. I don't think this is the Shimin family's problem. Many people in the crowd nodded. Shimin Lu's expression relaxed, and he also nodded. Even Shimin Dong was also smiling, but the ridicule in his eyes couldn't be concealed. Clearly, this was another person who wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to seek refuge with Shimin clan, and clearly wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to rise. Many people had the same thought. For a moment, there were also many people who looked at the monk with disdain. However, everyone ignored the fact that Long Hu did not target this monk who had suddenly appeared. Furthermore, he had not said a single word since he had appeared. He had even allowed him to come to Su Mengyao's side. Everyone, this matter naturally cannot be blamed on the Shimin family. Of course, it cannot be blamed on Su Mingyao. I feel that if there is someone to blame, then everyone is to blame. His words caused an uproar. One of them said, "Why blame us?" The monk said matter-of-factly, "Because you all have not expressed your stance." "What stance?" "Express whether you agree to this wedding or not. You still need our consent?" Everyone was dumbfounded. "Of course, do you all agree?" The monk asked again. Of course. Many people spoke, but some chose to remain silent. Shimin Lu frowned once again. It was unclear if he was dissatisfied with the monk or with those who remained silent. As for the other supreme beings, they looked at the monk with smiles. The monk looked at the crowd and said, "Look at you all. None of you are speaking the truth. It's obvious that you all don't agree in your hearts. Why don't you say it out loud?" "Who says we don't agree in our hearts?" someone asked. "Because I don't agree in the first place." The monk's words shocked the crowd. Initially, they thought he was using this opportunity to curry favor with the Shimin family. They did not expect him to say something like this. "Monk, what are you talking about?" Shimin Dong looked at the monk and said in a stern voice, "I said that I don't agree to this marriage. I'll give 3 reasons. Get out of here. This is our marriage. What does it have to do with you? Get out of here, or you'll die." Shimin Dong was almost mad with anger. The monk said calmly, "I think you should ask me which 3 reasons you don't agree with. Maybe you'll change your mind the moment I say it. By then, I'll naturally give you my blessings. Maybe everyone has the same idea as me." "Okay, then tell me." Shimin Dong suppressed the urge to kill the monk and opened his mouth again. He had secretly sworn in his heart that if this guy could not say anything good, he would definitely beat him to death at the next moment. After all, there was a gap of 1 realm between them. "First of all, compared with Su Mengyao's young and beautiful appearance, you are old and ugly." Laughter came from the crowd again. Shimin Dong's gloomy face was almost dripping water. "Second, compared with Su Mengyao's perfect figure, you are disabled and lacking." This time, in addition to the laughter, some people in the crowd also asked the monk how he understood the aesthetic standards. Shimin Dong was almost fuming with anger. "Third, in terms of talent, you are not even worthy to carry Su Mengyao's shoes. Tell me, this ugly, short, old and disabled guy, what right does he have to marry Su Mengyao? Open your dog eyes and see if you are worthy." The monk looked at Shimin Dong and said in a deep voice, "You are not even comparable to a toad, and you still want to marry Su Mengyao?" Shimin Dong was already fuming. He swore that he would immediately beat this monk who was full of nonsense to death. And the others had obviously seen that this was a monk who came to make trouble. They were very satisfied in their hearts. "Take this crazy monk who is spouting nonsense away." Shimin Lu finally couldn't bear it any longer and shouted loudly, "I am telling the truth. Does no one agree with me?" The monk asked. The scene was dead silent. At this time, everyone could see that Shimin Lu was angry. This Shizun might even make a move. Who would dare to speak carelessly? They thought that they would not get any response. Who knew that a voice suddenly came from below? "I agree. This guy is too ugly. He is even uglier than me." A black shadow suddenly came to the scene. It was the devil ape. The hearts of those elders immediately sank to the bottom of the valley, and even their expressions became unnatural. The one who came was the devil ape, the sky-splitting battle ape. He was Zichen's friend. According to human standards, the devil ape was very ugly. But now, the devil ape said that Shimin Dong was uglier than him. This directly made Shimin Dong so angry that smoke began to come out of his body. You. Shimin Dong was so angry that his body trembled and he could not say a word. "What? I said wrong." The devil ape stared at Shimin Dong with his red eyes. For some reason, the devil ape from the empty realm made Shimin Dong, who was from the mystic world, feel danger at this moment. With people coming to make trouble one after another, the Shimin clan's face was completely lost. Shimin Lu looked around and motioned for those people to quickly make a move. At this moment, suddenly, a hysterical shout was heard. "He is the evil good monk. He is the sky-splitting battle ape. They are both here to make trouble. They are Su Mengyao's friends." The one who spoke was one of the elders. With that one sentence, he practically used up all the strength in his body and collapsed to the ground. It was not because of anything else. It was because the two of them were too famous in the Tianwu continent. This time, The uproar around them grew even louder. That's right. We are Su Mingyao's friends. Today, with us here, anyone who dares to force Su Mingyao will die, said the devil ape coldly. Damn things. No wonder you came to make trouble. I just want to see what methods you people from the lower realm have to dare to make trouble with the strength of the empty realm. Shimin Dong said angrily, let alone you. Even if Zichun came personally, I would make him kneel in front of me and watch me marry Su Mingyao. Chapter 1831. Shimin Dong had only said it casually, and he did not expect someone to respond to him in the crowd. Turning his head, Shimin Dong saw a young and handsome figure. Although Zichun's appearance couldn't be described as perfect, he was definitely handsome. Compared to the middle-aged Shimin Dong, Zichun's appearance was much better. Zichun looked at Shimin Dong and smiled sarcastically, saying, does your family know how capable you are? As Shimin Dong's father, Shimin Lu's face darkened. He knew his son's abilities. Zichun. It's Zichun. He's Zichun. Another elder of the Faomio sect exclaimed. They never expected Zichun to show up at a time like this. Because there were too many legends about Zichun, the elders ignored the fact that Zichun only had the strength of the empty realm. Their faces went pale. It was obvious that the Zichun who showed up would not let the Shimin clan go, but he would not let them go either. You're Zichun. Shimin Dong looked at Zichun, and his eyes began to spit fire. The monk's words seemed to be echoing in his mind. Ugly, short, old, and broken. Others did not know who Zichun was, but Shimin Dong knew very well. He was the one who Su Mingyao had been thinking about, and the one who was causing trouble this time. The maid from before, Little Red, also looked at Zichun. It had to be said that he was a handsome and attractive man, but his strength was too low, and he was only of the empty realm. In a place like this where there were mystic realms and spirit realms everywhere, the empty realm could only be a bystander. Other than his good looks, there was nothing else. As such, Little Red gave Zichun such an evaluation. It was only natural for Shimin Lu to be enraged, as there were people who jumped out to cause trouble one after another. However, those who jumped out were all from the empty realm, and they were definitely clowns. Under such circumstances, if a great supreme were to make a move without careful consideration, he would definitely become the subject of ridicule. In this kind of situation, Shimin Lu couldn't make a move. Fortunately, Shimin Dong wasn't stupid. Especially after seeing Zichun, the anger in his heart was completely ignited. He angrily shouted, "Go, catch him!" The others retreated right away, but there were still several from the empty realm who deliberately stepped forward. Those people had the intention of befriending the Shimin clan, and they were able to tell that Zichun's level was not high. 4 empty realm beings closed in on Zichun in an instant. Zichun looked at the 4 of them and said coldly, "I'm here to kill today. If you know what's good for you, leave immediately." In response to Zichun's words, 4 people sneered. The 4 of them charged forward, unleashing energy attacks in an attempt to trap Zichun. Among them was a chain attack. The chain was completely composed of pure energy. Like a spirit snake, it swept towards Zichun. Zichun formed a sword with 2 fingers and pointed forward. A sword chi formed from the world of destruction shot towards the spirit snake. Puffed, with a soft sound, the spirit snake was annihilated. The power of the sword chi did not diminish at all. In an instant, it pointed at the other party's brow. 1 finger, and an empty realm being died. Such a scene caused even more uproar, and even more empty realm cultivators retreated. Boom. At the same time, Zichun clenched his fist and punched out. Above the dazzling light of the fist, there was a terrifying aura. In addition to the world of destruction, the world of destruction itself was violent lightning energy. This blow forcibly shattered the attack of the second empty realm being, and then hit the other party's chest. The energy completely exploded, and even the empty realm being's body exploded. 1 punch had blown up an empty realm being. When the other 2 empty realm beings saw this, their expressions changed drastically. Regret appeared in their eyes. Their figures flashed, and they wanted to retreat immediately. Unfortunately, it was too late. Zichun had said before that he was here to kill today. A light flashed under his feet, and he instantly appeared in front of the two empty realm beings. His hands slashed across their necks, and two heads flew up. The last two empty realm beings died. Originally, there were still many cultivators standing beside Zichun, but with the death of the four empty realm beings one after another, there was no one left beside him. Those empty realm beings who were of high status and came to attend the wedding had already run out of the field in fright. They looked from afar, their faces full of horror. As for those from the mystic realm, they looked at Zichan in front of them cautiously. There were many strong cultivators in Floating City, but they had never seen an empty realm being able to kill an empty realm being in such a big formation. Each and every one of them was stunned. Little Red, who had previously commented that Zichan was useless, was even more shocked and opened her mouth wide, looking at Zichan in disbelief. Shimendong, who was from the mystic realm, was also shocked. On the high platform, several Supremes were also stunned. They did not expect that this guy who came to cause trouble would have such powerful combat strength. Among the 6 Supremes, only one person's expression was not stunned, but full of surprise. That was Radium Ming. At first glance, he recognized that the energy used by Zichan's attack was the power of thunder, and there was a hint of surprise on his face. Then, as Zichan threw out a punch, his expression changed slightly, and he recognized that it was the Thunder Emperor Fist. In the end, Zichan showed the world's fastest speed unique to the Thunder Clan, the 9 lightning strikes. Interesting, very interesting. After the surprise, Radium Ming smiled and continued to watch the show, with no intention of interfering. How dare you kill people here? Kill him? In addition to the shock, Shimendong's heart was also filled with a strong killing intent, and he shouted at the nearby mystic realm beings. Obviously, he had the intention to kill. Previously, they were capturing people, so the empty realm beings did not take out their weapons, but now that they were going to kill, the mystic realm cultivators certainly would not hold back. In a flash of brilliance, imperial weapons appeared in their hands. Kill. With a low shout, one of the mystic realm beings took the lead and rushed towards Zichan. The battle of the mystic realm affected a wider area. The people in the square also left the square one after another. The devil ape and the monk had already reached Su Mengyao's side, guarding her as she comprehended the cultivation method. Dong Qing was still in the crowd and had not been exposed, so it was Zichan's time to kill. A dragon spear appeared in Zichan's hand. In the world, the realm power was completely berserk, and the rich realm power provided Zichan with an endless supply of power. The battle had to be ended quickly. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and a sword aura went straight for Zichan's face. Clang! Zichan blocked with his spear, and a huge, unimaginable force came from the tip of the spear. The sword chi instantly shattered, followed by sparks flying in all directions. The huge force directly shook off the Profound World sword. This unexpected force attack had caused the Profound World to be exposed. The dragon spear in Zichan's hand was like a venomous snake, and in an instant, it was pointed at Mystic Realm's throat. This attack was as fast as light and full of power. The defense formed by Mystic Realm's body was broken in an instant. Soul annihilation. The long spear pointed at Mystic Realm's throat, and the destructive realm power formed a kind of soul annihilation energy, which went straight into the opponent's sea of consciousness and annihilated his soul. Ugh. Mystic Realm looked at Zichan in a daze, and his eyes widened to the limit. The colorful light in the depths of his pupils gradually dissipated. After Zichan pulled out his spear, Mystic Realm's body fell backward. Dead. A powerful Mystic Realm died just like that. Moreover, he died at the hands of an empty realm. This was an unbelievable scene. Even if they saw it with their own eyes, they still couldn't believe it. Shimendong's heart was cold. If the other party could easily destroy Mystic Realm, he could obviously take care of him as well. To be able to kill an enemy above his level, Little Red was completely stunned. She couldn't help but recall the scene when she talked with the young Mississippi. At that time, the young Miss was very certain that as long as Zichan reached the Supreme Being level, Ethereal City would be in danger. At that time, Little Red couldn't understand this sentence, but today, seeing Mystic Realm die with her own eyes, she believed it. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and kill him. Shimendong was really frightened. After shouting angrily, he quickly retreated. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. After knowing how powerful Zichun was, no one dared to underestimate him anymore. One by one, Mystic Realm experts rushed forward with weapons. For a time, many attacks were directed at Zichun. Under Zichun's feet, light flashed, and the 9 times lightning appeared. His entire body began to dodge in a small area. A blade light slashed down on Zichun's side, missing Zichun by only a hair's breadth. Poof! Zichun, who dodged the attack, turned around and immediately pierced the Mystic Realm expert's heart with his spear. As long as they were hit by Zichun, the powerful force would definitely destroy their life force. Therefore, almost every attack Zichun made was fatal. Poof! 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 In the blink of an eye, the 4 Mystic Realm experts who rushed forward fell down and died. They joined forces to besiege Zichun, but in less than 4 rounds, Zichun killed 4 Mystic Realm experts with his spear. What are you still standing there for? This kind of murderous demon, everyone has the right to kill. Shimendong's shout rang out again. Light flashed again, and more Mystic Realm experts rushed forward. However, none of the Spirit Realm experts moved. They all watched quietly. As a supreme being, Shimin Lu didn't come out because he was concerned about his reputation. These Spirit Realm experts were existences second only to supreme beings. Of course, they also had a reputation. Facts proved once again that Zichun's strength was beyond doubt. All the Mystic Realm experts who came forward were killed by Zichun. Powerful attacks, extremely fast footsteps, almost made Zichun invincible. More people, all of you, attack? Shimendong was still shouting. He looked at Zichun, who was crazily slaughtering the Mystic Realm experts, and was almost scared out of his wits. He no longer dared to say that he would personally kill Zichun. More Mystic Realm experts rushed forward without a care for their lives. There were quite a few of them. On the high platform, when Huaming saw this scene, he shook his head and said, "It's useless. This little guy has the fastest speed in the world, and the power in his body is extraordinarily strong. He's not weaker than the Mystic Realm experts at all. In this case, no matter how many Mystic Realm experts there are, they will all die." Shimin Lu's face was gloomy, and he didn't say a word. He had never seen an existence with such battle prowess. However, the current situation was just as Huaming said. Zichun was surrounded by corpses, but the Mystic Realm experts who rushed forward didn't even leave a single wound on his body. Even his clothes weren't torn. In this case, the Mystic Realm experts would only be throwing their lives away. As if seeing this, the Mystic Realm experts who rushed forward began to retreat, their eyes full of horror. However, Zichun wasn't ready to let them go. He suddenly loosened the spear in his hand, and the spear turned into a stream of light and flew forward. Imperial Sword Technique. Zichun used the spear as a sword. Pooh, pooh. Light flashed, piercing the Mystic Realm experts' foreheads and destroying their souls. Chapter 1832. The plaza was originally a wedding venue, but now it was filled with corpses. These corpses were still emitting a suffocating aura. Aside from the 4 corpses that were from the empty realm, the rest were from the mystic realm. But now, there were only a few living people in the huge square. Zichun, Tyrant, Devil Ape, Su Mingyao, Longhu, and the few supremes sitting on the stage. As for Shimendong, he had already retreated far away. The remaining Mystic Realm and Spirit Realm cultivators all left the plaza. Zichun had single-handedly killed all of the Profound World's cultivators until they were scared witless. Under such circumstances, only the Spirit Realm cultivators could stop him. However, no one knew if the Spirit Realm cultivators were protecting their status or afraid of Zichun's strength, but they didn't participate. The wedding was already a farce, and now it couldn't be resolved. If Shimin Lu personally appeared, even if he killed the other party, it would still be embarrassing. Shimin Lu swept his gaze across the spiritual realm cultivators and said indifferently, "Whoever kills this bastard, when Mount Supreme opens, my Shimin lineage will give him a spot." His words immediately caused an uproar. Mount Supreme was very famous in the 7th mainland. It was a place of opportunity for supremes, but it was also a place that all spirit realm cultivators dreamed of, because it also had the opportunity to become a supremes. Unfortunately, due to the limited number of slots, every time Mount Supreme opened, only Supremes would enter. The Spirit Realm cultivators didn't have the qualifications to enter. But now, in order to stop Zichun, Shimin Lu actually gave out a slot as a reward. A Spirit Realm being walked out from the crowd without any hesitation as a great reward was bound to attract brave men. When the other Spirit Realm cultivators saw that someone had beaten them to it, they all revealed vexed expressions. The Spirit Realm cultivators were second only to Supremes. Every single one of them was a big shot. At this moment, just as this Spirit Realm cultivator walked out, exclamations came from all around. Tang Feiyong, it's Tang Feiyong. Tang Feiyong, a Spirit Realm cultivator. He specializes in using the blade. His ice/blade art is extremely powerful. In the mystic world, he once killed 3 cultivators of the same level with a single blade. After entering the Spirit Realm, he has been in seclusion. Since Tang Feiyong has made his move, then this young man is in danger. Amidst the cries of surprise, Zichun learned of the other party's identity. Coincidentally, both of them used blades. Tang Feiyong walked towards the center of the field, his steps light and graceful. He seemed to be very relaxed, but his heart was filled with vigilance. The other party was able to slaughter the entire profound world, so it was obvious that they could not simply judge him by his realm. Furthermore, the other party dared to cause a ruckus at the wedding under such circumstances. Other than guts, they also had combat power. While moving forward, a long saber appeared in Tang Feiyong's hand. The body of the saber was blue, and as it flickered, it rippled like blue waves. Zichun lifted his leg and kicked the corpse beside him away. He put away the dragon spear in his hand and grabbed a sheathed black blade instead. "Oh, you use a saber too?" Tang Feiyong chuckled. Zichun remained silent. He held his saber horizontally in front of his chest. His left hand held the scabbard while his right hand slowly rested on the hilt. Zichun's movements were very slow, but they gave people a lot of pressure. Tang Feiyong's expression couldn't help but become serious. The cheers in the field gradually stopped. Everyone's attention was focused on the 2 people in the field. Su Mingyao was still comprehending the ethereal amaction technique. Her body exuded a mysterious aura, and at the same time, there was a slight fluctuation from her body. Unfortunately, no one was paying attention to her anymore. The monk, the demon ape, and Long Hu guarded Su Mingyao in the middle. At the same time, they turned their heads to look at the field. Zichun was going to fight against the Spirit Realm, but they didn't look nervous or worried. The Spirit Realm wasn't their real enemy. The real enemy was the Supremes, and the Spirit Realm was just a stepping stone. Zichun definitely couldn't stop here and fall. The atmosphere in the field became extremely oppressive. Waves of aura spread out in all directions, making some of the empty realm and profound world very uncomfortable, as if there was a sharp edge on their backs. Among the 6 Supremes, other than Shimin Lu's gloomy face, the other 5 were all looking at Zichun with curious expressions. It was obvious that the empty realm versus the Spirit Realm, fighting 2 levels higher, was something they had never seen before. Among them, Radio Ming's eyes were the brightest. He looked at Zichun as if he was looking at a rare item. The aura of the Spirit Realm emanated from Tang Feiyong's body, and an extremely agile realm power emerged. The Spirit Realm belonged to the last realm of the Realm Lord. The realm power would change, and the entire world would change greatly. The power of the agile realm power was naturally powerful. The blue saber in his hand suddenly began to shine. In the light, there seemed to be monstrous waves forming, as if there was an ocean that stretched as far as the eye could see. This was the agile realm power, as if it was alive. An extremely powerful aura was released. Under this aura, Tang Feiyong looked mysterious and tall, like a giant looking down at Zichun. Zichun also released his own aura. This aura was very strong and heavy, but it didn't have as much momentum as Tang Feiyong. At this moment, Zichun was like a stubborn human facing a huge monster, raising a butcher's knife. His courage was commendable, but there was a big difference in all aspects. In terms of momentum alone, Zichun was much weaker. Many people shook their heads in disappointment. Is he going to stop? Lil Red looked at the scene nervously. Zichun had shocked her time and time again. Now, She had chosen to believe in Zichun, just like her mistress. Although the current Zichun appeared to be very small, she kept feeling that within this small figure, there was an unimaginably strong power. This power might really be able to shake Tang Feiyang, whose aura was currently soaring. His aura rose to the peak, and the power of the Imperial Weapon Blue Saber also reached its limit. He took the opportunity to slash down. Boom! There seemed to be a thunderous roar between heaven and earth. The sky and earth split open, and a huge saber light descended from the sky, slashing straight at Zichun. This attack carried the power of heaven and earth. It was like a giant facing an ant, and it easily stepped out. However, ants also had their resistance, their unyielding, and their perseverance and resistance. In the face of this vast attack, the veins on Zichun's right hand, which was holding the saber hilt, bulged. He then pulled the saber out with force. It seemed that the scabbard also felt Zichun's will. At this moment, it suddenly shone, and the light even overshadowed the light of the saber light. Swoosh! The light on the scabbard flashed, and only the saber light was left in the world. This was a very bright saber light, bright but not dazzling. It seemed very gentle, like the light at the beginning of heaven and earth, gentle and bright. Everyone's eyes were involuntarily attracted by this saber and the light. The resistance of the ants didn't seem vast, nor was it powerful. However, the light that appeared couldn't be suppressed by any kind of energy. The vast saber light that seemed to hold up the sky fell from the sky, slashing at the bright saber light. Swoosh! The vast saber light was divided into two, and the bright light with unimaginable power moved forward, heading straight for Tang Feiyang. In the eyes of everyone, the saber light was bright and gentle, and there was no danger at all. However, in his eyes, it was like a flood, a giant ancient beast, heading straight for him. Under the bright saber light, his reaction seemed to have slowed down a lot. He could only raise his saber with difficulty and block in front of him. Swoosh! Tang Feiyang's block seemed very weak. The bright saber light swept past the saber and his body, and then disappeared. With the light gone, everyone immediately felt that heaven and earth had lost a lot of color, and the gentleness from before was gone. The few Supremes were very surprised, but in addition to being surprised, there was also confusion on their faces. However, a look of surprise flashed across Kaming's face, as if he had seen something unbelievable. The giant's attack dissipated, and the ant's counterattack also disappeared. All the illusions disappeared. There was no giant, no ant, only two people fighting. One was from the spirit realm, and the other was from the empty realm. At this moment, the two were still standing. The difference was that Tang Feiyang was holding his saber in front of his chest, just like Zichun, but Zichun was holding the hilt of his saber, which was hanging at his waist. Immediately after, a red mark appeared between Tang Feiyang's eyebrows. The red mark instantly spread all the way to his chest. His eyes slowly widened, and they were filled with disbelief. His body fell backward. Boom! A loud sound startled everyone in the surroundings. Only then did everyone realize that Tang Feiyang was already dead. What? Tang Feiyang, a cultivator of the spirit realm, is dead? An empty realm cultivator killed a cultivator of the spirit realm with one slash. How is this possible? In an instant, there was an uproar and exclamation all around. It was like a wave, each wave higher than the last. It was too unbelievable. A cultivator of the spirit realm died just like that. An empty realm cultivator actually killed a cultivator of the spirit realm 2 levels above him. The impact of this scene on everyone was unimaginably great. On the high platform, the expressions of the 6 Supremes also changed greatly. They asked themselves if they had such combat strength when they were in that realm. Lil Red covered her mouth, afraid that she would cry out in surprise. Even if she saw this with her own eyes, she still could not believe it. Strong. Too strong. Monk and the others were only a little surprised, but they were not surprised. The outcome had long been decided, but the process was a little shorter than expected. Shimendong, who was hiding in an unknown corner, was so scared that he almost peed his pants. He pretended to be calm and shouted, "Kill him. Our Shimen family is willing to give you 2 spots." The reward was doubled again. Zichun was powerful, but he was definitely no match for many cultivators of the spirit realm. Moreover, in the face of such a powerful existence, everyone naturally did not care about one-on-one. As Shimendong's voice fell, many cultivators of the spirit realm rushed up and surrounded Zichun. At this moment, almost all of the cultivators of the spirit realm rushed towards Zichun. In the face of the siege, Zichun's response was very simple. Swoosh! He unsheathed his saber and killed. However, there were too many cultivators of the spirit realm. Even Zichun, who relied on his extreme speed, could not react in time. Puff! A sharp blade pierced through space and stabbed Zichun's back. However, only pierced 3 inches in before it stopped. Under the shocked expression of the cultivator of the spirit realm, Zichun suddenly turned around and swept his saber across the cultivator's neck. Puff! A head flew high into the air. On the high platform, when the Supremes saw this scene, their expressions changed drastically. They were deeply moved. Chapter 1833. On the square, the battle was still going on. Although Zichun's battle prowess was very strong, the Supremes were still sitting in the square. However, their expressions were that of surprise, shock, and disbelief. But now, the Supremes had completely lost their composure. They all stood up and stared at Zichun. To be precise, they were staring at the wound on Zichun's back that was bleeding. There was a 3-inch deep wound there, and golden blood was flowing out. Just now, the blade was forced to stop after entering the body 3 inches deep. Its owner was beheaded by Zichun. The strength of Zichun's body shocked them. Poof! At this moment, Zichun couldn't dodge in time again. A long blade chopped down at his head. Zichun subconsciously waved his left arm to block. His defense was instantly broken. The long blade cut into his arm, but after breaking his skin, it was blocked by his bones. Swoosh! Zichun didn't even frown in the face of this attack. A saber light suddenly flashed in his right hand, and another head flew high into the air. Another spirit realm cultivator had died. That's right. He blocked the attack with his body. His body is comparable to an imperial weapon. To be precise, it's stronger than an ordinary imperial weapon. Who is he exactly? How can he cultivate his physical body to such a level? You have to know that even those higher life forms might not have such methods. Could it be that he is also a supreme beast? Zichun's body shocked the Supremes. As for the people outside the square, they were even more dumbfounded. His body was comparable to an imperial weapon. He was even stronger than a higher life form. Among the Supremes, only Lien Meng nodded secretly. Of course, he knew the reason why Zichun's body was so strong. It was because of the Thunder King physique. However, he had seen the Thunder King physique before, and it was much weaker than his opponents. Pooh, pooh, pooh. The battle continued. The spot to go to Mount Supreme was too important. No one was willing to give it up. More spiritual realm experts rushed up. Moreover, in this spiritual realm, there was no lack of peak existences second only to Supremes. These existences' attacks were stronger and sharper. Wounds appeared on Zichun's body. Furthermore, after knowing that Zichun's body was strong, they began to hold back their attacks. As a result, the attacks that landed on Zichun's body could only cause damage in a small area. However, they were able to save their own lives. Pooh! The long blade in Zichun's hand slashed out rapidly, tearing open the chest of a spirit realm cultivator. However, at the critical moment, the spirit realm cultivator had already dodged and retreated, so this attack was not fatal. Pooh! Blood splattered everywhere. Zichun was bathed in blood. Some of it belonged to him, and some belonged to others. The demon ape and the others quietly observed Zichun in the middle of the battlefield, the wounds on their bodies gradually increasing. However, none of them showed any intention of helping. They knew Zichun very well. At this moment, he absolutely did not want anything to happen to Su Mengyao. The people around him did not seem to have any intention of attacking Su Mengyao, but as long as there was a possibility, her safety was the first priority. Moreover, Su Mengyao had begun to comprehend the cultivation method without saying a word. There was clearly a reason for that. Now, the only thing Zichun and the demon ape could do was to stall for time for her. Pooh, pooh. A series of attacks came, and Zichen's body had more wounds. Although they were not fatal, there would always be a time when they would be fatal. Shimin Lu heaved a sigh of relief, and his expression became calm again. If this continued, Zichen would undoubtedly die. On the other hand, Shimin Dong laughed out loud without any scruples and said loudly, "Yes, that's it. Kill him, haha." Lil Red looked at Zichen. She was very nervous and worried. At this moment, the young master in her eyes was so unbearable. All the halos that once shone on him seemed so pale. At this moment, Shimin Dong's expression was ferocious and crazy. However, in this madness, there was also fear and pride. In short, it was very complicated and very embarrassing. Su Mingyao's body began to emit waves of mysterious power. This power was ethereal and inactive. Su Mingyao was showing signs of waking up. "Kill him. Hurry up and kill him." Shimin Dong laughed loudly. He laughed proudly and ferociously. His crazy voice spread throughout the place, and people could not help but feel disgusted. Zichen suddenly turned his head and looked at Shimin Dong with bloodshot eyes. The latter was immediately shocked and could not help but retreat. From a distance, one could be scared away with a single glance. When Zichen showed his powerful side, Shimin Dong's unbearable side was also disappointing. Compared to the two, the difference was like heaven and earth. Shimin Dong also saw the change in everyone's mood. He was even more displeased and furious. In an instant, he transferred this displeasure to Zichen. He shouted at Zichen, "Zichen, you will definitely die today. No, I don't want to kill you yet. I want to keep you alive so that you can watch me and Mingyao get married, and then watch us consummate our marriage." Zichen's emotions fluctuated so much that he was exposed. Immediately, 2 more wounds appeared on his body. These wounds were almost fatal. Shimin Dong saw that it was effective and said again, "Haha, Mengyao's figure can be said to be perfect. Unfortunately, you, a person who is about to die, won't have the chance to enjoy it. She is mine now, and she will also be mine in the future. I will always ravage her." Shimin Dong originally wanted to provoke Zichen, and his goal was indeed achieved. Zichen was repeatedly hit, and his injuries gradually became worse. However, Shimin Dong didn't notice that Zichen's originally clear eyes gradually turned red. He was angry and was about to lose his mind. He could let himself die, but he absolutely couldn't let anything happen to Mingyao. If a dragon had a reverse scale, touching it would lead to death. At this moment, Shimin Dong not only touched this reverse scale, but he also repeatedly touched it and even pulled it out. "Haha, Zichen, you haven't seen Mingyao's body yet, right? Soon, I will see it. TSK, that jade-like skin. It must be very nice to touch." Hearing these words, Zichen's body suddenly surged with a violent aura. The essence of this aura was still lightning, but it was more violent than the previous lightning. If lightning had intelligence, then the current lightning would be filled with anger. A mysterious fluctuation spread out, and Mingyao had already awakened. She slowly opened her eyes, and her big eyes were clear and bright. Following that, Shimin Dong's unbearable words also spread out. As if she sensed something, she immediately turned her head and saw the bloodied figure on the battlefield that had haunted her dreams. At this moment, that figure was rushing forward with all his might. His eyes were fixed on Shimin Dong, and he wanted to kill him. Unfortunately, there were too many spiritual realms around, and each of them was so careful that they didn't give Zichen a chance to move forward. The moment Mingyao looked at Zichen, Zichen also turned his head and saw Mingyao, who had already removed her veil. He saw her delicate face and her pair of gentle and bright eyes. Mengyao's eyes were still bright and gentle. Her eyes were filled with joy and excitement, and the joy of reunion. In an instant, Zichen felt Mengyao's feelings. How could he let such a person be hurt? Shimin Dong was still speaking rudely and laughing complacently. However, this kind of method was too despicable, and it made many people unhappy. Zichen originally wanted to ignite the anger, but after seeing Mingyao, he became clear-headed. Although he was clear-headed, the anger in Zichen's heart burned even more fiercely. However, this kind of anger no longer corroded his rationality. The violent lightning became even more violent. At this moment, It was as if a lightning dragon was roaring in his spiritual sea, appearing very angry. This kind of anger had obviously reached a limit, but it couldn't be vented. Zichun no longer rushed forward. Instead, he stood where he was, and the burning anger in his eyes gradually calmed down. He calmly looked at Shimendong. The other spiritual realms around didn't know what was going on. They also stopped and looked at Zichun with caution. Haha, Mengyao has awakened now. She will be mine soon, and we will soon consummate our marriage. Shimendong laughed sinisterly at Zichun and said loudly. Zichun said indifferently, "That's impossible." Zichun's calm words startled Shimendong. Zichun was too calm. He was so calm that he felt like a stranger. It was as if in an instant, Su Mingyao, the person he loved, had become an ordinary passerby. Hence, he subconsciously asked, "Why is it impossible?" "Because you are already dead." Zichen's words were still calm, but in this calmness, there was a ruthless indifference. He looked calm, but the anger in his heart had reached a limit. He wanted to vent this anger, and his target was Shimendong. Therefore, he was very relaxed and naturally said two words to Shimendong. Thunder's fury. These two words were sonorous and powerful, and spread throughout the whole place. It was like a heavenly sound that connected the Tao of heaven and earth and lingered around the entire ethereal city. This voice revealed a kind of will, a cold and ruthless will. However, no one knew what Zichen meant by suddenly saying these two words, how it would help him in his current situation, or what it would do to Shimendong. Everyone was confused, including the 5 Supremes. As the 6 Supremes, Leming frowned slightly, as if he was thinking about something. On the high platform, Su Mingyao felt something and slowly raised her head to look at the sky. There seemed to be a light there. At first, the light was flickering like starlight, but soon it became clear. It was not light, but a silver light. To be more precise, it was a thunderbolt. This was a thunderbolt with an angry will. Thunder's fury, the fury of thunder. With the appearance of this angry thunderbolt, the sound of thunder suddenly sounded between heaven and earth. This sound was vast and deafening, and it echoed in the sky above the entire ethereal city. Such power made everyone subconsciously raise their heads and see this thunderbolt. In an instant, the thunderbolt seemed to have turned into a thunder dragon, an angry dragon. The angry dragon fell from the sky, passing through the obstruction of time and space, and in an instant, it was above Shimendong's head. No. When Shimen Lu sensed that something was wrong and wanted to stop it, it was all too late. Shimendong stared blankly at the sky. Looking at the angry dragon that filled his vision, his face was full of horror and shock. Boom. Chapter 1834. The thunder turned into a raging dragon and exploded above Shimendong's head. The sound of thunder resounded through the 9 heavens and shook the earth. Facing the raging dragon, rays of light lit up around Shimendong's body. These were all Shimendong's own defensive treasures, forming a defensive light shield. There was even an imperial weapon among them. However, the might formed by the raging dragon was truly too powerful. In an instant, it destroyed all of the defenses with an unstoppable force. Crack, crack, pong. Even the defensive imperial armor did not last for more than a breath of time before it shattered. The light of the thunder completely drowned Shimendong. Between heaven and earth, except for the roaring thunder, there was only Shimendong's shrill scream. The thunder dissipated, and Shimendong's figure disappeared. Only a charred corpse was left between heaven and earth. This is... Meng Meng was shocked. A look of shock appeared on Ku Ming's face. He was shocked by the thunderbolt that had just descended from the sky. The other Supremes were stunned, and their faces were full of shock. The sudden appearance of the raging thunder was completely out of their expectations. It appeared without any warning. No. Mournful cries reverberated between heaven and earth, lingering for a long time. His only son died just like that. How could Shimen Lu not be angry? Kill him. As the cold words fell, more spiritual realms rushed towards Yichun. Swoosh. Just as the spiritual realms rushed forward, a black shadow suddenly rushed into the battlefield from the high platform of the square. The black shadow held a long staff in his hand. After he appeared, he swung the staff at the head of a spiritual realm. Facing this attack, the spiritual realm seemed to be dumbfounded and did not make any move to dodge. Bang! The staff fell, and the spiritual realm's body suddenly exploded. The group of spiritual realms that rushed towards Yi-chan paused for a moment. Then, a portion of them turned and rushed toward the demon ape. Obviously, they had already seen that the demon ape was extraordinary. Amitabha. The monk chanted the name of Buddha and followed the demon ape to Yi-chan. The demon's subduing pestle in his hand swept out, and several spiritual realms were sent flying. Swoosh! Su Mingyao, who had already comprehended the cultivation method, landed lightly in front of Yi-chan. She raised her hand, and mysterious power fell in all directions, enveloping the spiritual realm cultivators. Under the cover of this power, the speed of the spiritual realm was greatly reduced. Yi-chan's saber light flashed past, and heads flew up one after another. Everyone joined the battle, and Yi-chan was no longer alone. The roars of the dragon and tiger reverberated throughout heaven and earth. The dragon and tiger transformed into a streak of purplish-golden light as they charged toward the spirit realm cultivators. Wherever they passed, the spirit realm cultivators were sent flying and coughed up blood. Everyone displayed extraordinary techniques one after another, forcing the spirit realm cultivators to retreat. Let's go. Yi-chan prepared to lead everyone away. The anger in his heart was still there, but he could no longer unleash the Wrath of Thunder technique like before. However, in his world, the realm power had already gone completely berserk. Numerous heaven and earth spiritual energies were madly transforming into realm power. Die! The cold voice kept ringing out. Yi-chan held the long saber and kept slashing forward. Everyone present was shocked when they saw such a method of slaughter. Yi-chan was already unimaginably powerful, but who would have thought that Yi-chan's friends were also so terrifying? Su Mingyao raised her hand and struck out a mysterious power. This power could restrain the spirit realm cultivators. She was responsible for restraining them, while Yi-chan was responsible for killing them. The realm that these people revealed was only in the empty realm, but they could kill spirit realm cultivators above their realm. They had never seen such a method before. Moreover, with such powerful combat strength, once they became supremes, they would be existences that could sweep away everyone present. Apart from being shocked, there was also fear in everyone's hearts. It was obvious that if they couldn't keep them here today, Ethereal City would be destroyed in the hands of these people in the future. Su Mingyao was the future Supremes. There was almost no suspense. Longhu Supremes were even more so the future Supremes. However, the combat strength displayed by the other three people present was not any weaker than the two of them. It was obvious that the three of them were also extraordinary existences. There seemed to be no problem for them to step into the supremacy realm. This time, there were a lot of spirit realm cultivators, but no matter how many there were, they couldn't withstand the joint killing. The devil ape used its strongest move, killing one person with a stick. Its killing efficiency was very high. However, during this period, there were also attacks that fell on the devil ape, but they were all blocked by the ape's strong defense. Bang! After the Imperial armor blocked several attacks in a row, it directly exploded. However, the following attacks couldn't break the devil ape's body. It was obvious that this was another existence whose physical body was stronger than an Imperial weapon. The monk's expression was constantly changing. One moment, he was kind and dignified. The next moment, he was evil and ferocious. This was the change between good and evil. Every time it changed, the monk would be able to display an even stronger power. The spiritual realm experts were sent flying one after another. The Longhu Supremes were not afraid of the spirit realm. Moreover, as a natural supremacy beast, there was almost no weakness in the process of its growth. Although it was weaker than Yi-chan's perfect series in all aspects, it was definitely not much weaker. Dongqing stood in the crowd and didn't interfere. She wasn't good at this kind of battle that was 2 levels higher than her. She could only watch quietly in case something unexpected happened. The spirit realm cultivators died one after another, and the spirit realm cultivators rushed forward one after another. However, when they joined forces, It seemed that no matter how many spirit realm cultivators came, they wouldn't be enough to kill them. Oh my God, this is too terrifying. There are actually existences with such combat strength in this world. Could it be that they are invincible among the realm lords? The surrounding exclamations rose and fell. Young Miss is right. There are still many things worth pursuing in this world. Little Red murmured, looking at Zichun, who was covered in blood, and Su Mingyao, who was happy and satisfied beside him. Her previous outlook on life completely changed at this moment. No, after they join forces, their combat strength will become stronger again. No matter how many spirit realm cultivators come, they will only be courting death. Lian Meng shook his head and said. The other Supremes nodded. Shimin Lu's eyes narrowed as he looked at a Supremes in the crowd. This was an existence who had just become a Supremes. He had been guarding Shimin Dong previously, but Zichen's Thunder's fury appeared too quickly and too strangely. Even he couldn't stop it. After sensing Shimin Lu's will from his eyes, he took a step out of the crowd. Boom! When the Supremes took a step, the world changed color, and the entire ethereal city trembled. Supremes, known as Supremes, had absolute combat strength, even if they had just become Supremes. Usually, it was difficult for Supremes to come out, let alone make a move. Such an existence was an emperor. No matter where he was an existence that could make others tremble. In terms of realm, although there was only a difference of one realm between Supremes and Realm Lords, the difference of this realm was like the difference between an emperor and a commoner. And this Supremes were emperors, while Zichen and the others were commoners. This was also the reason why the Supremes hadn't made a move for a long time. The difference between the two sides was too great. However, at this moment, the combat strength displayed by Zichen and the others was close to that of a Supremes. As soon as the Supremes appeared, everyone retreated. There was no need for words at all. The surrounding spirit realm experts who were crazy about killing Zichen and the others retreated one by one. At this moment, Zichen's group of 4 and a Supreme's beast stood opposite a Supreme's. And in the distance between the two sides, there were corpses everywhere. Just as Zichen had expected, the square was now covered in rivers of blood. In the outside world, the rest of the cultivators were shocked. The battle today was truly too intense. Even the rarely seen royal armors had been destroyed. In addition, the emperor weapons were scattered around the corpses. Usually, each emperor weapon could trigger a battle between realm lords. But today, there were dozens of emperor weapons on the square, and no one deliberately picked them up. A Supreme stood in front of everyone. The other party hadn't made a move yet, but Zichen and the others already felt great pressure. That was a Supreme's. Back in the Saint Burial Ground, the one sealed on the door was a Supreme's. A Supreme's, a cultivation that Zichen did not even dare to think about, but today, he had become a Supreme's enemy. The Supremes took a step forward. The crowd backed away, leaving the battlefield to the Supremes. As he took another step forward, Zichen and the others felt an aura that could topple mountains and overturn seas locking onto them, making it difficult for them to breathe. The other cultivators did not notice anything unusual. Zichen turned around and glanced at the trio and Longhu. His lips curled into a grin. However, he was currently soaked in blood. His grin was quite hideous. Do you dare to fight a Supremes? The monk's evil side disappeared, replaced by his kind side. He placed his palms together and said, Umitba, why wouldn't I? Kill. The demonic ape only uttered a single word. The red glow in its eyes grew stronger. Fighting side by side, I'm not afraid of death. Longhu's answer was simple and firm. He was not even afraid of death. Why would he be scared of a mere 9 Heavens Supreme, especially one that had just achieved the 9 Heavens Supreme realm? A 9 Heavens Supreme isn't undefeatable, Su Mingyao said softly. Her eyes were glittering, yet firm. You're asking for death. The 9 Heavens Supreme let out a cold grin. His eyes were filled with a murderous intent. Roar. The demonic ape uttered a furious roar all of a sudden. Its figure enlarged rapidly, turning into a giant-like man-Shu's transformation. The black stick in its hand enlarged too. Its figure was encapsulated in a black glow, filled with a demonic aura. The cries of dragons and tigers could be heard as Longhu's figure emitted a blinding purple-golden glow. In the blink of an eye, Longhu grew from 3 meters tall to 300 meters tall, unleashing a terrifying aura. Su Mingyao's figure was encapsulated by a mysterious force. She felt even more ethereal as she was encapsulated by the force, like an ethereal fairy wearing a veil. Amitba, the monk uttered a chant, causing his figure to emit a blinding Bodhi glow. The Bodhi glow shone brightly as the monk behaved like an accomplished monk. He sat with his legs crossed in the air. The gentle and compassionate glow lit up the entire misty city. At that instant, the light emitted by the sun was overshadowed by the golden glow surrounding the monk. Chapter 1835. Amitba. The monk sat with his legs crossed in the air with a kind expression. His loud chant echoed across the place. Streams of Buddhist energy spread out in all directions, bringing with them a peaceful aura. In the crowd's eyes, the monk looked like a Buddha. Among the crowd, some of the cultivators with low cultivation base actually had the intention to convert under the Buddhist light. One by one, they put their palms together and chanted the Buddhist name one after another. Following the chants, a mysterious force burst out from their bodies and surged toward the monk. At that instant, the Bodhi glow around the monk grew brighter and brighter. The monk and the others had to use their full strength when the Nine Heavens Supreme had only taken 2 steps forward. Despite being suppressed by the Nine Heavens Supreme's aura, they were still able to unleash such a rare phenomenon. It was obvious that they were no ordinary cultivators. The demon ape was engulfed in a strong demonic aura, like a giant demon. Longhu was surrounded by a purple-golden glow, forming a domain around him. Su Mingyao stood beside Zichen with a mysterious aura circling her, making her look like an immortal. The 4 of them were unleashing rare phenomena to resist the suppression of the Nine Heavens Supreme. The crowd was utterly shocked. It was obvious that even the Nine Heavens Supreme was unable to suppress the 4 cultivators. Both Tyrant and Longhu had displayed extraordinary moves. In the midst of the astonishment, the crowd shifted their attention to Zichen. After all, Zichen was the strongest cultivator on the battlefield. The suppression of the Nine Heavens Supreme was too overwhelming. Thus Zichen did not dare to conceal his strength. Thunderous roars could be heard from his body as his blood flowed rapidly, fully unleashing the power of the Thunder Emperor flesh. Silver lightning filled his body, suppressing the suppression of the Nine Heavens Supreme and lighting up the surroundings, forming a domain of lightning. In comparison, Zichen's moves were slightly weaker than the demon ape and the others. The reason being that not only did they display their outstanding flesh, the aura around them was still as powerful as before. Seeing this, Radio Ming nodded. He was sure that Zichen possessed the Thunder Emperor flesh, and it was the strongest form of the Thunder Emperor flesh. The strength of Zichen's flesh alone had surpassed that of an ordinary royal weapon. Not many realm emperors could kill Zichen. Buzz. It went without saying that he had more than 1 Thunder Emperor flesh, since he had unleashed his full strength. Zichen's figure shuddered as 2 opposing forces appeared around him. They were the destructive forces of the realm, whose essence was the power of lightning. The moment the 2 types of energy appeared, this kind of situation that defied common sense immediately caused cries of alarm. How was it possible for 2 opposing forces to appear in the same person's body? Unfortunately, Zichen would not be able to answer the crowd's questions. Bang! At this time, the Supreme Being took a 3rd step, and an even more violent force turned into a tidal wave that surged toward them like a ferocious beast. The aura of the Nine Heavens Supreme was extremely terrifying. Aura of the Nine Heavens Supreme. Although they were powerful, the gap between their cultivation levels could not be underestimated. Kill! Zichen shouted coldly in the face of this Supreme Being pressure. Ma, ma, ma. The Buddhist energy around the monk who was sitting cross-legged in the air began to vibrate violently. The first 3 notes of the 6 syllables formed a strange wave. With the support of the Buddhist energy, it shook off the Supreme Being's pressure in front of him and headed straight for the Supreme Being. Huh! The demon ape roared and smashed down with the black rod in its hand. The void trembled as the destructive force surged. The black rod was like an angry dragon, charging toward the nine heavens supreme. Swoosh, swoosh. The mysterious energy surrounding Su Mingyao turned into a strange light. Like ribbons, it broke through the seal of aura and circled toward the nine heavens supreme. Long Hu roared at the sky and rushed forward. Seeing the nine heavens supreme's aura being broken, Lai Meng shook his head and said, "It's a pity that he has just become a nine heavens supreme. He can't use the nine heavens supreme's aura flexibly yet. Otherwise, his aura alone would be able to suppress them." Other than Shimin Lu, the other nine heavens supreme nodded. No matter how extraordinary these empty realm cultivators were, they were still empty realm cultivators. There was a huge gap between them and the nine heavens supreme. Shimin Lu stared at the battlefield. His only son had died, and he was already burning with anger. He could attack at any time. Although the nine heavens supreme's aura has been broken, they still can't escape the fate of death, Shimin Lu said coldly. No one doubted this. After all, there were only a few empty realm cultivators. It was impossible for them to kill a nine heavens supreme if they joined forces. Lai Ming's eyes were flashing. His attention fell on the few of them from time to time. He seemed to be thinking about something, and his expression changed slightly. The power of the nine heavens supreme was a strange power that was almost impossible to defend against. Feeling this power, the nine heavens supreme didn't know how to resist it. He could only put up his own defense. The power of the nine heavens supreme swept over him. He only felt a slight tremor in his mind, and his body seemed to have suffered some kind of attack. He was slightly dazed. The daze was only for a moment, but that moment was enough for the demon ape to smash down with the black rod. The black rod carried an indescribable aura. When it smashed down, the void shook and trembled. In the face of this attack, the sober nine heavens supreme raised the corner of his mouth into a sarcastic smile. He raised his palm and hit the black rod in front of him. This palm seemed to be very easy, as if it didn't carry any power. However, after the palm landed on the black stick, it immediately stopped the berserk energy on the black stick. This effortless palm strike not only stopped the black stick, it also sent the black stick flying. The devil ape's enormous body was directly sent flying. But the demon ape's powerful attack was not useless. The nine heavens supreme's body shook slightly, and the energy light around his body dimmed a little. The energy that Su Mingyao struck out followed and wrapped around the nine heavens supreme's body. The defense around the nine heavens supreme was quickly dissipating. It was as if a basin of water had been poured into the snow, and the snow was quickly melting. In the process of the dissipation of the defensive energy around the nine heavens supreme, the power contained in Su Mengyao's attack was also quickly dissipating. Roar. Long Hu followed and directly hit the nine heavens supreme. His attack was naturally full of power. But when he hit the nine heavens supreme, he was sent flying. As for the nine heavens supreme, he only took 2 steps back. Ba! Tyrant appeared in front of the nine heavens supreme, and the Buddhist energy around him surged even more violently. The demon subduing pestle in his hand emitted a blazing and pure Buddhist light as he struck toward the nine heavens supreme's head. Clang. A sonorous sound rang out. Tyrant's all-out attack was sent flying. Everyone joined hands one after another and caught the sovereign off guard. But the effect was really negligible. The nine heavens supreme took 2 steps back again. The energy around his body was not destroyed at all and was still shining brightly. When the crowd in the distance saw this scene, they couldn't help but sigh. The strength that everyone displayed was very strong. But they were still far from the nine heavens supreme. Judging from the current situation, everyone was going to die here. Only Zichun had yet to make his move. But whether or not he made his move didn't mean much. Even if Zichun could break through the nine heavens supreme's defense, he still wouldn't be able to kill the nine heavens supreme. Unless the nine heavens supreme's defense could dissipate on its own, then Zichun, who had yet to make his move, might have a slight chance of killing the nine heavens supreme. Of course, there was only a slight chance. But in the eyes of the crowd, this slight possibility didn't exist at all. This wasn't the thought of a single person. Everyone was thinking about it, including the nine heavens supreme. However, right at this moment, the nine heavens supreme was suddenly shrouded in black light. These black lights were like chains that spread throughout his entire body. The appearance of the black light chains was very sudden and without any warning. However, what was even more sudden and unexpected was that after the black light chains appeared, the defense around Jizun's body that no one could break through suddenly disappeared into thin air. Whoosh! Right at this moment, everyone noticed that Zichun had made his move. As if he had teleported, he disappeared from where he was and appeared beside the nine heavens supreme. At that moment, everyone's attention was focused on Zichun. None of them noticed that the huge demonic ape in the distance had already transformed into its true form. Furthermore, it was coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. It had suffered a backlash. Under normal circumstances, its innate divine ability would be ineffective against the nine heavens supreme. But, with everyone's previous joint attack, although it didn't seem to break through the nine heavens supreme's defense, it had greatly weakened the nine heavens supreme's defense. This caused the demonic ape's attack to be effective. At this moment, Zichun made his move. For the nine heavens supreme, the disappearance of the defense and its reappearance were just a matter of a thought. Zichun's only chance was to seize this opportunity to kill the nine heavens supreme. Zichun, who had teleported, appeared. The 6 wings on his back were already flashing with bright lightning. At the same time, he unsheathed the black saber in his hand. The moment he appeared beside the nine heavens supreme, a bright saber light rushed towards the nine heavens supreme. There was no sound in the field. The nine heavens supreme immediately raised his hand and attacked the saber light. However, Zichun's figure disappeared again. This time, he appeared behind the nine heavens supreme. At the same time, a second saber light appeared. The nine heavens supreme felt something. He immediately turned around and attacked with his palm. Whoosh! Without looking at the result of this attack, Zichun's figure teleported again. This time, he appeared beside the nine heavens supreme. The saber light appeared almost at the same time as the nine heavens supreme. In everyone's eyes, when they saw the bright saber light, Zichun's saber had already returned to its sheath. The nine heavens supreme turned around again and faced Zichun's attack. Zichun began his 4th teleportation. Then, the 4th saber light appeared. In the sky, the 4th palm print appeared. Whoosh! Zichun's 5th figure appeared. The 5th saber light appeared. Whoosh! The 6th figure accompanied the 6th saber light. Whoosh! The 7th figure accompanied the 7th saber light. Whoosh! The 8th figure appeared. It took a long time to describe, but in fact, everything appeared in an instant. It was so fast that the nine heavens supreme had no time to put up his defense. Everyone looked up at the sky and saw 8 Zichun appear around the nine heavens supreme. In front of each of them was a bright saber light. At this moment, a nine heavens supreme seemed to have 3 heads and 6 arms, appearing in all directions. Chapter 1836. In the blink of an eye, Zichun manifested 8 figures and struck out 8 times. Jizun's figure changed 7 times and struck out 7 times. In terms of speed alone, Zichun's instantaneous burst of speed had already surpassed Jizun's reaction speed. Everyone exclaimed, but the group of Jizun shook their heads. Even though Zichun was faster than Jizun, and was even faster than Jizun's attack, it was useless. Such a strike was not enough to kill a Jizun, and as long as Jizun reacted, the defensive light around his body would reappear, and Zichun would no longer have a chance to get close to Jizun. It could be said that Zichun's only chance had completely failed. Next, everyone would face the fate of being killed by Jizun. But was that really the case? Bang! Bang! 7 sounds rang out in an instant between heaven and earth. These were the sounds of 7 blade lights being shattered by 7 palm prints, but there was still one last blade light that directly swept past Jizun's body. In the bright blade light, there were 2 completely opposite thunderbolt powers, and the essence of thunderbolt was destruction. When the blade light landed on Jizun's body, the destructive power of the realm was truly activated and began to destroy Jizun's vitality. At the same time, it penetrated and advanced into Jizun's body bit by bit. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it happened in an instant. Swoosh! With just a flash, the blade light completely swept past Jizun's body. Jizun, who had a hint of sarcasm on his face, froze in the next moment. His pupils suddenly widened, and his eyes stared straight ahead. What? The group of Jizun's expression changed greatly, and all of them stood up, their eyes fixed on the battlefield, and their faces were full of disbelief. For others who did not know what had happened, they saw very clearly that the blade light had not only successfully entered Jizun's body, but the power contained in it had also forcibly destroyed Jizun's vitality. How is this possible? Shimin Lu's face was full of shock, and for the first time, his shock overshadowed his anger. Monster. This is simply a monster. When did such a monster appear in the Zhanwu continent? How could a mere empty realm break through Jizun's body? The other supreme beings had expressions of disbelief on their faces, even though they had seen it with their own eyes. While the other party had only just entered the realm of the Supreme Saint, his physical body had been tempered with complete realm power, making it no weaker than an imperial weapon. However, he was cut down by an empty realm cultivator just like that. Amazing, truly amazing. Lei Ming was full of admiration. He had already seen clearly that the reason Zichun had been able to succeed was not only because Jizun did not have a defense, but also because of the two opposing thunderbolts, as well as the rules that the thunderbolts represented. It was a type of rule that Lei Ming had never seen or felt before. It was very powerful. What happened? Why isn't Jizun moving? Who won and who lost? Apart from the few supreme martial artists, the others couldn't sense the situation on the battlefield. They only saw the supreme martial artist and Zichun floating in the air. Their attacks disappeared one after another, and then they became motionless. In the midst of the discussion, Zichun's figure flashed and returned to the crowd. In the sky, after Zichun's figure disappeared, all the power around the supreme martial artist seemed to have been sucked out in an instant, and he fell directly to the ground. Boom! A sound was heard, and the supreme martial artist's body fell to the ground and never stood up again. Dead, dead, dead. A powerful supreme martial artist had died just like that. After a few breaths of silence, the scene erupted into thunderous exclamations and uproars. Today, Zichun had already shocked many people, and everyone thought that they had been shocked to the point where they were numb. However, at this moment, the death of a supreme martial artist once again shook their bottom line, causing them to be moved and lose their composure. An empty realm cultivator had killed a supreme martial artist. If this news were to spread, would anyone believe it? This was something that had never happened before. It was something that they had never heard of or even thought about. But now, this kind of thing had really happened. The entire Misty City had once reached a state of chaos because of this incident. This time, Zichun could be said to have created history, becoming an unprecedented existence, and perhaps an existence that would never be surpassed in the future. While everyone was exclaiming, they also had a deeper understanding of Zichun's strength in their hearts. It was fine if such a person became a friend, but once they became an enemy, it would definitely be a nightmare for the rest of their lives. Today, Zichun was just an empty realm cultivator, and he already had such combat strength. What would happen if Zichun became a supreme martial artist in the future? Then, who in the entire Misty City could stop him? The exclamations were still rising and falling, but there were more figures in the surroundings. These figures were all surging with the aura of a supreme martial artist. In an instant, there were at least 5 supreme martial artists around the square. Zichun could even kill a supreme martial artist, and the potential that he had displayed was truly terrifying. Under such circumstances, no matter how much hatred the other supreme martial artists of Misty City had with Shimin Lu, it was impossible for them to let Zichun leave. The aura of a supreme martial artist began to spread, and those who were close felt a great pressure. Their faces changed drastically, and they quickly retreated. At this moment, everyone could clearly feel the surging killing intent from the supreme martial artists. While everyone was shocked, they also kept shaking their heads in pity. Zichun was indeed powerful, and his future potential was also limitless. But at this moment, facing several powerful supreme martial artists, he and his companions no longer had a chance of survival. A powerful existence who had yet to completely rise had fallen prematurely under such circumstances. The aura of a supreme martial artist was not restrained at all. Several supreme martial artists were going to attack in a row, and it was to deal with a few empty realm cultivators. If this were to spread out, it would undoubtedly make people laugh their teeth off, and it would look like the big bullying the small. But everyone present could understand the actions of these supreme martial artists. If they did not kill Zichen now before his wings were fully developed, Zichen would be the nightmare of the entire Misty City in the future. On the square, 5 people gathered together. After killing one supreme martial artist, there would be more supreme martial artists. This had long been expected. The compassionate monk showed a compassionate smile on his face and said, "In today's battle, if there is a chance, you must leave first. In the future, you will destroy this city and avenge us." "That's right," the demon ape said coldly. "There is only hope if you are alive." This was a scene that everyone had long expected, but no one would be willing to die just like that. No matter who was present, as long as one of them escaped, then the next time, that person would have the means to destroy this city. "It's my fault." Su Mengyao lowered her head, and her face was full of guilt. "Don't blame yourself. We came here willingly. Knowing that we are going to die, we should at least have a good fight before we die," Zichen said in a deep voice. "That's right. Let's have a good fight. No matter who is next, it won't be that easy to kill me." As the monk's voice fell, the Buddha's light surged around him again. However, in the Buddha's light, the monk no longer soared into the sky. Instead, the Buddha's light condensed into a real Buddha above his head. Behind the Buddha, there were light wheels. His figure carried the light wheels and slowly rose into the sky. With the injection of Buddha's power from the monk's body, the Buddha became clearer and more compassionate. At the same time, the Buddha's power around him spread out in all directions. Under this aura, except for the supreme martial artists who had no reaction, the other cultivators were all affected by this compassionate feeling. The Buddha floated in the air, and a compassionate Buddha's voice came out from his mouth. Those cultivators who heard the Buddha's voice were suddenly in a trance, as if they saw their past and present lives. In their past lives, they were existences who devoted themselves to Buddha. Some were even Buddhas. Almost without any hesitation, the group of cultivators put their palms together and chanted the Buddha's voice in unison. For a moment, the Buddha's voice reverberated throughout the entire ethereal city. It was as if the huge city had become the Buddha's capital in an instant. The entire city was dyed in gold. All the cultivators were emitting a golden light. In this Buddha's light, all external auras were repelled. The ones who felt it the most were the supreme martial artists who were filled with killing intent. Buddha was compassionate. When faced with killing intent, it was naturally repelled and suppressed. Amitabha, the sea of bitterness is boundless. Repent and you'll see the shore. Lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. In the sky, the Buddha's voice reverberated. This voice continued to linger and reverberate, like a spiritual impact. On the other side, a cold snort was heard. Shiman Lu stood up. As a supreme martial artist, he had to make a move today. As he stood up, the Buddha's voice sounded again in the sky. Om, Ma, Inai, Pad, Mi, Hum. The Buddha shouted the 6 tones of Buddhism. As soon as this sound came out, it reverberated throughout the entire ethereal city. Then, the cultivators who were covered in Buddha's light also shouted the 6 tones in unison. Even Zichen had not learned it. With the appearance of the 6 tones, a force seemed to have appeared in their bodies, including Zichen. This force was very gentle, but also very powerful. It was filled with compassion and kindness. It was pitch black in perfect harmony with their own strength. Roar! Longhu roared into the sky. A huge phantom of Longhu's supreme beast appeared behind him. It seemed to have come from the primordial era, exuding an ancient and everlasting aura. Boom! A violent aura surged. The demonic ape was surrounded by rolling demonic aura. Behind it, a tall demonic shadow appeared. It was completely surrounded by black demonic aura. Its red eyes were filled with cold and merciless killing intent. It looked like a great demon. Su Mingyao, who was already ethereal, had a layer of hazy gauze covering her body. Her fairy-like skin was faintly discernible. She looked like a fairy who had descended to the world. Zichen's potential was completely stimulated. Above his head, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, forming a domain of its own. His body shone with the light of gold and silver energy. In his world, the realm force became more and more violent. It seemed that the pressure of a supreme martial artist and the crisis of life and death had greatly stimulated him. The power in his world was rapidly transforming into realm force. Buzz. With a tremor, the energy of heaven and earth in his world disappeared, completely turning into pure realm force. Chapter 1837. Realm power filled the entire body, which was the sign of great completion of empty realm. Then, the realm power began to change mysteriously and began to change the structure of the entire world. Once this step was taken, it would be the mystic world. Under normal circumstances, this was also a bottleneck for other cultivators. But this kind of bottleneck did not exist for Zichen at all. Just as the energy of heaven and earth in the world completely turned into realm power, his world trembled slightly, and the entire world began to change mysteriously. The realm power went straight into the ground, changing the structure of the world. The originally ordinary ground was changing under the invasion of the realm power. As if it was being tempered, the ground became harder, and some realm power began to condense in it. Zichen's already powerful aura surged around him, and this aura increased again, and the pressure of the mystic world filled the surroundings. Everyone was shocked and surprised. They did not expect Zichen to break through under such circumstances. Shimin Lu felt the change in Zichen's aura, and his eyes became colder. Even if Zichen broke through to the mystic world today, he still could not escape the fate of death, unless he could break through to the supreme realm in one go. But this was not realistic at all. Breaking into the mystic world quickly was already Zichen's greatest limit. If Zichen wanted to break through the mystic world and reach the spiritual world, it would take him thousands of years to calculate the time. The pressure that Shimin Lu displayed could not suppress everyone at this moment, but he did not care. It was just pressure, and he did not show some of his methods at all. Moreover, as long as he did not make the same mistake as the previous Supreme, it would be very easy to kill these guys. Amitabha. In the sky, the Buddha opened his mouth, and Buddhist light shone, and a lot of Buddhist power reverberated in ethereal city. Pretending to be mysterious, Shimin Lu coldly snorted and took a step forward. Heaven and earth shook, and there was a fist light that broke through the sky, heading straight for the Buddha in the sky. Below, the monk put his palms together and muttered. In the sky, a defensive light shield appeared around the Buddha. On the light shield, there were many old monks chanting scriptures, and Buddhist light surged. In addition to the strongest defense, a lot of Buddhist power also formed a swastika in front of the monk. This swastika carried a vast power. It was an attack method, and it blocked in front of the fist light. Boom! When the fist light hit the swastika, a loud explosion sounded in the sky. The Supreme Being's power surged crazily in the fist light and destroyed the swastika in an instant. Although this word was powerful, the huge gap between their cultivation levels made it impossible to unleash the power of this word. At the same time, the fist light landed on the strongest defense. The defense trembled and the old monk was sent flying. Along the way, the light barrier was constantly being extinguished. The entire light barrier was also twisting crazily and finally dissipated. However, the Supreme Being's attack was blocked. The Buddha was still alive. Soon, another swastika appeared, condensing the willpower of all the cultivators in the city, and flew towards Shimin Road. This was Buddha's counterattack. At the same time, Devil Ape and the others also launched their attacks. Behind the demonic ape, a virtual black rod appeared in the hands of the tall demonic figure. The black rod then smashed down with great force. The vault of heaven instantly shattered, and the black stick fell towards Shimin Lu with a black hole of demonic chi. Behind Longhu, the enormous figure of Longhu supremacy threw a palm strike at Shimin Lu. A loud rumble echoed between the heavens and earth. The claw shattered the void with an unimaginable destructive force. Su Mengyao was as ethereal as an immortal. She continuously unleashed her ethereal martial arts, one attack after another. Whoosh! Zichen's speed was even faster after his breakthrough. He arrived beside Shimin Lu in the blink of an eye. The long saber in his hand was unsheathed, and a bright saber ray flashed at Shimin Lu. Just like when he killed the Supreme Being, Zichen's figure began to change rapidly. Every time Zichen appeared, a bright saber ray would appear. Following his breakthrough, Zichen's teleportation speed and attack speed were a lot faster than before. In an instant, more than 10 Zichen appeared around Shimin Road. Each of them had a bright saber ray in front of them. On the other hand, Shimin Lu was alone. Not only did he have to face the attacks of the Devil Ape and the others, but he also had to withstand the attacks of Zichen. In the eyes of the crowd, Shimin Lu would be in a very difficult situation. Only the Supreme Beings present were indifferent. If such a method was used to deal with someone who had just become a Supreme Being, the opponent would definitely be flustered and might even be killed. However, it was not enough to deal with someone like Shimin Lu who had been a Supreme Being for many years. He didn't even need to launch a particularly powerful counterattack. His higher-level Supreme Being strength could easily deal with these attacks. Shimin Lu's counterattack was very simple. His Supreme Being strength surrounded his body, and the energy around him began to surge like waves. Boom! The energy surged, forming waves that spread in all directions. This was an attack from all directions, without any blind spots. Zichen's previous attacks were immediately enveloped by the waves and disappeared along with the waves. Even the figures that Zichen had manifested were directly shattered. Only Zichen's real body retreated with a horrified expression. However, compared to the speed of the waves, even the Supreme Being's speed couldn't dodge in time. The waves directly sent Zichen flying. As Zichen flew back, the first wave disappeared, and the second wave formed. It shook again, followed by the third and fourth wave. Under the attacks of the waves, the previous attacks of the crowd were instantly neutralized. At the same time, their bodies were also shaken by the waves and were sent flying. Just a few Supreme Being waves, the attacks that could kill a Supreme Being were neutralized just like that. As for the people who were sent flying, they were also affected by the energy fluctuations. They couldn't help but cough out blood. This was the strength of a Supreme Being. It was far from what a Realm Lord could compare to. Shimin Lu's face was gloomy. Seeing that the Buddha was still there and was about to speak again, he coldly snorted and punched towards the Buddha. This punch, whether it was speed or power, far surpassed the previous one. Boom! The strongest defense that the Buddha had just put up was instantly shattered. At the same time, the Buddha's figure also exploded. Below, the monk suffered a backlash and coughed out blood. There won't be a miracle. Seeing this scene, the crowd shook their heads and sighed. Zichen and the others couldn't even defeat Shimin Lu. There were still 5 Supreme Beings outside. Their fate was sealed. Go to hell. Everyone had already accepted their fate, but Zichen didn't. He shouted loudly and rushed forward again. With the Supreme Being's speed, his figure was constantly changing, appearing and disappearing mysteriously. Shimin Lu's figure was also changing, but compared to Zichen, the speed of his transformation was much slower. Zichen repeatedly attacked with his blade. Flashes of blade light appeared in all directions. These attacks were completely unexpected and very powerful. At the very least, Supreme Being wouldn't dare to be careless. That was because Zichen was even more powerful than before. The Devil Ape followed, and the demonic figure behind it condensed again and attacked fiercely. Roar! The dragon and tiger roared and rushed forward again. Suffering a backlash, the monk couldn't condense the Buddha again, but he held the demon subduing pestle and smashed it at Shimin Lu's head. Everyone's attacks were very sharp. Even someone like Shimin Lu was struggling to deal with them. However, when their attacks landed on Shimin Lu, they couldn't break through his defense at all. With a loud bang, the Supreme Being tide surged again, and everyone was sent flying again. This was the difference in cultivation level. Even though Zichen and the others' attack speed was far superior to Shimin Lu's, the difference in cultivation level made it impossible for them to break through his defense. If they couldn't break through his defense, they naturally couldn't kill him. There were still 5 Supreme Beings outside, eyeing them covetously. They couldn't escape even if they wanted to. Amazing, really amazing. Without Shimin Lu, everyone no longer cared about what they said. Kuming's eyes were full of admiration. He's indeed extraordinary. If our family has such an existence, we'll definitely dominate the seventh mainland in the future, another supreme being said. He seemed to be very impressed. However, admiration and help were two completely different things. Everyone praised, but they didn't have the slightest intention to help. At this moment, Zichun and the others were sent flying for the fourth time. And after the fourth time, they suffered a backlash and their injuries worsened. Whether it was speed or attack, they were much weaker than before. Go to hell. Shimin Lu's eyes flashed with killing intent. He punched at Zichun. This was a real killing move. Whether it was speed or power, it was very terrifying. The first to kill Zichun was also Shimin Lu's revenge for Shimin Dong. Swoosh. At this critical moment, Zichun teleported and disappeared. He did dodge the attack, but the impact of the energy forcefully entered Zichun's body. Just as he reappeared, Zichun coughed up blood again, and his injuries worsened again. Let's see how many times you can dodge. Shimin Lu's expression was cold. The devil ape and the others, who rushed forward again, were immediately sent flying. He punched at Zichun again. Zichun dodged again and coughed up blood again. He was like a cockroach that couldn't be killed. But the cockroach's injuries kept worsening. It would die sooner or later. After seeing this scene, Su Mingyao's face was full of regret and regret. She shook her head, knowing that no matter what happened today, no one could escape. Her regretful expression immediately turned into determination. She suddenly rose into the air, and her ethereal voice sounded in everyone's mind. If there's a chance, you can all leave. As soon as her voice fell, everyone looked at Su Mingyao in surprise. They didn't understand what she meant. Had she decided to stay? Su Mingyao rose into the air, her whole body exuding a holy and ethereal aura. At this moment, her body was spinning, and rays of brilliance fell as her body spun. Chapter 1838. Farewell, farewell forever. Su Mengyao's body was surrounded by a mysterious aura. This aura was pure and ethereal. Even though she was in a desperate situation and was enveloped by the ethereal aura, she was still an ethereal fairy. Zichun raised his head and looked at Su Mingyao. Looking at her clear and bright eyes that were filled with reluctance, he had a bad feeling in his heart. He flapped his wings again and unwillingly rushed towards Shimin Lu. Die, die, die. In his body, the energy went berserk. His expression became more and more malevolent. His world was trembling. Wave after wave of powerful energy was crazily injected into Zichun's body. At this moment, Zichun could be said to be invincible among the world overlords. However, his opponent was an utmost being. In front of an utmost being, a world overlord was so insignificant. Boom! Shimin Lu glanced at Zichun indifferently. The energy trembled, and he was sent flying again. So what if he was unwilling? He could only hope that his strength was too weak and that he couldn't even protect the woman he loved. Zichun went crazy. All his potential had been stimulated. Tyrant and the rest went crazy as well. They displayed even more powerful techniques, but it was useless. The difference in realms was like a heavenly chasm. After Shimin Lu made his move, everyone was sent flying. Reluctantly shifting her gaze away from Zichun, Su Mengyao's bright eyes had an additional touch of resolute coldness. A powerful aura surged out from her body. Sensing this aura, the group of supreme beings frowned slightly and became vigilant in their hearts. Shimin Lu, who was about to kill Zichun, suddenly turned around and looked at Su Mingyao. He frowned. Ethereal Amaction was known as the strongest cultivation technique in Ethereal City. However, only those who had comprehended Ethereal Amaction could cultivate it. This strongest cultivation technique was completely useless in their hands. Therefore, they were not familiar with the might of this cultivation technique. The current Su Mingyao was filled with an aura that made the utmost beings feel threatened. Her body was still spinning in the air. Specks of light scattered around her body. Zichun stared at Su Mingyao. His heart was filled with regret. Don't worry, I'm just sleeping. I'll seal myself for 500 years. If fate wills it, we'll meet again in 500 years. Her voice rang out in Zichen's sea of consciousness and echoed in everyone's sea of consciousness. Sealing oneself for 500 years meant that if Zichen and the others could successfully escape, they would still have 500 years to cultivate. However, 500 years seemed to be a long time, but for Zichen, who had the perfect world, it was still too short. It was not enough for Zichen to break through a realm. 500 years later, Su Mengyao's seal would dissipate, and the ending would be the same as today. It's time for me to sleep. Before that, I'll think of a way to send you all away. Longhu's voice sounded. It raised its head and roared. The dragon's roar and tiger's roar reverberated throughout the entire Misty City, lingering for a long time. An extremely powerful aura surged out from its body. This aura caused the faces of the supreme beings to change. Shimin Lu's expression became extremely grave as Longhu's icy cold eyes swept across him. He took the initiative to take a few steps back. Clearly, he was very wary. A storm suddenly appeared around Longhu. The storm immediately spread and swept across the entire square. Meanwhile, its body grew rapidly in the storm. 10 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters. It was like a giant mountain. I'll buy you another 500 years. The seal will be broken in 1,000 years. Longhu's voice sounded. The storm nearby grew even more terrifying. Above the storm, Su Mengyao's voice echoed across the entire Misty City. Ethereal in action. Another storm appeared above the storm that Longhu had transformed into. It was mysterious and ethereal. It slowly caught up with the previous storm. The two storms merged into one, growing stronger and scarier. The supreme beings immediately backed away from the storm. Zichen and the others were dragged into the storm uncontrollably. Crap, they're trying to escape. The supreme beings immediately tried to stop them when they realized that the situation was unfavorable. However, the storm was too terrifying. Their lives would be in danger if they entered it recklessly. The crowd could not even open their eyes due to the enormous storm, thus they had no idea what was going on. They could only hear the cries of the supreme beings in the surroundings. It was obvious that the cries were filled with anger and anxiety. A black hole appeared inside the storm. It was a passage leading to an unknown place. Zichen and the others quickly approached the black hole. As Zichen and the others were about to enter the storm, a loud roar suddenly came from deep inside the Misty City. Following it, a palm print that covered half of the sky appeared out of nowhere and slammed down at the storm. The force contained in the attack was even more terrifying. Everyone was startled when they sensed the aura. It was obvious that the aura belonged to a stronger 9 heavens supreme, one that was stronger than everyone present. As the palm print landed, the storm in the sky came to a stop as if it was about to collapse. Meanwhile, Zichen and the others immediately dashed into the dissipating black hole. Bang! As the palm print landed, the storm vanished into thin air. Zichen and his crew were nowhere to be seen. When the energy dissipated, everyone's gazes landed on the plaza once more. Their faces were filled with shock once more. In the square, there was a tall statue. It was a goddess standing on a giant beast. She turned her head sideways and looked at the sky. The goddess was naturally Su Mengyao, and the giant beast was the Longhu supreme being. The two of them had sealed themselves and turned into statues with mysterious energy circulating around them. After destroying the storm, the palm print did not dissipate. Instead, it slammed down once more, intending to shatter the statue. However, in the next moment, a halo appeared above the statue. After the terrifying palm print landed on the halo, it disappeared without a sound. Everyone was stunned. They did not expect that the two of them who had turned into statues would have such means. The existence in the depths of the Misty City only struck out a single attack and did not do anything else. As for Shimin Lu and the others, they were extremely unwilling to accept this. They struck out one attack after another, but all of their attacks were blocked by a mysterious energy. They're gone? Are they going to leave just like that? If we let them leave, Misty City will be finished. Indeed, once they become supreme beings, they will definitely come back for revenge. The spectators came to their senses one by one. Today's battle was too shocking. After this, it would definitely spread throughout the 7th mainland. It had great significance. Regardless of whether it was Zichen or Shimin Lu, they would definitely not let this matter rest after suffering such a huge loss. For Shimin Lu, the most important thing was not to deal with these statues, but to find Zichen and the other two and kill them. As he released his spiritual sense, Shimin Lu discovered a spatial fluctuation. His figure flashed, and he disappeared from where he stood. "Let's go." Seeing this scene, Radio Ming also said and teleported away. Immediately after, the other supreme beings who had come to attend the wedding also disappeared in a flash. On the other hand, the 5 supreme beings were unable to track them down due to their strength. Thus, they remained in the Misty City. As soon as Zichen and the others entered the black hole, it completely collapsed and they quickly fell out. When they fell out, they were still in the 7th mainland and even within the Misty City's territory. "Let's go." The crowd did not have much time to reminisce. Since Su Mingyao and Longhu had sealed themselves for 1,000 years, they would be safe for the time being. The only thing they could do was to leave this place alive and return as supreme beings after 1,000 years. Among the 3, Zichen was the fastest. He gathered his thoughts and encapsulated the 2 with his energy, displaying his greatest speed. His figure kept flickering as he teleported, covering a distance of over 10,000 li within an instant. As soon as Zichen and the others disappeared, Shimin Lu and the other 5 supreme beings had already arrived. They soon locked onto the direction that Zichen had fled in. If Shimin Lu was at his peak, he might not be able to catch up to Zichen. However, Zichen was severely injured previously, thus his speed was greatly affected. Shimin Lu didn't say a word. His figure flashed and disappeared again. The 5 supreme beings exchanged glances with one another before following behind him. The 2 parties continued to flicker as they charged forward. Cough. As they continued to accelerate, Zichen could no longer suppress his injuries. He coughed out golden blood. Whoosh. He teleported once again without caring about the blood on his lips. However, as he continued to teleport, Zichen realized that the distance he could teleport was getting shorter. Apart from his injuries, the enormous pressure from the heavens and earth was the main reason. Gradually, Zichen could only teleport 1,000 li each time, and the pressure was getting stronger too. Apart from the pressure, Zichen could also sense a magnificent aura. Zichen gritted his teeth and teleported for tens of thousands of miles before his teleportation technique finally lost its effect. A towering mountain appeared before his eyes. He could not see the peak of the mountain, as it was covered by clouds halfway up the mountain. The entire mountain was emitting a magnificent aura, as if a peerless expert was standing there. As the trio arrived, they could only see the mountain. With a flicker, the 6 supreme beings appeared one after another. "How reckless of you to come here." Shimin Lu sneered as he walked forward. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Feeling the killing intent, Zichen and the other 2 turned around. When they saw Shimin Lu, their expressions changed. "Why aren't you running anymore?" Shimin Lu said indifferently. Zichen's expression changed. "Don't even think about borrowing the power of Mount Supreme. This mountain looks extraordinary, but there's a seal around it. Without the key, no one can enter." Shimin Lu sneered. Zichen and the other 2's expressions changed. Clearly, their last hope was gone. As a result, the only thing waiting for them was death. "Today, you will die without a doubt," Shimin Lu said coldly. If he did not kill them today, Misty City would never have peace again. As if he had already accepted his fate, Zichen replied calmly, "Even if we die today, Misty City will pay the price for this in the future. That's a matter for the future. Today, I'll kill you first," Shimin Lu said coldly as he prepared to kill them. Hua Ming, who had been watching from the back, shook his head and said, "Everyone, now that things have come to this, I can only borrow your things." The others were confused, but Hua Ming had already flown into the sky. Chapter 1839. Radiant Ming leaped into the air, his hands forming a seal in midair. The words that came out of his mouth puzzled the supreme martial artists. However, the unusual actions of a supremes were enough to attract the attention of others, including Shimin Lu, Zichen, and the others. It was also the first time Zichen saw Radiant Ming in person. He was a middle-aged man with bright eyes. As his hands continued to form seals, waves of energy that Zichen was very familiar with dissipated. Zichen's expression clearly changed. He was in disbelief. Radiant Ming met Zichen's gaze and smiled at Zichen. His smile was full of kindness. A mysterious fluctuation spread out and landed on the other 5 Supremes. In the next moment, an object flew out from their bodies. The moment they saw this object, the Supremes' expressions changed. One of them shouted coldly, "Radiant Ming, what are you doing? These 3 brats are too arrogant. I can't stand it anymore, so I'll do it in Brother Shimon's place." Radiant Ming replied indifferently as his hands continued to form seals. The Supremes made their moves one after another. However, when the light of energy landed on the object, there was no reaction. At this moment, the object in front of the 5 Supremes was being pulled by the object in front of Radiant Ming's chest. It broke free from the 5 Supremes' control and slowly rose into the air. Even if you want to do it, you don't have to take out the key. One of the Supremes had an unfriendly expression. He had already given up on fighting for the object, and a murderous intent locked onto Radiant Ming. "Don't worry, I have no ill intentions. I just want to use this thing to completely suppress them." Radiant Ming's words were still calm. The 5 objects of light came in front of him and merged with another one, forming a complete luminous crystal. At this moment, a ray of light shot out from the crystal, enveloping Zichen and the others. Bang! Shimin Lu's powerful attack was immediately blocked by the light. At the same time, a huge force knocked Shimin Lu back. This was the power of the crystal and also the power of Mount Supreme. "Radiant Ming, what are you trying to do? I can kill these reckless fools. You don't have to do anything." Shimin Lu's voice was cold. At this moment, he could clearly see that there was a huge problem with Radiant Ming. "Nothing. It's just that there's a very cruel place inside Mount Supreme. I want them to fend for themselves." "You want to save them." The group of Supreme martial artists reacted. In a flash, they appeared around Radiant Ming, their eyes cold. Sort of. As soon as he finished speaking, Radiant Ming's aura suddenly changed, becoming vast and terrifying. Sensing this aura, the expressions of the Supreme Beings changed. Shimin Lu couldn't help but exclaim, "Undying indestructible." Boom! A cold smile appeared on Lei Ming's face. The power around his body began to surge, just like when Shimin Lu had dealt with Zichen and the others. However, at this moment, the wave of energy around Radiant Ming was even more powerful and terrifying. Within this wave, the vast power of thunder surged. "Rayleigh, this is Rayleigh. You guys are in cahoots." A Supreme Being cried out in alarm as he retreated. The essence of the power Zichen had just displayed was, of course, lightning. At this moment, as soon as Radiant Ming made his move, everyone felt a similar energy. "More or less," Radiant Ming said indifferently. The violent aura around him also became more and more violent. In front of him, the crystal that had taken shape directly charged towards Mount Supreme in front of him. Boom! The entire Mount Supreme trembled. A huge light barrier appeared out of nowhere, enveloping the entire mountain. As the crystal charged forward, the light barrier around the mountain began to tremble. The advancing crystal landed on the light barrier, and a sizzling sound could be heard. Soon, a large hole was melted in the barrier. At this moment, the mysterious Mount Supreme was completely open to everyone. However, this method of opening was very different from normal circumstances. The moment the hole appeared, a blinding light exploded from the crystal. Zichen and the other 2's figures immediately disappeared. In the next moment, they were inside Mount Supreme. Radiant Ming also took a step forward and said loudly, "I'll borrow your key today. Don't worry, I'll return it later." As he spoke, the energy around him completely went berserk. The group of Supreme Beings retreated in shock. Radiant Ming's figure flashed towards the black hole. The group of Supreme Beings were so angry that they wanted to curse. They lost the key for no reason, and he even wanted to return it. Who didn't know that the key to Mount Supreme was a one-time use item? The group of Supreme Beings were furious, but the most oppressed one was still Shimin Lu. This time, he suffered a huge loss. He lost his son, one of the Supreme Beings of his clan, and the culprit escaped. The most despicable thing was that he lost the key to enter Mount Supreme. After all, it was his only chance to break into the undying, indestructible realm. Let's go. The group naturally couldn't accept such a loss. Although entering Mount Supreme recklessly showed that they weren't prepared, it was still better than losing this opportunity. Thus, the 5 of them looked at each other and immediately charged towards the black hole. At this moment, the crystal was maintaining the black hole. In the process of maintaining it, the crystal was also constantly being consumed. As the group arrived, the crystal trembled slightly and directly dispersed. The hole that just appeared was repaired once again. The open Mount Supreme closed once again. No. The group of people were blocked outside. They roared in unwillingness, but it was useless. It's over. There's nothing left. That damned Lei Ming. He actually tricked us. He's an undying indestructible. What's the point of entering Mount Supreme? The 5 supreme beings were very depressed. But just at this moment, 5 rays of light suddenly appeared from the dissipating crystal. The 5 rays of light turned into 5 tokens. They were the keys from before. The moment the 5 saw the keys, they were all stunned. This situation was very similar to what was recorded in the past. Under normal circumstances, once Mount Supreme opened, the 6 keys would disappear. But now, 5 more keys appeared. Although they were confused, the 5 of them still quickly took one of the keys. Could it be that there weren't enough people entering, so the keys left on their own? One of the supreme beings guessed. No one could give an accurate answer. Lei Ming's methods were very strange. They were supposed to be their keys, so why did they appear on their own and leave their control? During this period of time, no one could answer all of their questions. But the 5 of them knew that with only 5 keys, it was impossible to open Mount Supreme. If they wanted to open Mount Supreme, they had to find the 6th key. Damn it! Shimin Lu unwillingly circled around Mount Supreme, but he couldn't find any other entrances. He was very angry. Let's go back and deal with those 2. Not only did he get nothing today, his son even died during the wedding. He had lost a lot of face this time. Everyone was also very helpless, but they could only go back. Who would have thought that something like this would happen? Lei Ming's arrival was clearly premeditated. As for saving Zichen and the others, it was just a side mission. But for Lei Ming, this side mission would cause the entire Misty City to be in chaos for a period of time in the future. Everyone returned to Misty City. The corpses on the plaza had already been dealt with. Today, someone was destined to have a great harvest because there were too many sovereign armaments on the plaza. The plaza had already changed, but the statue in the center of the plaza was still very eye-catching. It had become the highest symbol of Misty City. Aside from the 5 supreme beings, there were also many spiritual realms around the statue. They tried to break the statue, but to no avail. During this time, the supreme beings had already given up, but the spiritual realms kept attacking. Shimin Lu and the others returned. One of the supreme beings went up and asked, "How was it?" Shimin Lu shook his head, and his face became gloomier. His action was seen by many people in the distance, and they all exclaimed. Shimin Lu's expression clearly told them that he didn't kill Zichen. They knew how powerful Zichen was. If they let Zichen go, Misty City was destined to not be peaceful in the future. Although Misty City didn't provoke any great enemies this time, they provoked some existences with great potential. In the crowd, Dong Qing saw this scene from afar and finally breathed a sigh of relief. His tensed heart was also relieved. As long as Zichen and the others were alive, it was fine. "What are you all doing here?" Shimin Lu looked at the supreme beings and asked. Lord said that after Misty in action sealed itself, it can only be unsealed when time comes. But during this time, it will absorb the energy of heaven and earth to strengthen itself. We're waiting for a formation master to come and use a formation to seal this place completely, said the supreme beings. Then you all can continue to wait. Shimin Lu nodded and directly went into the depths of Misty City. He couldn't stand the gazes of the people in the city anymore. This time, he had completely lost his face. The entire Misty City was discussing today's matter. In this battle, Zichen had stolen all the limelight, and Shimin Lu had lost a lot of face. And the most shocking thing was that Zichen and the other 2 empty realms had actually left alive. Although no one knew the process, everyone could predict the future. When Zichen returned, Misty City would be in danger. Soon, formation masters came and began to surround the statue and set up various formations. The formations didn't have any offensive capabilities, but they could prevent any energy of heaven and earth. The entire formation seemed to have completely sealed the space where the statue was, causing it to be unable to absorb any energy of heaven and earth. After doing all this, the formation masters left with cold smiles. Soon, the news of today's battle spread out of Misty City and to the Misty region. Dongqing didn't stay here for too long. She knew that even if Zichen was still alive, they wouldn't be able to meet in a short period of time. If it was so easy to meet, the supreme beings would have already gone after him. Moreover, she was worried that those supreme beings would find out about her existence and use her to trap Zichen. On the same day, after seeing the formation of the formation, Dongqing left. Chapter 1840. The inside of Mount Supreme was filled with the pressure of a supreme being. Zichen and the other two appeared at the foot of the mountain. They looked up at the towering Mount Supreme with shock on their faces. Radiance flashed, and Radiance Ming came to Zichen's side. Zichen quickly bowed and thanked him. "Thank you for saving us, Senior." Monk and Demon Ape also cupped their fists and thanked him. Radiance Ming waved his hand and said, "You're welcome. I didn't expect you to be Zichen." Zichen was surprised. "You know me?" Radiance Ming cupped his fists and bowed to the void. "This time, I happened to come to Mount Supreme to get something for the sacred ancestor of thunder. I heard your name from the sacred ancestor of thunder." Sacred ancestor of thunder. Zichen's heart skipped a beat. "Is he the sacred beast of thunder?" Radiance Ming said seriously, "He's the ancestor of the Thunder clan. He should be called the sacred ancestor of thunder." Looking at Radiance Ming's expression, he knew the sacred beast of thunder's position in the Thunder clan. If he knew that he once threatened to make the sacred beast of thunder his mount, he probably wouldn't let him go. Zichen nodded, indicating that he understood. "Where are the others of the Thunder clan?" Zichen asked again. Radiance Ming said, "You'll know when you're strong enough." Seeing that Radiance Ming didn't want to say more, Zichen didn't ask anymore. After a while, Radiance Ming said again, "This is Mount Supreme, the land of opportunity for supreme beings. It can make them immortal, and it's also very useful for the spirit realm. But for you guys, it's useless. The only result of running around is death. Coincidentally, there's a place here that's very suitable for you guys." "Very suitable for us." Monk was very confused. Longhu and that little girl chose to seal themselves. "I believe that the seal won't last long. You guys aren't weak, so your cultivation speed will be very slow. That place can help you break through quickly." Radiance Ming said, "Only I know that place." Ka Ming's guess was correct. The reason Zichen was able to improve his mystical world so quickly was because back in the battlefield of despair, Zichen had collected an entire world's worth of realm force. However, when he broke through the empty realm, his realm force had been completely exhausted. As for the next profound world, its realm energy had to be completely integrated into the ground, causing the entire world to change completely. Zichen's world was almost limitless. It would take a very long time for the realm force to completely change, but he only had 1,000 years. He might not be able to reach the spiritual realm in 1,000 years, let alone reach the sovereign realm. It could be said that this was his only chance. Therefore, Zichen agreed without hesitation. As for the monk and the demonic ape, they weren't even afraid of death, so they wouldn't reject the offer. "Very good. You can control your own time. When you want to leave, just crush this." Radio Meng took out 3 tokens and handed them to the 3. Then, with a wave of his sleeve, the 3 of them rose into the air. "May I know Senior's name? After this, Zichen will definitely pay you a visit to thank you." Zichen's voice sounded, "It's a small matter. Don't mention it." Radio Meng waved his hand again, and Zichen and the other 2 disappeared. After Zichen and the other 2 disappeared, Radio Meng flew towards the top of Mount Supreme. With a wave of his sleeve, Radio Meng sent Zichen and the other 2 to a mysterious canyon. The 2 sides of the canyon seemed to be connected to the sky, and they couldn't see the top at a glance. At the mouth of the canyon, there was a whirlwind. This whirlwind was so strong and fierce that it had already swept the entire canyon clean. From afar, Zichen and the other two could feel the power of the whirlwind. Landing in the center of the canyon, the three of them felt as if their bodies were being cut by knives. Their bodies, which were comparable to imperial weapons, actually felt a stabbing pain. Retreat! Retreat quickly! Zichen shouted loudly, but there were already cuts on his face, and blood kept flowing out. This wasn't a whirlwind. It was a real weapon. The three of them retreated again and again until they reached the other end of the canyon, where the whirlwind disappeared. Standing in a place where there was no whirlwind, the three of them heaved a sigh of relief. Just now, in a short period of time, fine cuts appeared on their bodies one after another, as if they had been cut by 1,000 knives. This whirlwind is so scary, Monk said with lingering fear. Zichen looked at the whirlwind quietly. He realized that as the whirlwind took shape, and as it moved left and right, its power gradually weakened. There was no doubt that the whirlwind's power was the strongest at the mouth of the canyon, and as it moved to the center, its power weakened by half. At this point, all of its power dissipated. With the eyes of everyone present, they could naturally see that this whirlwind contained a huge amount of energy. The quality of this energy was higher than realm power and was close to supremacy power. Zichen even suspected that on the other side of the mouth of the canyon, there was a huge supremacy whirlwind. As the whirlwind expanded, the energy dissipated and gradually became like this. Let's go up and try. After resting for a while, the wounds on his body gradually closed up, and Zichen carefully stepped forward. When he reached the range of the whirlwind, Zichen could clearly feel the whirlwind passing through his body, and then it was directly blown into his world. Then, the whole world was added with a surge of power. After this surge of power appeared, it went straight into the ground. As the energy was absorbed, Zichen's strength improved a little, although this little bit of improvement was completely negligible. So that's how it is. After sensing it several times, Zichen understood the true function of the canyon. The whirlwind of the entire canyon was completely formed by pure energy, and this energy could enter the world on its own. Under this premise, it needed one's own body as a medium. It was as if one had completely become a channel. The power of the whirlwind completely determined the speed at which the world absorbed realm power. The mouth of the canyon was undoubtedly the largest, but the premise was that one's physical body could withstand the raging whirlwind. Moreover, any defense was useless here. The only thing one could rely on was one's physical body. After gradually understanding the characteristics of this canyon, Zichen also divided the whirlwind into 9 sections. The lowest and furthest section was the 9th section, and the one closest to the canyon was the 1st section, which was also the strongest section. Let's heal first. Previously, they were already seriously injured, and the most important thing was to heal their injuries first. In order to save time, Zichen stopped at the 8th section. While the world was absorbing the energy, it was also healing. After the injuries were healed, Zichen decided to go deeper. The monk and the demon ape also stopped at the 8th section, and the two of them also sat down cross-legged to heal their injuries. The three of them recovered one after another, and then they began to move forward. Zichen walked to the 7th section, and the power of the whirlwind here increased again. When the whirlwind landed on his body, there was a piercing pain. However, this piercing pain was not enough to break Zichen's physical body. Wave after wave of energy from the whirlwind entered Zichen's world and was absorbed by it. With the help of external forces, the speed at which Zichen's world changed became much faster. Under normal circumstances, the 7th section was just right for cultivation. However, Zichen only had 1,000 years. Within 1,000 years, he had to break through to the supreme level. Therefore, he had to seize the time. Therefore, he moved forward again and walked to the 6th section. The whirlwind blew past, and there were more marks on his skin. These marks were spreading, and they became small wounds. The whirlwind continued, and these wounds began to form. Then, the whirlwind blew on the stronger bones. This was a real scraping of the bones. Zichen's mouth twitched, and the cold sweat on his forehead disappeared as soon as it appeared. At this moment, Zichen seemed to be suffering from 1,000 cuts. His body was badly mutilated, and there were silver lights emitting from his body, which were repairing his physical body. Just like this, Zichen suffered unimaginable pain, but he still gritted his teeth and did not make a sound. After his physical body suffered so much pain, the speed at which the energy entered Zichen's world was also much faster. The speed at which his realm increased was very obvious. If he continued to develop at this speed, Zichen was expected to break through to the spiritual realm within 1,000 years. Although he was still not satisfied with this speed, this was already Zichen's current limit. Time passed like this. After an unknown period of time, the power of the whirlwind seemed to have weakened. The speed at which Zichen's body was recovering increased a lot. Gradually, the exposed bones were covered by his flesh and blood, and then the flesh and blood grew. During the process of his body being constantly repaired and torn, Zichen's physical body was also growing. Now, he had completely adapted to the sixth section of the whirlwind. Immediately after, Zichen opened his eyes and looked at the fifth section of the whirlwind. Without hesitation, Zichen quickly moved forward. His newly repaired body was torn apart again, and his strong bones blocked the ravaging whirlwind. Once again, the pain of being scraped by 1,000 cuts began. Behind him, the monk and the devil ape were also doing their best. They had already reached the sixth section of the whirlwind, and their bodies were also badly mutilated. What I'm going to talk about next is a legendary story that caused havoc in Ethereal City. The protagonist of the story is called Zichen. The reason is that Zichen's beloved woman, Su Mingyao, was forced to marry someone else. When Zichen was angry, blood flowed like a river. The square of Ethereal City was filled with corpses, not the corpses of the empty realm, but the corpses of the mystic world and the spiritual realm. Zichen and his companions slaughtered the mystic world and the spiritual realm of Ethereal City. Seeing that the massacre continued, the Ethereal City's mystic world and the spiritual realm would not be enough to kill. In desperation, a supreme being appeared. When a supreme being appeared, the heavens and earth changed colors. However, Zichen's friends were not to be outdone. One by one, they attacked together, displaying their strongest techniques. Among them, there was the Buddhist divine ability of the evil good monk, the sky-splitting battle ape's powerful technique, the divine ability of the Longhu sovereign, and Su Mengyao's ethereal inaction. Under their combined efforts, they directly broke through the Supreme Being's defense. In the end, Zichen killed the Supreme Being with his fastest speed and the Thunder Clan's killing technique. Killing a Supreme Being in the empty realm, this is almost unprecedented. The entire Ethereal City was in an uproar. Unfortunately, there are many experts in Ethereal City, and a powerful Supreme Being appeared. The difference in cultivation realm caused everyone to retreat. In desperation, Su Mingyao and the Longhu sovereign chose to seal themselves. Zichen and the other two retreated in defeat. A group of Supreme Beings chased after them, but they still could not kill the three of them, and they successfully escaped. In a tavern, a woman with a black mask was recounting the battle that happened that day. Chapter 1841. That's impossible. How could someone from the empty realm kill someone with dignity? That's ridiculous. The empty realm can't even kill someone from the mystic world. How could they slaughter someone from the spiritual world and kill a supreme being? That's a nice story, but it's too fake. Voices of doubt immediately rang out in the tavern. The one who told the story was naturally Dongqing. In the battle that day, Zichen's combat strength had shocked Misty City, and Dongqing had also witnessed the strength of Su Mingyao and Longhu. Together with the devil ape and the monk, it was enough to see how extraordinary Zichen's friends were. Zichen had once said that his friends should have come to the Jiangwu continent, so what Dongqing had to do was to spread the story about Zichen so that they could find his friends. Even if they couldn't find them, they would still go to Misty City after hearing about it. After telling the story, Dongqing bowed slightly to the audience and said, "If you don't believe me, you can go to the 7th Mainland's Misty City and take a look." With that, she left. Her storytelling was completely free, and she would stay in a city for a month to tell the story 90 times, which was an average of 3 times a day. Dongqing left the tavern and was about to go to the next one. Not long after, she stopped and turned to look at a young man. She said calmly, "You're following me?" The young man wore a blue robe and looked very gentle. He looked at Dong Qing and said, "What you said before is true. You'll know whether it's true or not when you see it." After pondering for a moment, the young man said, "So, you know Zichun?" Dong Qing's expression changed. She asked in return, "You're Zichen's friend?" Zichen's name was only known to people from the 7th and 9th mainlands, and this was the 6th mainland. Those who knew about Zichun must be his friends. "I'm LV Pong," said the young man. "You're that array master." Dong Qing was very surprised. There were twins in Hu Pingqing. Back then, Zichen had told the twins that he had a friend called Lu Peng who was good at array formations. "Can you tell me what happened?" LV Ping asked. Dong Qing nodded, and she canceled the rest of the trip. The two of them sat down in a tavern, and Dong Qing told her what had happened. "Those old bastards. I already knew that they weren't anything good. Humph. If there's a chance to go back, no one in the floating mist sect should even think about ascending." After hearing the whole story, LV Peng coldly said, "You are an array master. You should be able to help Fairy Ming Yao break the array, right?" Dong Qing said. Su Ming Yao and Long Hu had sealed themselves. Originally, they could absorb the energy of the world, but they were forcefully stopped by the formation masters. As a result, the two of them clearly could not absorb the energy of the world during their slumber, which might have affected them. It's just an array that isolates the energy of heaven and earth. I feel disdain for breaking it. If I want to absorb it, I'll have to absorb the power within the void. That's the most powerful power. LV Pong had a confident look on his face. After that, he asked again, "Where are you going next?" "I'm going to continue spreading the news. Hopefully, I can find more people," Dong Qing said. LV Pong looked at Dong Qing and praised. "You're really amazing." Dong Qing smiled shyly and said, "I can't help with other things. I can only use this method to help him gather his companions. Then I'll have to trouble you. If you can use this method to gather the others to Floating Mist City, I believe it will definitely be very lively." LV Peng smiled, but there was a hint of coldness in his smile. "You don't seem to be worried at all." Dong Qing looked at LV Peng. LV Peng laughed. "Why should I be worried? Zichen isn't dead, and Tyrant and Devil Ape are alive and well. Meng Yao and Long Hu are also in slumber. We just have to wait for the time to come and break the seal. But that's Floating Mist City. There are many Supreme Being experts there, and there are even immortal existences there. These people are extremely powerful. Don't you have to worry?" LV Peng smiled again. "If you can gather the others to Floating Mist City, I think the ones who should be worried are the Supreme Beings in Floating Mist City. You have a lot of confidence in them. I heard from Zichun that they haven't been in this world for long. Extraordinary people will be extraordinary no matter where they go. Don't worry, as long as you can gather everyone. I believe that a mere Floating Mist City won't be able to stop us." LV Peng was very confident, and he indeed had the basis for his confidence. Just Zichen's group of 5 was enough to turn Floating Mist City into a mess. If everyone were to go, how could Floating Mist City be peaceful? One had to know that everyone's potential wasn't too different. Furthermore, there was an existence among them that specialized in assassination. Other than that, there were also a few existences that were comparable to Long Hu. The two separated, and Dong Qing continued to tell the story of Zichen. From LV Peng's confident expression, she seemed to be able to see the scene when everyone gathered in Floating Mist City. Looking at the departing Dong Qing, LV Peng shook his head and sighed. Another pitiful person. From the changes in Dong Qing's emotions, he could feel Dong Qing's feelings for Zichen. Unfortunately, Zichen wasn't very proactive when it came to matters of the heart. He was destined to be a sad and pitiful person. Dong Qing was still telling the story of Zichen, while LV Peng was heading to Floating Mist City. At this moment, he already had the strength of a mystic world expert, and his cultivation was rising rapidly. Apart from his potential, the main reason was that LV Peng's world was too small. However, this didn't affect LV Peng's combat strength. He was a formation master, and his strongest means were formations. When he arrived at the 7th mainland, the story of Zichen was still being spread. It could be heard almost everywhere. Indeed, extraordinary people are extraordinary wherever they go. LV Peng shook his head and stepped onto the teleportation array of floating Mist City. When he arrived, the teleportation array was a little jammed because there were too many people. Many of them came because they heard of the story and wanted to see if it was true or not. When he finally arrived at floating Mist City, LV Peng immediately saw the building that had become the symbol of floating Mist City. It was Su Mingyao standing on a dragon and tiger. It's true. Oh my God, it's actually true. That's right, there's no mistake this time. There are indeed geniuses in this world. I didn't expect that someone from the empty realm could kill a sovereign. After seeing the stone statue, everyone believed the story. However, LV Peng had a different thought when he saw it. He seemed to have seen the scene of blood flowing in floating Mist City. It's said that this seal can last for 1,000 years. After 1,000 years, the seal will dissipate on its own. 1,000 years? Then 1,000 years later, the entire floating Mist City will probably welcome another great war. That's right, there will definitely be a great war. It's said that Zichun escaped to Mount Supreme. Once he becomes a sovereign after 1,000 years, those sovereigns in floating Mist City might not be able to deal with him. Becoming a sovereign in 1,000 years? That's impossible, right? It might be impossible in other places, but there might be a miracle in Mount Supreme. While everyone was still discussing, LV Peng's figure flashed and disappeared as if he teleported. When he reappeared, LV Peng had already passed through the array and arrived at the foot of the statue. During this time, no one noticed him. When LV Peng entered the array, he immediately sensed the energy ripples here. Then, a smile appeared on his face. As expected of a sovereign beast and an ethereal existence, they're actually absorbing the energy in the void on their own. He could clearly sense that the two of them were absorbing the energy in the void on their own. However, the absorption speed was affected by the array, so it wasn't fast. Next, LV Peng took out some array materials and started carving around the statue. This process lasted for 7 days. After 7 days, LV Peng raised his head and his face turned pale. This was caused by the energy consumption. The array that connected to the void was activated. It was like tentacles reaching into the void and started absorbing the energy in the void. Compared to before, the absorption speed was 100 times faster. It was as if there were many void trees around the two of them. After doing all this, LV Peng smiled at the statue and said, "There's still 1,000 years before you can break the seal. I won't stay here any longer. I have to find an opportunity to become a sovereign in 1,000 years. When the time comes, I'll come and help you." With that, LV Peng's figure disappeared. His appearance didn't attract anyone's attention, nor did anyone notice that the array had changed. The two statues were absorbing the energy in the void. 1,000 years might seem long, but to a true powerhouse, it was just a blink of an eye. In order to deal with Zichun's revenge 1,000 years later, Shimendong and Misty City made other arrangements. On one hand, they were looking for the 6th key. They were preparing to enter Mount Supreme and find an opportunity to kill Zichun. On the other hand, they started recruiting some geniuses and nurturing them. 10 years quickly went by. The number of cultivators who talked about the battle back then gradually decreased. However, the number of cultivators who came to Misty City increased. They were all here for the battle that happened 10 years ago. They were all curious as to whether the battle was real or fake. And this statue had become a beautiful scenery in Misty City. Among them, there was a young man dressed in black. He followed the crowd to the statue. After seeing the statue, there was an obvious change in his indifferent expression. Very good, very good. Following the discussions around him, a cold smile appeared on the black-clothed youth's face. He turned around and walked towards the depths of Misty City. On the same day, news spread that a spirit realm expert who was about to become a sovereign was assassinated. In the next 2 days, another 2 people who had the potential to become sovereigns were assassinated. When Shimen Lu heard the news, he was furious. He sternly warned the other sovereigns that this wasn't just his problem, it was the entire Misty City's problem. Once Zichun came again, Misty City would be in danger. The other sovereigns all took out evidence to prove that it wasn't their people who did it. However, Shimen Lu didn't believe them at all. At the same time, he warned them to stop here. Otherwise, he would fight back. The sovereigns also couldn't say anything. At this point in time, who would still fight among themselves? Chapter 1842. The fifth section of the hurricane was still wreaking havoc. Zichun gritted his teeth and persevered. Under this kind of torture, his body also stimulated its greatest potential. Thunder Emperor Physique constantly released vitality to repair Zichun's injured skin. While his body was constantly being repaired, it was also constantly being damaged by the hurricane. When the speed of destruction exceeded the speed of repair, the hurricane would be like a sharp blade, cutting Zichun's bones. It was a kind of heart-wrenching pain. The corner of Zichun's mouth kept twitching. The pain spread throughout his body. His whole body trembled slightly. Gradually, his whole body became numb and he lost consciousness. As time passed, the speed of his body's recovery finally exceeded the speed of destruction. His wounds were slowly healing, and his body was also becoming stronger in the process of recovery. After an unknown amount of time, Zichun's wounds were finally completely healed. The hurricane fell on his body again, but it was no longer a threat to him. Zichun, who had his eyes closed all this time, opened his eyes after his body recovered. He knew that it was time to go to the fourth section of the hurricane. At this time, he released his spiritual thoughts and began to perceive the world in his body. He noticed the mysterious changes in the world. The originally majestic mountains disappeared and became low hills. However, the whole shrunken hills contained pure realm energy. Under one of the hills, Zichun even found a few crystals that contained realm energy. These were Realm Emperor stones. Although the quality was very poor, they were real Realm Emperor stones. In addition to the changes in the mountains, there was also the flow of water. The flowing water was also real realm energy. These mysterious changes made Zichun feel very inconceivable. The mysterious changes in the world made Zichun's cultivation improve greatly. Retracting his perception, Zichun stepped on the fourth section of the hurricane. Everything seemed to have returned to the beginning. Zichun's body was broken again, and the hurricane began to torture Zichun. Stopping at the fourth section of the hurricane, Zichun's cultivation speed obviously increased again. After a lot of energy entered the world, it was absorbed by the world. In this way, Zichun would be able to break through to the spiritual realm in less than a few hundred years, saving him a lot of time. The monk and the demonic ape were also closing in, trying to break through as soon as possible. In the blink of an eye, the first 100 years had passed. Zichun adapted to the fourth section of the hurricane and began to enter the third section. Another 200 years passed, and Zichun advanced once again, reaching the second section of the hurricane. The hurricane here was even more terrifying. As soon as Zichun appeared, his body began to sway. He could not even hold his ground and his body was instantly torn apart. At this time, Zichun's inner world had absorbed enough spiritual strength, and its mysterious changes had reached a limit. His world was filled with rich world energy. As the master of the world, Zichun discovered many World Emperor stone mineral veins, and each mineral vein was incomparably huge. The entire river was filled with water that contained the power of the realm. It was extremely rich and pure. Under the nourishment of the realm force, a sprout broke through the ground, then began to grow under the nourishment of the realm force, eventually turning into a spirit flower. The spirit flower bloomed, emitting a rich floral fragrance and flowing with colorful light. With the appearance of the spirit flower in the world, a rich vitality appeared in this world. Under the nourishment of this vitality, a small spiritual object appeared. This spiritual object was just an unknown bug, but it was formed by the realm force. It was a real existence. The world had a spirit and was full of vitality, representing another realm of the world's growth. Zichun was originally in the mystic realm, but he took another step forward and reached the spiritual realm. In the entire world, there was more spiritual energy and surging vitality. Under the cover of this vitality, the entire world seemed to have gained sentience. Because the realm force was too scarce, only a few places in the entire world experienced changes. The spiritual objects that were produced were too small, only a small flower and a small bug. The surging vitality in his body allowed Zichun to barely stand on the edge of the second section. The breakthrough of the realm made his face filled with joy. If he continued to develop at this speed, it was not impossible for him to break through to the supremacy realm. Not long after Zichen's breakthrough, the devil ape and tyrant began their second breakthrough, entering the spiritual realm. In the blink of an eye, more than 300 years had passed. While Zichen and the others were cultivating, Dongqing in the outside world was still traversing through the continents, recounting Zichen's deeds. It's too funny, too funny. The door was pushed open, and a maid with braided hair walked in. Her face was filled with anger, and her lips were pouted. Who made my Chuyer angry? A woman sat in the room. She was dressed in red, and her jade-like hand was holding a brush. With the last stroke, the word sword was formed. The word sword was filled with sword intent. The sword intent was condensed and not released, almost completely restrained. Not far from the woman in red, there was a white kitten lying lazily on the ground, dozing off. Miss, this is too infuriating. I just went out today, and I heard someone bragging. The maid was dissatisfied. That's someone else's business. The woman still did not turn around, quietly looking at the word sword in front of her. But what she said was too ridiculous. She said something about a mere empty realm being able to kill a supreme being. If it wasn't for the fact that she was also a woman, I would definitely teach her a lesson, the maid said. An empty realm killing a supreme being? The woman raised her eyebrows slightly, looking very surprised. The white kitten's ears twitched as if it was listening. Yeah, she said that there was an empty realm in the seventh mainland. No, there were several empty realms. Not only could they kill those from the mystic realm above their level, but they could also slaughter those from the spiritual realm. In the end, they worked together to kill a supreme being. After that, when faced with attacks from other supreme beings, some sealed themselves, and some even ran. She said that they had a name, but who would believe it? The maid was dissatisfied. Miss, what are you saying if this isn't a lie? Even when you were at that level, you wouldn't dare to say that you could kill a person's pride. The woman smiled and said, there are countless geniuses in the world. Maybe there really is such a person. Impossible. If you can't do it, who can? The maid was not convinced. My combat strength has never been the strongest. Everything I do is just because others are flattering me. The woman in red shook her head. When she put down the brush, she asked casually, do you know the names of those people? I wasn't convinced, so I asked. It was said that the one who killed the supreme being was called Zichen. Then there was the evil good monk, Su Mingyao, the sky-splitting battle ape, the Lunghu Supreme, and the one who sealed himself was, the maid was still talking to herself. She did not notice the change in the woman in red's expression at all. Whoosh, whoosh. The sword will on the word sword that had been written suddenly spread out, turning into streaks of sword chi that shot in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the entire room was pierced through by streaks of sword chi. It was a mess. Boom. With a loud bang, the entire room collapsed. The woman in red stood in place, dumbfounded. She did not move, but the dust around her did not touch her. Roar. The moment the room collapsed, a tiger's roar shook the sky. A white tiger with wings appeared next to the woman in red. A terrifying aura surged around it. What's wrong? Miss, what's wrong? The maid's expression changed when she saw this scene. Speak. What did you hear? What exactly happened? The white tiger with wings lowered its head and looked at the maid as it spoke loudly. The surrounding people noticed the commotion and came over. Among them, a handsome young man stepped forward and asked with concern, Junior Sister Cianair, what happened here? Scram, I'm not in a good mood today. I'll beat up whoever comes. The white tiger with wings suddenly turned its head and stared at the man as it spoke fiercely. Flying Divine Tiger, this is the sword sect. Watch your words. Among the people who came over, someone shouted. Scram. A roar rang out, bringing with it rolling sound waves. A storm appeared out of nowhere in the ruins, and the storm was filled with destructive power. The expressions of the sword sect disciples who had rushed over changed drastically, and they immediately retreated. They could tell that the flying divine tiger was completely enraged today. I'm fine. You can leave. The woman in red, Wang Xian said indifferently. After that, she slowly walked in front of the maid and asked slowly, Chuyer, tell me what you heard. Seeing the young miss, who was usually calm and collected, had such a big change in her emotions today, the little girl faintly guessed that what the woman had said earlier might be true. Thus, she recounted everything that she had heard in detail. Damn it. Damn those old bastards. Back then, I suspected that the failure of the ascension was caused by those old things. I haven't settled the score with them yet, but they sent Mingyao away for the sake of their future. The flying divine tiger's angry voice sounded. When he ascended back then, he followed Su Mingyao. However, something happened midway, and he was forcefully kicked out. He had always been brooding about this matter. He sealed himself and escaped with heavy injuries. Wang Xian seemed to have seen the tragic battle that happened that day. She sighed softly and said, "It seems that it's necessary to go out and train. Miss, you're leaving." The maid had a reluctant look on her face. Wang Xian smiled gently and said, "I've stayed here for too long. I also want to go out and find my path to becoming a sovereign. Miss, bring me along. This trip will be very difficult. Your cultivation level is too low. It's better for you to stay here." "Miss, when will you come back?" "Maybe I'll never have the chance to come back." Wang Xian brought the flying divine tiger to the depths of the sword sect. Her master was there. Back then, it was her master who brought her here. "Master, I want to go out and train." Wang Xian stood outside a hall and said, "I already know about your matter. Go and walk your own path. However, you must remember that you will always be a disciple of the sword sect. The door of the sword sect will always be open for you." A dignified voice sounded from the hall. "Thank you, master." Wang Xian bowed towards the hall, and then left the sword sect with the winged divine tiger. Hearing that junior sister Xian wanted to go out and train, the group of senior and junior brothers also expressed their desire to go out. Chapter 1843. Because of the battle 400 years ago, the seventh mainland's Misty City became famous in the entire Zhanwu continent. Almost every day, cultivators from other mainlands would come to visit the Misty City. For 100 years had passed, and the statue of the goddess was no longer the tallest one. However, the statue at the center of the Misty City was still a sight to behold. The place became very lively. Every day, cultivators would come to visit. When they saw the two people on the statue, they couldn't help but sigh. Those were two powerful supremes. Any cultivator who came to visit this place would definitely mention the battle 400 years ago. In that battle, Zichun killed a supreme being with the strength of the empty realm. After that, he made a breakthrough and escaped from the supreme being's attack. This kind of battle prowess attracted a lot of attention. These strangers who came every day were also indirectly reminding the Misty City that they had provoked several existences with great potential, and that they would return after 600 years. Because of this warning, the Misty City never slacked off in the past several hundred years. The entire city was like a huge machine that was quickly running. Just like that, for 100 years passed. After 400 years of unremitting effort, a shocking piece of news finally came from the Misty City. The sixth key to Mount Supreme was successfully found. When the 6 keys were put together, they could open Mount Supreme. Moreover, each key allowed 6 people to enter. When the news came out, it caused an uproar. Because there was news before that the reason why Zichun and the others could escape was because they had entered Mount Supreme. And this time, when Mount Supreme opened, a group of Supremes would very likely enter to kill Zichun and the other 2. After the news came out, another shocking piece of news came out. This time, only 6 people from the Misty City had entered Mount Supreme. The remaining 30 spots were obtained from the outside world. When the news came out, not only did it cause an uproar in the Misty City, it even shook the entire 7th mainland. That was 30 spots, and the entire Misty City was willing to give them up for nothing. While the crowd was in an uproar, they could clearly sense the fear of the Misty City for the future. Clearly, the Misty City was willing to give up their spots to deal with Zichun and the others. Even if they couldn't kill them on Mount Supreme, they would have to face even more Supremes when they returned. Moreover, in Mount Supreme, as long as one had enough fortune, they could become an undying existence. Such an existence was known as the undying sovereign. Even if it was sealed for thousands of years, it would still be difficult to kill such an existence. Back in the holy burial ground of the Tianwu continent, the two devils sealed on the door were the undying venerables. I didn't think that a mere seventh continent would have such a miraculous place. A young man with a long sword on his back said calmly from the crowd. Senior brother, are you ready to go? A person beside him asked cautiously. Didn't you hear the news that it's only open to supreme beings? Moreover, if you want this slot, you'll have to deal with that guy called Zichun. Junior sister Xian cares so much about that brat. So when the time comes, she'll naturally help him. Don't tell me that we're going to make a move against junior sister Xian. The young man glared at the other party. Senior brother, you're right. Then we'll wait here for that battle to come. In that battle, a few hundred years later, a supremacy is destined to fall. That battle will definitely be spectacular. With my great potential, how can I just be a spectator in such a spectacular battle? Then senior brother, you're saying, let's go. We'll look for opportunities and try to break through to the supremacy realm in a few hundred years. At that time, we'll enter the battle. Their discussion didn't attract too much attention. The two of them disappeared into the crowd. Misty City became very lively. However, amidst this liveliness, there was also a sense of loneliness and silence. This was a banquet for Supremes. As soon as the news spread, almost all the Supremes of the seventh continent came. Normally, it was rare to see Supremes, but now, a group of them had gathered. Misty City also received them with great courtesy. Then, they chose 30 of them who had the highest chance of breaking through to the Undying Realm. As for the remaining Supremes, the people of Misty City didn't plan to let them go. Instead, they promised them many benefits. Misty City naturally wouldn't promise them benefits for no reason. Everyone knew the reason. Aside from a few cautious people who left, most of them chose to stay. Wasn't it just 3 people? Even if they had opportunities, they wouldn't be able to reach the supremacy realm in 1,000 years. So what if they reached the supremacy realm? This was a whole new realm. After reaching this realm, everyone would undergo a transformation. When they truly fought, they wouldn't fear anyone. There were still 600 years before Su Mingyao and the others would break through the seal. Misty City had already made preparations for the battle. In the following 600 years, they continued to replenish their fighting strength. A month later, Mount Supreme opened under the witness of everyone. Shimin Lu led the other Supremes into Mount Supreme. Go bring him back. As a cold voice rang out, a door appeared in the air above a mountain range. A woman in azure robes that resembled an azure lotus flew out from the door while standing on an azure dragon. I won't let anything happen to you. The azure-clothed woman's eyes were filled with determination. She stepped on the azure dragon and flew towards the nearby teleportation array. The dragon's roar resounded, and the dragon's might spread out, causing the birds and beasts to flee in fear. After so many years, I've finally heard news of you. In the Jianwu continent, there was a mysterious region. In this region, there was a very bright moon. The moon hung in the sky all day long. At this moment, a woman shrouded in hazy moonlight slowly walked out from the moon. Beside her was a snow-white little mouse. Squeak, squeak, with us here, Zichun will definitely be fine. When we get there, I'll dig up all the treasures there and avenge everyone. The little white mouse said. In these several hundred years, Dong Qing had never stopped. She went from one city to another, from one region to another. She had experienced many things and suffered many hardships. She had been chased by people, and she had been teased by young masters. None of these things could stop her from moving forward. As she passed through the continents, she saw the prosperity of each continent and encountered one powerhouse after another. The Jianwu continent had 9 continents, but these 9 continents were divided into 9 levels according to their resources. The names of the continents were based on the levels. As she moved forward, she saw more and more powerhouses. Dong Qing, who had broken into the mystic world, gradually became more and more strenuous. This was a realm that could call the wind and summon the rain in the 9th mainland. But as she went deeper, she was bullied. Because she was too focused on passing the news, her cultivation speed was not fast. Go to the 7th mainland and see the truth. See if it's the person mentioned in the news. A debt of blood must be repaid with blood. It was originally a small battle, but because of Dongqing's words, it became a big deal. Almost all the forces in the Zhanwu continent paid attention to it, and for the first time, Zichen's name spread across the Zhanwu continent. Although they had never seen this person before, everyone was already familiar with Zichen's name. Even if in the eyes of some people, this name was just a joke. Whether it was intentional or not, the 9 continents all paid attention to the 7th mainland, Misty City. This also indirectly increased the fame of Misty City. Right now, there were too many powerhouses gathered in Misty City. This matter has attracted the attention of many forces. We have to be careful. It's said that Zichen has many friends in the lower realms. Those friends aren't weak. That's right. It's said that everyone has the potential to become a sovereign. We have to be careful. Of course, it's not wrong to be careful, but don't worry too much about it. This matter has become so big that the main family is already unhappy. Furthermore, they sent powerhouses to guard this place. I believe that even if Zichen dares to come back, he will definitely die. Wait a little longer. Our people will come out from Mount Supreme. Perhaps they will bring us good news. The powerhouses of Misty City, once again, sat together to discuss while waiting for Shimin Liu and the others to return. Shimin Liu and the others finally returned when there was only 100 years left. When they returned, they released an extremely powerful aura around them. 33 of the 36 who went out returned. Except for the 5 who did not get the opportunity, the rest released an aura that only undying sovereigns could have. The arrival of so many undying sovereigns shook the entire city. Seeing so many undying sovereigns, Misty City couldn't wait for time to pass faster so that 1,000 years would pass faster. At this point, not being able to find Zichen in Mount Supreme was already a very small matter. There was only 100 years left until the seal was broken. Misty City was already prepared. There were too many powerhouses gathered in the city. The entire Misty City had completely let down their guard. With such a battle prowess, they were already starting to worry about Zichen. They were worried that after 1,000 years, when Zichen suddenly came here and saw so many supreme beings, he would be so scared that he would run away. There were too many powerhouses in the city. There were dozens of undying sovereigns, not to mention ordinary sovereigns. Such a huge force was enough to destroy an entire region. As the 1,000 years approached, more and more cultivators rushed to Misty City. These people were all curious and purely came to watch the battle. Among the crowd, there were many unfamiliar faces. These faces were faintly emitting auras that made one's heart palpitate. They came with killing intent, but they weren't prepared to make a move immediately. In the entire Misty City, all the guest rooms were full. Outside the city, there were even many buildings. But even so, there was still a shortage of lodging. In the blink of an eye, another 90 years had passed. There were only 10 years left until the 1,000 years. Zichen wouldn't arrive in 1,000 years. Within these 10 years, it was very likely that he would appear. Chapter 1844. Although Mount Supreme looked like a towering mountain, it was actually boundless and contained all kinds of spatial zones. Even Supremes had to be careful when they entered. Finding a person here was like finding a needle in a haystack. It was extremely difficult. After the group of Supremes entered, they didn't find any traces of Zichen's group. Shimin Liu wasn't disheartened, as this was within his expectations. Perhaps the 3 of them had already died somewhere else. In the canyon that only Radio Ming knew about, Zichen advanced through the second section of the hurricane. The second section of the hurricane was already very terrifying, but it also allowed Zichen's cultivation to rise quickly. After adapting to the second stage of the hurricane, Zichen's physical body had undoubtedly improved by a large margin. In his world, the low hills from before had also grown little by little as the world changed, becoming towering and majestic. The places that used to contain the World Emperor Stone had now become large mineral veins. These mineral veins were deep underground, and only Zichen could clearly sense them. All the rocks here were filled with spiritual energy. If one used great magic power to refine these rocks, they would be able to be refined into special weapons. And the quality of these weapons would be at least earth weapons. In this world, the number of spiritual objects gradually increased. Aside from some spiritual flowers and spiritual insects, there were also some small spiritual beasts. The world's area was no longer growing, and it was transforming towards perfection. This was the most crucial step in the path of cultivation in the future. If the comprehension of the laws wasn't complete, then it would lead to the world being incomplete. During this period, various bottlenecks would appear, preventing the world from evolving. Once the world reached its limit, it would produce a kind of energy. This energy was the origin energy produced after the world was formed. It was the purest energy produced by the world. Of course, in other words, this energy was called the sovereign strength, or the sovereign's origin energy. The sovereign's origin energy would reconstruct the body, allowing one to become a sovereign. The first realm of a sovereign was the origin energy sovereign. The second realm was the undying sovereign. This realm was known as the undying sovereign. This realm was known as the undying sovereign. It possessed unimaginable vitality. Under normal circumstances, the undying sovereign was a true expert, whether it was in the martial war continent or the martial heaven continent. Time was of the essence for Zichun. After familiarizing himself with the second section of the hurricane, he headed towards the first section. During this period, Zichun stayed even longer. Inside his body, the transformed spirit realm's power was constantly increasing, and the entire world was evolving toward perfection. Other than the fact that no humans had evolved in this world, various unknown spirit beasts and spirit birds had also appeared frequently. His world became full of vitality. Spirit flowers were everywhere, and the fragrance of flowers filled the air. It was like a beautiful and quiet world. A large amount of spiritual energy was poured into this world, and the little beasts in this world began to grow. In addition, some of the mountain rocks gradually began to fluctuate with soul power. As time passed, when these mountain souls with spiritual intelligence awakened, they would have a unified name, and that was higher life forms. And Zichun was undoubtedly the master of this world. While enduring the ravages of the hurricane, Zichun also sensed the changes in the world around him. Gradually, he gained a profound insight. The changes in the world had finally reached a limit. The entire world had begun to take shape, and at the same time, a mysterious power appeared in the depths of the world. This was a more condensed and purer power that came from the depths of the world. At the same time, it was also a power of a higher quality. After this power appeared, the aura around Zichun's body suddenly changed, becoming even stronger. The appearance of a world's origin was closely related to one's own world. The more perfect the world was, the purer and more powerful the origin of the world would be. On the contrary, the origin of the world would be very heterogeneous, and the quantity would be very small. Zichun's world was almost perfect. It had all kinds of laws, and even the laws of heaven and earth that were rarely seen. A world formed by so many laws was naturally a perfect world. Under such circumstances, the supreme power of Zichun's world was unimaginable. After this power appeared, it automatically rushed out of the world and began to revolve around Zichun's body, condensing his body. The hurricane's power was still wreaking havoc, but with the appearance of this origin, the hurricane's power was completely blocked. At this moment, Zichun's feeling was like a thirsty traveler in the desert who saw a sumptuous meal and sweet spring water. He was enjoying it to his heart's content. His body was absorbing the origin of the world to its heart's content. At the same time, his entire body was being transformed by the origin of the world, becoming even more valiant. This could be considered as a rebirth, an opportunity to cleanse one's meridians and marrow. It was something that only sector lords could do when they stepped into the Supreme Being realm. Under normal circumstances, the amount of origin energy that an ordinary sector lord could use to enter the Supreme Being realm was too little. This was because it depended on the size of the world and the laws of the world. This kind of origin that could be used to condense the body, in the beginning, was calculated in droplets. However, in Zichun's world, the origin of the world that was formed at the beginning was like a spring, constantly spewing out pure origin energy. The origin energy condensed the body again, and the body that absorbed the origin energy became even stronger. This degree of strength had greatly surpassed that of an adult Supreme Being beast. To have such a strong physique, other than the origin energy, Zichen's perfect body also played a significant role. When the origin energy stopped refining the body, Zichen's body had already reached its limit. This was probably the first person in history who had refined his body to the limit and still had so much origin energy. As the refinement ended, new origin energy would appear from all parts of the world. This new origin energy would be called the Supreme Being's power. Boom! Around Zichen, as the new origin energy appeared, a powerful aura surged, and a terrifying pressure spread in all directions. Supreme Being, a whole new realm. Zichen finally stepped in. The moment he broke into the Supreme Being realm, the surrounding hurricanes no longer had the slightest effect on Zichen, and Zichen also sensed the power and terror of a Supreme Being. Sensing his own body, he could imagine that the Supreme Being he killed must have used very little origin energy when he condensed his body before breaking into the Supreme Being realm. If the Supreme Being had condensed his entire body, Zichen could not break the Supreme Being's body at all with only the destructive rules of the empty realm. After breaking through, he estimated that only 900 years had passed. Therefore, Zichen got up and walked to the deepest part of the world curiously. That was the place where the hurricanes were produced, and he wanted to see what was going on. During this period, there was still a lot of origin energy circulating in the sky above Zichen's world. Those were the origins that were first produced and used to refine the body. Because it was too vast, after Zichen's body was refined to a limit, the rest returned to Zichen's world. These origin energies were obviously different from the ones that were formed later, and the two sides could not merge. This was the original origin, and for a Supreme Being, it was priceless. Zichen's heart skipped a beat as he thought of his imperial weapons. Perhaps there would be unexpected changes after infusing them with the origin energies. Therefore, Zichen threw the imperial weapons into the origin energies one by one. If this scene was seen by others, they would definitely be heartbroken because those origin energies would only appear once. Even if there were abundant origin energies, they would be used to condense the strongest weapons. It was too wasteful to condense all the weapons like Zichen did. However, Zichen had enough origin energies left, so he did not care about such a small amount. Zichen threw the long saber and the scabbard into the origin energies. The origin energies entered the scabbard and into the long saber. Buzz. Suddenly, the scabbard began to tremble, erupting with rays of black light, and began to tremble in the origin energies. Zichen, who was about to enter the depths of the canyon, suddenly stopped. His figure flashed, and he entered his own world. Here, the scabbard was constantly trembling. After Zichen entered, he immediately sensed a connection between himself and the scabbard. The scabbard was still the original scabbard, and the origin energies did not change its quality. However, as the origin energies entered, the scabbard seemed to have recognized its master, and Zichen sensed the existence of the scabbard. However, in Zichen's perception, the origin energies did not enter the depths of the scabbard. It seemed to have encountered some obstruction in the middle. Even the origin energies of a Supreme Being could not enter. Zichen clearly sensed the extraordinariness of the scabbard. With a thought, the long saber automatically unsheathed itself. The long saber, which was still an imperial weapon, began to undergo obvious changes under the infusion of the origin energies. After these changes stopped, the origin energies still did not dissipate. With a thought, Zichen took out the dragon spike that he had not used for a long time and threw it directly into the scabbard. The dragon spike was a weapon once used by a supreme saint. It was very extraordinary. Unfortunately, this weapon was damaged because of the death of the supreme saint of the starry sky. It was only equivalent to a king weapon. Zichen had not used it when he was a realm lord. Now, with the origin energies, he might be able to repair it in a simple way. Just as Zichen used the origin energies to repair the saint weapon, the monk and the demonic ape, who had also reached the first stage of the hurricane, also had origin energies appear on their bodies. The two began to use the origin energies to refine their bodies and were about to break through to the Supreme Being realm. Now that the three of them had broken through, it was naturally time for them to return. Zichen, who originally thought that it would be over quickly, did not expect that repairing the dragon spike would take dozens of years. During these dozens of years, he also entered a meditative state to comprehend the Supreme Being realm. When Zichun regained consciousness, he saw the monk and the demonic ape. The two of them looked very anxious. Seeing Zichun open his eyes, the monk immediately said, "You're finally awake. If you didn't wake up, we would have left first." Zichun quivered and asked, "How long has it been?" "It's going to be 1,000 years soon. Let's go quickly." Without bothering to explain in detail, the three of them immediately took out the things that Huameng had given them. After crushing them, their figures disappeared. When they reappeared, the three of them were outside Mount Supreme. Chapter 1845. 1,000 years had passed, and the entire Misty City was filled with people. Almost all of them were here to join in the fun and witness the battle of 1,000 years. The number of people paying attention to the battle had reached the highest level in the history of Misty City. This was something that the forces of Misty City had never expected. Just 3 people had attracted so many people to watch the battle. Furthermore, there was no lack of undying sovereigns among the cultivators who had come this time. The arrival of these people made Misty City even more prosperous. However, it also made the people of Misty City much more cautious. During this time, the formation around the statue had been reinforced. Apart from that, there were also 8 supreme beings guarding the statue day and night to prevent any accidents from happening. As the time of 1,000 years approached, the plaza of Misty City had become a forbidden area that forbade outsiders from entering. Humph! Let's see if those 3 still dare to come this time. Shimin Lu, who was already an undying sovereign, stood on top of a tall building and looked down at the statue below. His eyes flashed with a cold light. This time, in order to deal with Zichun and the other 2, the entire Misty City was prepared for battle and had recruited many supreme beings. Not to mention that it was impossible for the 3 of them to break through to the supreme being realm. Even if they did, they would definitely die. However, the confident Shimin Lu did not notice that a young man had silently appeared among the layers of formations. The young man raised his head and looked at the statue. Around the statue, the void gate was wide open. Endless void energy descended from the sky and swarmed towards the statue. "Looks like they're about to break through." The young man revealed a smile and said, "That's good too. Who knows, they might even be able to participate in the battle." After saying that, the young man's figure flashed and disappeared, easily passing through the layers of formations. The instant the young man disappeared, a young man in black clothes walked in from outside the city. The young man's expression was cold, and he emitted a cold aura. Wherever he passed, everyone would retreat. A woman in green clothes stood outside the plaza and looked at the statue. On her wrist was a green jade bracelet in the shape of a dragon. "He should be here soon." A white kitten stood on the shoulder of a woman in red clothes and looked at the statue. Her red lips parted slightly as she said, 1,000 years have passed. He will definitely come. In another place, a little white mouse said, "These days, I have already explored a few places with a lot of spirit energy. If I have the chance, I will go and devour that spirit energy." The woman, who seemed to be shrouded in a hazy veil, gently nodded. Her eyes were a little absent-minded, as if she was absent-minded. This time, Misty City has made thorough preparations. I wonder if that Zichun dares to come. Rumor has it that he dared to challenge Jizun in the Middle Realm. Now that 1,000 years have passed, he might have already broken into the spirit realm. So what if they break into the spiritual realm? Looking at the commotion caused by Misty City this time, even if they break into the supremacy realm, they might not be able to survive. Maybe he has already snuck in and was scared away when he saw so many people. Sounds of discussion could be heard from the crowd. When Dong Qing returned and heard these discussions, the corners of his mouth curved into a smile. Last time, Zichun dared to use the strength of the Middle Realm to attack Misty City. Not to mention 1,000 years, even if Zichun did not break through, he would still come this time. However, what made Dong Qing feel very strange was that after hearing Zichun's name, many of the experts in the crowd began to emit killing intent. And these people did not look like people from Misty City. 1,000 years have passed. Zichun, do you dare to appear? The seal is about to be broken. Zichun, if you don't appear, both Longhu Sovereign and Su Mingyao will die. A cold voice suddenly came from the depths of Misty City. This was a provocation. They were very clear about Zichen's potential. He was too dangerous. If they did not take advantage of this opportunity to kill him, then Misty City would be in great danger in the future, because the experts that they had gathered could not stay in Misty City forever. The rumbling voice spread throughout the entire Misty City. After hearing this voice, some people's faces were filled with anger. This time, both sides had completely fallen out. Whether it was Longhu Sovereign or Su Mingyao, there was no way Misty City could stay. Zichun, do you not dare to appear? He must be scared out of his wits. Last time, he ran away in a panic. This time, he definitely won't dare to come. Another voice echoed and spread throughout Misty City. In the crowd, after hearing this voice, no one made any comments. From Misty City's point of view, this was the most sensible thing to do. As for Zichun, not appearing was the most sensible thing to do. But in the next moment, a voice came from outside the city and spread throughout the entire Misty City. Today, Misty City will disappear from the seventh mainland forever. This was a cold voice. The moment it sounded, it caused an uproar. Then, everyone released their spiritual senses and found that 3 people had appeared out of thin air outside the city. It's him. The moment the red-clothed woman sensed the 3 people's appearance, her delicate body trembled and ripples appeared on her beautiful face. It's indeed him. The little white cat with wings said, "You're finally here." The eyes of the green-clothed woman blossomed with dazzling brilliance, which directly attracted the attention of the surrounding people. The dragon-shaped jade bracelet on her wrist began to emit light, conveying a cheerful and excited expression. The misty woman's eyes became moist. After so many years, she finally saw him again. Squeak, squeak. Zichun is still so handsome. The little mouse beside her jumped up and down. Zichen's appearance caused an uproar. Everyone soared into the sky and looked at the youth whose name had spread throughout the Zhanwu continent. He was very young and very handsome. Wearing a black robe, his back was straight as he walked towards Misty City step by step. At the same time, the entire city surged with cold killing intent as powerful Supreme Being auras were released. The moment the auras appeared, the 3 people led by Zichun also released their auras. As the 3 Supreme Being auras spread out, the entire city exclaimed, "Supreme Being!" In 1,000 years, Zichun and the other 2 had broken through to the Supreme Being realm from the empty realm in one fell swoop. Such a speed of breakthrough was almost godlike, shocking everyone. One had to know that ordinary people might not be able to break through to the Supreme Being realm in 10,000 years, or even 100,000 years. To be able to break through in just 1,000 years, you're indeed something. A voice of admiration sounded from the crowd. That's not necessarily true. Maybe it's just that the world is too small, and they've encountered some kind of opportunity. There's no benefit in breaking through quickly. Instead, it will greatly affect their combat strength. Someone retorted. Swoosh, swoosh. With the appearance of the main characters, the powerhouses of Misty City naturally no longer held back. One by one, the Supreme Beings rushed out and charged towards Zichun and the other 2. 1,000 years of preparation was just for today's battle. Looking at the Supreme Beings rushing out of the city, the monk said in dissatisfaction, "With our current strength, are we only qualified to deal with the Supreme Beings of origin? Why don't we send some undying Supreme Beings?" The monk was very dissatisfied, so he decided to attack. Everyone's original intention was to see what kind of trick Zichun had up his sleeve. Who would have thought that before they saw Zichun make a move, they would see the monk make a move instead? At such a time when everyone was looking at him, the monk was also very happy to be in the limelight. He took a step forward and his entire body soared into the air. Buddhist light shone around his body. At this moment, the monk looked solemn. Golden light shone, and the Buddhist light shone brightly, covering the golden sun. Everyone's gazes had no choice but to move away from Zichun and land on the monk. A few smiles appeared in the crowd. This monk is still so fond of being in the limelight. A group of Supreme Beings rushed forward, their killing intent surging. The monk who was sitting cross-legged spoke. The first sound of the 6-syllable mantra turned into a strange force that shook in this direction. Under this force, the group of supreme beings felt as if they were seeing a huge and tragic battlefield. On the battlefield, there were mountains of corpses and seas of blood. In the middle stood a demon. One after another, supreme beings fell in the process of charging towards the demon. Hum. The second sound rang out, and the group of supreme beings' minds were shaken. Their expressions became absent-minded, as if a mysterious force had invaded their bodies. Hum. The third sound rang out, and the three sounds merged together, turning into a destructive force. When the supreme beings were 100 meters away from the monk, cracks suddenly appeared on their bodies. Rays of golden Buddhist light rushed out from the cracks, illuminating the surroundings. As they rushed forward, a painful expression appeared on the faces of these supreme beings. After another few dozen meters, their bodies exploded. The sky was filled with a rain of blood. The few supreme beings who rushed forward died in an instant, and they died without a complete corpse. The misty city that was in an uproar suddenly quieted down. 8 supreme beings were killed in an instant. This kind of method was indeed shocking. Didn't they say that the strongest was Zichun? How could this monk kill supreme beings in an instant? Kill. Previously, it was just a test. It was impossible to scare the misty city that had been preparing for 1,000 years. As Shiman Lu's cold voice rang out, 3 undying supreme beings rushed out of the city. Other than the 3 undying supreme beings, there were 20 other supreme beings. The 23 supreme beings rushed over. Seeing this scene, the monk's eyes immediately widened. He said in disbelief, "They are really supreme beings." 1,000 years ago, the Misty City only had a dozen supreme beings. Who would have thought that after 1,000 years, dozens of supreme beings would appear all of a sudden? What's the use of having so many supreme beings? Just kill them. Zichun smiled coldly. He rose into the air and rushed towards an undying supreme being. Because he was rushing forward, because he was too fast, he directly caused the air to explode. Die. In front of him, an undying supreme being rushed over and punched at Zichun. Zichun clenched his fist and counterattacked. Boom. Above the sky, a tremor rang out. The undying supreme being only felt a powerful force spread through his body from his fist. Then, a huge force hit his body, and his body flew backward. This time, he flew for a few thousand meters. In the process of flying backward, endless power poured into his body. The undying supreme being really couldn't bear the raging power of this force, and his body exploded with a bang. An undying supreme being exploded with a single punch. Boom. At the same time, the demon ape held a black rod and hit another undying supreme being. The undying supreme being's body exploded with a bang. Chapter 1846. The reason why the Undying Supremes were called Undying was because of the undying source in their bodies. Zichun and the others seemed to have destroyed their bodies, but as long as the undying source existed, the Supremes were immortal. Swoosh! At the place where the Supremes exploded, flames ignited. The flames were filled with rich vitality. This was the fire of life. The body of the Supremes who had exploded earlier was regenerating in the flames. This was the Undying Supremes. Similarly, the body of the Undying Supremes who had been destroyed by the demon ape also regenerated in the next moment. How could the Undying Supremes be so easy to kill? After their bodies were regenerated, the 2 Supremes laughed out loud. Their smiles were filled with pride and mockery. However, the others in the crowd couldn't laugh because from the beginning of the battle, neither Zichun nor the demon ape had used too many methods. They had only used the power of their physical bodies. Their pure physical strength was enough to destroy the bodies of the 2 Undying Supremes. Under such circumstances, what could the Undying Supremes be proud of? Indeed, there was nothing to be proud of. Everyone even suspected that the 2 of them had done it on purpose. This was because the moment the Undying Supremes' bodies were regenerating, the 2 of them turned around and rushed towards the 20 Supremes. The demon ape rushed forward and arrived in front of one of the Supremes. The black staff in his hand was raised high. If it was said that the Supremes were caught off guard by the power of Monk's mantra when he attacked earlier, Then the Supremes who were facing the demon ape now had enough time to react. Light lingered around his body as the power of the Supreme's origin appeared. First, it formed his own defense. Then a sword of light appeared and pierced towards the demon ape's forehead. The black staff smashed down, causing the world to tremble. Bang! Under this momentum, the sword of light formed by the Supreme's origin energy exploded. The black staff was not blocked at all. It broke through the Supreme's defenses and then shattered their bodies. Under the circumstances where they were prepared, a Supremes who encountered the demon ape was instantly blown up. In another direction, Zichun clenched his fist and punched through the Supreme's chest, extinguishing their vitality. While the two undying Supremes were laughing, 6 of the 20 Supremes had already fallen. The other 14 launched fierce attacks at Zichun and the demon ape. Their attacks landed on the two with great difficulty, but it was as if they had landed on steel. Clanging sounds rang out, but they couldn't even break through their defenses. Among the crowd, there were many young and indifferent figures. When Zichun and the others had displayed their skills, they did not react at all. However, after seeing the two's physical bodies, they were moved. The two of them were not supreme beings, but their physical bodies were not weaker than supreme beings. If an ordinary supreme being were to encounter a supreme being beast, there would only be death awaiting them. Only those extremely special existences among humans could be compared to supreme beasts. Swish, swish, swish. Zichun's figure flickered. Light flickered beneath his feet as he began to teleport. Every time his figure flickered, he would appear behind or beside a supreme being and quickly strike a blow. After a single strike, Zichun's figure disappeared and appeared in front of a second supreme being. Just like that, as his figure flickered, one supreme being after another fell down and died. It was a complete instant kill. Such a battle made the blood of the cultivators in the crowd boil. Powerful supreme beings were instantly killed. It seemed that such a scene was not seen in a battle with a foreign race. Shimin Lu saw the loss of these supreme beings, but he did not have any regret on his face. This time, in order to recruit other supreme beings, they had used up almost all the resources that Misty City had collected over the years. However, those resources had yet to be redeemed. The more supreme beings that died now, the less they would need to redeem later. In any case, they were not their own supreme beings, so it didn't matter if more died. It seemed that it was because of this that none of the 20 supreme beings returned alive. As for the 3 undying supreme beings, they survived unscathed, but their faces were ashen. Because the 3 undying supreme beings were completely crushed by the 3 supreme beings of the origin. Kill. Perhaps it was because of the reduced losses, but a faint smile appeared on the corner of Shimin Lu's mouth, and then he waved his hand. This time, several people jumped up, but they were no longer supreme beings of the origin, but undying supreme beings. Now, they had already seen that Zichun and the other 2 could not do anything to the undying supreme beings, but they could kill the supreme beings of the origin. It was obviously impossible to send another supreme being to fight. No one would be stupid enough to throw their lives away. 5 undying supreme beings rushed up, displaying their strongest strength. Zichun and the other 2 were fighting against 8 undying supreme beings. Too few. Demon Ape smiled coldly, and his body suddenly grew bigger. The black staff in his hand was like a pillar that supported the sky, sweeping forward. The black staff was filled with powerful energy. Anyone who touched the black staff would immediately explode. However, after the body shattered, it would quickly regenerate. Facing such an undying supreme being, without some special means, it was impossible to kill it. When the battle began, a single demon ape could deal with 8 undying supreme beings. Kill. Shimin Lu waved his hand again, and a few more supreme beings rushed up. One of them raised his hand and struck out. The sky trembled, and a huge palm print fell from the sky, exuding a terrifying power. This was the palm strike of the undying supreme being, and its power was not weaker than the terrifying palm strike that almost killed Zichun and the other 2 1,000 years ago. But after 1,000 years, this palm strike could no longer display its powerful power in front of Zichun. Zichun raised his hand to the sky and pointed out a finger. A golden lightning sword chi pierced into the sky and pierced towards the palm print. Poof! The palm print was instantly pierced through by the sword chi, and a small hole appeared. Then, the palm print dissipated with a bang. Swoosh! Then, Zichen's figure flashed, and he appeared in front of an undying supreme being, and punched towards the other party's heart. The undying supreme being reached out to block. The undying supreme being's origin power lingered between his hands, and a shield materialized from the light of energy appeared. Boom! The powerful punch landed, and the shield suddenly trembled before exploding. Then, the fist light landed directly on the undying supreme being's chest. A powerful energy surged, and the other party was sent flying, coughing up blood. Zichen didn't kill the other party with this punch, but he did force the other party back. Then, Zichen's figure flashed, and he kept punching. Bang! Bang! Zichen attacked repeatedly, and the undying supreme beings were sent flying one after another. But after the undying supreme beings had a defense, Zichen could no longer break their bodies. Before Zichen and the other two entered the city, they were blocked by many undying supreme beings. The energy between heaven and earth kept surging, and a powerful aura shook and spread, and a pressure swept out. The spectators cheered. After 1,000 years of waiting, they were not disappointed. They finally saw a battle that was hard to come by in tens of thousands of years. As the rumors said, Zichen's battle strength was unparalleled. At this moment, he was fighting against several undying supreme beings, but he didn't show any signs of defeat. Moreover, his attacks were strong and active. The monk and the demon ape weren't weak either. The two of them fought against several undying supreme beings with ease. The battle continued. Although Zichen and the others hadn't entered the city yet, they were definitely in the upper hand in the battle. A group of ignorant people cheered, feeling that they had seen a battle that was hard to come by in tens of thousands of years. However, some insiders shook their heads when they saw this scene. Misty City's preparations were obviously more than this. The three of them seemed powerful, but they were blocked by the undying supreme beings. They couldn't even enter the city. Although the seal on the statue had a self-protection function, everyone knew that when the seal was about to dissipate, this protection would disappear. If the three of them couldn't take advantage of this time to enter the square and protect the statue, the two of them would definitely die. Once the two of them died, the remaining experts of Misty City would swarm forward and kill Zichen and the other two. The difference between an undying supreme being and an origin supreme being was that, in addition to their immortality, they could mobilize more origin energy, which was almost endless. However, an origin supreme being couldn't do that. The origin energy in their body was limited. Moreover, Zichen and the other two seemed to have just broken through, so they didn't have much origin energy in their body. Although they seemed to have the upper hand now, as the consumption increased, the three of them would die sooner or later. After seeing the relationship between the two of them, many people in the crowd sneered. Shimin Lu was completely relieved. He seemed very satisfied with the current battle. Then, he glanced at the statue again, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Calculating the time, it was time for the statue to unseal itself. At this moment, the space around the statue began to distort crazily. The array that was previously set up by the array master was forcibly revealed. Bang! Bang! A terrifying force came out of the distorted space. This force tore the array apart, and the statue appeared in front of everyone. Unlike what they imagined, the statue was crazily absorbing the energy in the void. The statue had reached its limit. How can this be? Shimin Lu was very puzzled. However, this wasn't the time to delve into it. He waved his hand again, and then said to the outside of the city, Zichen, the statue is beginning to unseal itself. All the defensive means will dissipate. I'll break the statue now. Let's see if you can save yourself. Zichen pushed back an undying supreme being and looked up at the city. His sharp gaze fell on Shimin Lu like a sharp blade. From Zichen's eyes, Shimin Lu saw anger, madness, and unwillingness. He laughed proudly. Kaka, kaka. A series of noises came from the statue, and cracks appeared on the statue. Go break the statue. Shimin Lu smiled proudly, as if he could see Zichen's crazy expression. The group of Origin Supreme Beings flashed toward the statue. Outside, the group of Undying Supreme Beings began to launch a fierce counterattack. For a time, Zichun and the other two were suppressed and couldn't help. When many people saw this scene, they couldn't help but shake their heads. This battle was completely over. Chapter 1847. Shimin Lu's laughter echoed throughout the entire Misty City. His laughter was filled with pride. This time, in order to deal with Zichun and the other two, Misty City had lost too many benefits. It was not an exaggeration to say that they had gone bankrupt. Fortunately, their goal was finally achieved. As long as their great enemy was dead, Misty City would eventually rise again. In a trance, Shimin Lu seemed to see Zichun's desperate expression and hear his unwilling roars and shouts. In fact, all of this was Shimin Lu's arrogant fantasy. Zichun had only glanced at Shimin Lu from the beginning to the end. Moreover, the two of them were so far away. Whether he saw Shimin Lu or not was another matter. At this moment, the Origin Supremes were rushing towards the statue. Whether it was Zichun, the monk, or the demon ape, they did not have much of an expression. If one really wanted to see something from their eyes, it would be the disdain and mockery in the depths of their eyes. Chia's sharp sword Chi suddenly appeared from the crowd. With an unparalleled sword intent, it flew towards the Origin Supremes in the sky. This scene appeared very abruptly, catching everyone off guard. Puff. Puff. Wherever the sword Chi passed, the two Origin Supremes did not even have time to react. They were directly cut in half at the waist. The sword intent extinguished their vitality. Such a scene caused everyone's expression to change. They all looked towards the place where the sword Chi came from. That was a restricted area close to the plaza. A red-clothed woman stood there. Her features were beautiful, her skin so delicate it seemed like it would break with a single blow. Her bright eyes were filled with ice-cold killing intent as she stared at the approaching supreme beings in the sky. She was a beautiful woman, but one could also add the word extremely in front of her. Not only was she extremely beautiful, but she was also an Origin Supreme. Because of the woman in red's appearance, the cultivators who subconsciously stood close to her had already run away in fear. This was not only because she had killed two Supremes, but also because she was standing on the opposite side of Misty City. At this moment, everyone's attention was on the woman in red. On the contrary, the winged white cat on her shoulder was directly ignored. Who dares to behave atrociously in Misty City? Such an unforeseen event caused Shimin Lu's face to turn gloomy as he roared. However, it would have been better if he hadn't shouted. As soon as he shouted, he saw a few more attacks soaring into the sky from several other directions. One of the beams of green light shot toward the prime Origin in the sky like a green waterfall. The Origin Supremacy sensed a threat from the green light. His expression changed, and he formed an Origin defense around himself. Bang! The Origin Source's defense shattered, and the green light swept through the Origin Source's body. The Origin Source lost its vitality and fell to the ground. Previously, the Azure Light had split into two and landed on the two Origin Supremes, killing them both. Aside from the Azure Light, a bridge completely conjured from moonlight appeared on the other side. One end of the bridge appeared in the crowd, while the other landed in front of the Origin Sovereigns. The next moment, everyone saw a woman shrouded in a hazy light walk onto the moonlight bridge. Her footsteps were very slow, and everyone could see each step clearly. Her light and graceful steps were as if she was taking a stroll while admiring the flowers. She appeared calm and unhurried. However, her speed was extremely fast. Almost instantly, she reached the end of the bridge. Like a celestial maiden scattering flowers, she waved her jade-like hands forward. A hazy moonlight scattered forward. The moonlight seemed soft, like a transparent veil, but it contained a powerful force. The Origin Sovereigns were sent flying. As they flew, they all coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. The series of unforeseen events stunned everyone. 3 people appeared to block the path. Not only were they 3 Supremes, but they were also 3 beautiful female Supremes. One was as red as fire and surged with sword intent. Her eyes were cold and sharp. One was like a fairy who walked out of the moonlight. She was hazy and made people's imagination run wild. One was as pure and clean as a green lotus, untainted by the mud. The three women's appearances were about the same, but they each had their own temperament. While everyone was shocked by the three women's appearances, they were even more shocked by their strength. Moreover, the three women clearly knew each other. After looking at each other and smiling, the entire Misty City seemed to have lost its original brilliance. This was a strange change that made it difficult for others to react. At this moment, a panicked voice sounded. They are Ziqin's confidants. They are here to cause trouble. The one in red is Wang Xian'er, the one in cyan is Lin Shui, and the one on the Moonlight Bridge is Shangguan Yu'er. This voice sounded very abruptly, and it was filled with nervousness and panic. When everyone heard the meaning of the voice, their expressions became very complicated. For such beauties, even if they were favored by one of them, they would die without regrets. And Ziqin was favored by the three women, which made the male cultivators below feel a strong sense of bitterness and jealousy. Kill them all. Shimin Lu shouted coldly. It couldn't be better if they could catch all of them in one fell swoop today. Swoosh. But everything was not over yet. The void suddenly broke open, and a ray of light flashed in front of an Origin Sovereign. The head of the Origin Sovereign immediately flew up. The broken void immediately healed, without the slightest ripple. The Sovereign's face was full of astonishment. He didn't even know what had happened. Swoosh. Behind another Supreme Being, the void split open. No one appeared, only a beam of light. The light pierced through the Sovereign's back. When he mobilized all his vitality to turn around, he didn't see anything. All his strength was immediately sucked out, and he fell to the ground. Swoosh. The light flashed again, and the three sovereigns died, but no one saw what it was. Was it a human or a beast? The group of sovereigns was very frightened. Three of them died, but they didn't see who the opponent was. It's Zhang Haoyin. He's an assassin who specializes in assassination. The previous voice sounded again, and there was a tremor in his voice. Retreat, undying sovereign. Shimin Lu's voice sounded again. The group of Origin Sovereigns began to retreat, but in the process of retreating, another two Origin Sovereigns died. Powerful energy surged, and the undying sovereigns rushed forward. The Origin Sovereigns, who were rarely seen, became the targets of slaughter. The powerful undying sovereigns also appeared in groups. A group of sovereigns appeared and rushed towards the three women, and two of them went towards the statue. Swoosh. Zhang Haoyin, who was hiding in the dark, appeared and attacked one of the undying sovereigns. The latter's mouth curled into a cold smile, and he turned around and attacked the void. However, before the smile on his face disappeared, a sharp blade appeared behind him. Behind the blade, a black-robed young man appeared for the first time. The young man's expression was cold, and his eyes were cold. Bang! On the sharp blade, a terrifying energy surged, and the undying sovereign's body exploded. Go to hell. The second undying sovereign's attack landed on Zhang Haoyin, but his body disappeared in an instant like a shadow. The undying sovereign's attack missed. Before he could sense where the target was, he felt a pain in his back, and a sharp blade pierced through his chest. The undying sovereign's eyes widened to the limit, and his face was filled with disbelief. Bang! In the next moment, his body exploded. Exploding didn't mean death. Soon, the two sovereigns regrouped, but they had already lost track of Zhang Haoyin. Just as the two of them were in a daze, another person's body exploded. Another Zhang Haoyin had appeared silently and killed two undying sovereigns. That sneaky way of assassination was enough to make one's heart palpitate. Let's go and kill them. With the two undying sovereigns defeated, the group of undying sovereigns on the other side couldn't do anything to the three women. Shimin Lu couldn't sit still anymore. He left the command area and led the other powerful beings towards the statue. There was clearly something wrong with the statue. Under such circumstances, they could only break it and deal with the two of them first. Once Su Mingyao and Long Hu woke up, their fighting strength might not be any weaker than the rest. Shimin Lu led several undying sovereigns and a group of Origin Sovereigns forward. As he was moving forward, a sword chi swept over with a cold sword will.
Scram!
He roared out and punched out. A terrifying fist light landed on the sword chi. The energy exploded, and the sword chi was destroyed. However, Shimin Lu's body was pushed back dozens of meters. As an undying sovereign, he was pushed back by an origin sovereign. Moreover, it was a woman. This made Shimin Lu feel embarrassed. However, at this moment, he didn't act on impulse. He waved his hand and signaled 2 more undying sovereigns. He could see that these people who dared to cause trouble at this moment were all geniuses. Each of them had the strength to fight above their level. Now, only the undying sovereigns could completely suppress them. Swoosh! A moonlight bridge was placed in front of Shimin Lu. A woman who looked like a moon fairy came in front of Shimin Lu in an instant. Boom! Shimin Lu formed a seal with his hands. A violent aura emerged from his body, and a powerful energy blasted forward. The moonlight energy turned into a moon and blocked in front of the moon fairy. The energy was violent. The moon fairy's body was pushed back lightly and landed in the center of the moonlight bridge. As for Shimin Lu, he was pushed back hundreds of meters. Damn it! He cursed. His face was so gloomy that it seemed like it could drip water. Without his command, another undying sovereign stepped onto the bridge and charged towards Shangguan Yu'er. However, the undying sovereign who had just stepped onto the bridge fell off the bridge in the next moment. As for Shimin Lu, he successfully bypassed the moonlight bridge and rushed towards the statue with the others. During this time, Zhang Haoyan's figure appeared and almost crippled Shimin Lu. The latter broke out in a cold sweat and accelerated again. At this moment, Shimin Lu seemed to be leading a group of subordinates to break through. During this time, he encountered all kinds of obstacles. Every time, Shimin Lu had to send some of his subordinates to stop these people. His goal was very clear. He wanted to break the statue. Lin Shui turned into a green light and blocked in front of Shimin Lu. Both sides collided with energy. Lin Shui retreated and went to stop the other undying sovereigns. Below, cries of surprise rose and fell. Shimin Lu would be pushed back every time he fought. However, compared to those geniuses, he was still much weaker. He couldn't keep his face straight. However, after layers of obstacles, he finally reached the statue with difficulty. Chapter 1848. After several sieges, Shimin Lu arrived at the statue with great difficulty. He thought that he could destroy the statue easily, but suddenly, he saw a storm in front of him. In the storm, a kitten turned into a big tiger in the blink of an eye. It was a white tiger with wings. Its body was surging with a fierce aura, and its big eyes were filled with cold, murderous intent. This is the flying divine tiger. Seeing this scene, Shimin Lu was completely stunned. This was an existence that was stronger than ordinary higher life forms. It was comparable to a supreme beast. When the people below saw this scene, they all exclaimed, "A supreme beast! A true supreme beast had actually appeared." Die! The flying divine tiger, who had revealed its true form, had cold murderous intent in its eyes. It raised its claws and slapped at Shimin Lu. A powerful force fell on Shimin Lu's body. Shimin Lu's body trembled in the sky, and his whole body was sent flying, and in the process of flying, cracks appeared on his body, and finally, he exploded with a loud bang. As Shimin Lu's body exploded, the flying divine tiger's gaze turned to the other Origin Supremes. The aura that it emitted made people's hearts tremble. The group of Origin Supremes subconsciously stopped. Fear appeared on their faces, and they turned around and started to run. Even though they were already supreme beings, before a supreme being beast like the flying divine tiger, their fighting strength was simply insufficient. The flying divine tiger turned into a ray of light and rushed towards the Origin Supremes. The flying divine tiger rushed forward and left the statue. In the distance, Shimin Lu, whose body had exploded, reassembled his body. Seeing that the statue was empty, a look of joy appeared on his face. He quickly looked around and saw that Zichen's friends had their own opponents at the moment. They did not care about him at all. Around the statue, energy was still swirling. The statue was emitting a strong vitality. Obviously, the seal was about to be broken. "It's impossible for you to come out," Shimin Lu smiled coldly and rushed towards the statue in front of him. In the process of rushing forward, there were occasional exclamations from below. Shimin Lu did not pay attention to these exclamations at first. He was clearly unhappy. It was nothing more than killing some Origin Supremes. What was the fuss about? These Supremes had all taken the initiative to come. They were considered as thugs. If they died, then so be it. He did not feel any heartache. On the contrary, there were not many Source Sovereigns in Misty City this time. As they approached the statue, the exclamations grew louder and louder. What is that? It looks like a dragon. Dragon, a green dragon. It's the Azure Dragon. Heavens, it really is the Azure Dragon. The exclamations from the crowd grew louder and louder. When the sound reached Shimin Lu's ears, his expression changed slightly. However, he did not know what had happened. As he continued to move forward, he felt an unusual aura. Then, he saw a green Eastern Divine Dragon circling above the statue. That majestic dragon head was only a dozen meters away from him. That dragon's eyes emitted a cold intent. Shimin Lu's eyes widened to the limit. His face was full of shock. He actually saw an Azure Dragon. Roar. The Azure Dragon was the barbaric dragon that Zichun had brought back from the ancient road. At this moment, as the barbaric dragon opened its mouth, a resonant dragon roar filled with penetrating power transformed into sound waves that reverberated towards the Shimin road ahead. Layers of defenses appeared around Shimin Lu. When he saw the Azure Dragon, he started retreating on his own accord. Boom! In the next moment, the Azure Dragon left the statue. The dragon's tail swayed, and the space began to distort wildly. The dragon's tail broke through the space and arrived in front of Shimin Lu. The defenses around his body shattered. The dragon's tail hit Shimin Lu's body. Another earth-shaking sound rang out, and Shimin Lu's body directly exploded. The dragon's might spread, and a resonant dragon's roar resounded. The Azure Dragon circled above the entire statue, protecting it. At this point in the battle, almost all of Zichun's people had appeared. Every one of them was at the Origin Supreme Realm, and every one of them had extraordinary combat strength. The cheers in the crowd never stopped. The expressions of those figures with cold and indifferent expressions also gradually changed. Senior brother, is all of this true? In the crowd, a young man with a long sword on his back said with a face full of disbelief, Senior Sister Xian is already a direct disciple of our sword sect. She has great potential. It's normal for her to be able to fight against undying sovereigns. But why are her friends so strong? The young man wanted to know, and the senior brother beside him was also the same. His original intention was to help Xie, when she was in danger, like a hero saving a damsel in distress. But after seeing the combat strength of the people who appeared, his expression became very complicated, and he became very speechless. If a supreme beast was strong enough to fight against someone of a higher level, then everyone who appeared at this moment was equivalent to a supreme beast. Amidst the continuous exclamations, the figures of the Origin Sovereigns had disappeared from the battlefield. These people were either dead or had escaped from the battlefield. Boom! Terrifying energy vibrated, and several undying sovereigns were sent flying. Zichun flew towards the city, and the monk and the demon ape followed closely on his left and right. At the same time, the others also moved closer to the statue. At this moment, on the battlefield, except for Zichun and the other Origin Sovereigns, everyone who participated in the battle was an undying sovereign. Zichun came to the square and saw a familiar face. There was an unconcealable excitement on his face. You're all here, Zichun said. Your name has spread throughout the Zhanwu continent. We had to come even if we didn't want to. Wang Xian smiled and walked straight over, holding Zichun's arm without hesitation. In the crowd, many people's faces changed, and a strong sense of bitterness arose in their hearts. Zichun, who was very smart, immediately understood the meaning of Wang Xian's words. All of this was because of Dong Qing. As he released his spiritual thoughts, he sensed Dong Qing's location. Because she had to send the news, she had delayed her cultivation and did not break through. We heard about what happened to you, so we hurried to find opportunities. Fortunately, we managed to break through at this time. A rare smile appeared on Zhang Haoyan's face. Zichun nodded. The battle was imminent, and he couldn't talk to everyone one by one. He could only sweep his eyes around. The azure dragon was circling above the statue, and the heavenly tiger was standing on Su Mengyao's shoulder. On the other side was the spirit-devouring rat, but the latter was purely there to make up the numbers. It had not broken through to the supremacy level yet, and as long as it was affected by the undying supremacy, it would die instantly. The arrival of everyone surprised Zichun, and it was a great surprise that all of them had broken through to the supremacy level. He, who was originally confident that he could destroy Ethereal City, was now even more confident. His eyes became cold again, and Zichun looked at the undying supremacies. There were more than 40 of them. More than 40 undying supremacies gathered in Ethereal City. Zichun wondered if all the undying supremacies of the seventh mainland were gathered here. But so, what if they were undying supremacies? Undying didn't mean that they were truly immortal. Zichun had already seen the fall of an undying supremacy when he was in the human realm. He took a step forward, and the aura around him surged like a peerless beast. He looked at the undying supremacies and said coldly, "This is a grudge between me and Ethereal City. If you don't want to die, retreat immediately, and I'll pretend that this didn't happen." Zichun's serious expression and cold words were still very intimidating, but he was facing more than 40 undying supremacies. Zichun's deterrence was useless. Laughter rang out between heaven and earth, and it was full of mockery. The undying supremacies were called undying because of their undying origin. Since they were undying, how could they be afraid of some origin supremacies? Even if these origin supremacies were comparable to supremacy beasts, the origin energy in their bodies would be used up one day. At that time, they would die without a doubt. Cut the crap. Come up if you have the ability. Shimin Lu smiled coldly, and his eyes were full of killing intent. The other undying supremacies were the same. Looking at these undying supremacies, Zichun shook his head, and his face was full of disappointment. He sighed softly and said, "You think I'm threatening you with my combat strength, but you don't know that I'm telling the truth. You think that we've just become supremacies, and as long as we consume the origin energy in our bodies, we'll be at the mercy of others. But have you ever thought about what would happen if all of you were killed before that?" Hearing Zichun's words, the undying supremacies sneered. One of them said, "You're just an origin supremacy. How do you know how powerful the undying origin is? The undying origin represents immortality. No one can kill it." Zichun shook his head again and said, "If I say that I've seen the fall of an undying supremacy when I was in the human realm, I don't know if you would believe me." "Nonsense. Shameless boasting." The undying supremacies sneered. They didn't believe Zichun's words at all. Shimin Lu said coldly, "Of course the undying supremacy will die, but the premise is that they encounter a heavenly realm expert. You're just a few origin supremacies, and you want to kill an undying supremacy? Dream on. Since you don't believe me, then I'll show you." Zichun stopped persuading them. For the first time, a weapon appeared in his hand. It was the Divine Dragon Bow. At this moment, the Divine Dragon Bow's quality had been greatly improved after being improved by the origin energy. Although it hadn't reached the supreme grade, it was definitely one of the best among the Emperor weapons. Golden light surged around him, and the Divine Dragon Bow was slowly pulled into the shape of a full moon. An arrow feather automatically appeared on the Divine Dragon Bow. The moment the arrow feather appeared, the entire surface of the Divine Dragon Bow emitted a dazzling golden light. And in the golden light, Zichun's origin energy was surging. However, the entire origin energy was emitting a special kind of law that couldn't be distinguished. Zichun first aimed the Divine Dragon Bow at Shimin Lu, but suddenly changed his mind and aimed at another undying supremacy. Then, he released the arrow. Buzz. The bowstring trembled, and the arrow shot out. Its speed was even faster than the golden lightning. It was like teleportation, disappearing here and there. By the time the undying supremacy reacted, the arrow had already pierced through his body. Chapter 1849. The Undying Sovereign was known as the Undying Sovereign because of the undying source in his body. This was a magical energy that contained unimaginable vitality. Although Zichen had yet to step into the undying sovereign realm, he was no stranger to the undying source. Whether it was the flame of life emitted by the ultimate perfect body or the demonic fire of the two demon sovereigns in the holy burial ground, they were all a type of undying source. In addition, the reason why Wuxia was known as the undying source was also because of the power of the undying source. Zichen was very familiar with this power. The reason why Wuxia was so convinced by Zichen was also because of the lesson he had taught him back then. The arrow pierced through the body of an undying sovereign. As the arrow flew away, the undying sovereign's body exploded. This explosion was very sudden, causing the other sovereigns to be puzzled. It was just an arrow. How could the body explode? Moreover, no one thought that this arrow could cause fatal damage to an undying sovereign. At the place where the undying sovereign exploded, flames began to surge, and the undying sovereign's body reassembled. Cold smiles appeared on many people's faces. They had thought that Zichen was very powerful, but now it seemed that he couldn't do anything to an undying sovereign. In fact, thinking about it carefully, how could an undying sovereign be killed so easily? Shimin Lu sneered and was about to mock Zichen, but when he saw the undying sovereign's body reassembled, his expression changed drastically and he couldn't say a word. Because the undying sovereign's body was reassembled, his face was pale and his spirit was very weak. This was because he had suffered a huge injury that affected his undying source. How could this be? The expressions of the other undying sovereigns suddenly changed. Just a single arrow had caused an undying sovereign's undying source to suffer heavy damage. If a few more arrows were fired, it was really possible to kill an undying sovereign. This kind of phenomenon didn't exist under normal circumstances. Even if two undying sovereigns fought, there would rarely be casualties. Let's go. After personally feeling the terror of that arrow, the undying sovereign, whose body had been reconstructed, turned around and ran without saying a word. That arrow just now had already made him feel the approach of death. If another arrow came, he knew that he would definitely die. Buzz. Zichen pulled the bowstring once more, as if he wanted to prove it to everyone. The moment the undying sovereign turned around, he pulled the bowstring to its maximum. The undying sovereign's figure flickered, and he instantly disappeared. Zichen released the arrow. The bowstring trembled, and the arrow disappeared. Bang! Thousands of meters away, there was a sudden explosion, and blood rained down from the sky. This rain of blood was accompanied by the vitality of an undying sovereign, as well as all of his undying origins. The undying origins spread out, and then quickly dissipated. The fire of life between heaven and earth did not reignite. An undying sovereign dissipated in the rain of blood just like that. The entire Misty City fell into an instant of silence. It was so quiet that not even the sound of breathing could be heard. Everyone's gaze fell on the young man holding the bow in the sky. His face was cold, his back was straight, and his posture was imposing. He was dead. An undying sovereign had died just like that. With just 2 arrows, he disappeared in front of everyone. Not even his bones were left. After a brief silence, the entire city was filled with continuous exclamations and uproars. The faces of the undying sovereigns all changed as they looked at Zichen in disbelief. It was a well-known fact that it was difficult to kill an undying sovereign because their undying origins were very difficult to erase. Not to mention an origin sovereign, even if a Heaven Realm expert wanted to completely obliterate the undying origin, it would not be so easy. However, Zichen only used 2 arrows to kill an undying sovereign and completely erase the undying origins. No one knew why this was the case. That bow is strange. Kill him first. Shimin Lu's eyes were fixed on the longbow in Zichen's hand. He believed that this was the reason. His figure flashed as he chose to teleport. In an instant, he appeared in front of Zichen. At the same time, several rays of light appeared beside Zichen. These people were all undying sovereigns. The reason why they appeared so quickly was to stop Zichen from using the Divine Dragon Bow. However, no one knew or dared to believe that Zichen was able to erase the undying origins not by relying on a sharp weapon, but by relying on his own laws. The destruction law, formed by the fusion of many laws, was the nemesis of all the laws in the world. The undying origins were known to be immortal, but when it encountered destruction, it was like meeting its nemesis. It was normal for it to be restrained. As soon as these undying sovereigns moved, the others also moved. For a time, all kinds of powerful attacks appeared in the sky. All the undying sovereigns joined the battle in an instant. Manlong, Shunhu, you two protect the two of them. Xiener, you Shuer, you three be careful. Zichun quickly put away the divine dragon bow and said at the same time. A light flashed in his hand, and a dragon spear appeared. He held the dragon spear tightly, and his figure flashed as he rushed towards the several undying sovereigns in front of him. Swoosh, swoosh. After quickly dodging 2 attacks, Zichun came to the side of an undying sovereign. The dragon spear emitting a golden light stabbed towards the undying sovereign's waist. This attack was very fast. The undying sovereign sensed it, but he didn't have time to react. His powerful defense was nothing in Zichun's eyes. He directly broke through his defense with a single spear. A hint of panic appeared on the undying sovereign's face at first, but then it was followed by a sneer. He no longer paid attention to the dragon's spear that was about to pierce his body. Instead, he launched a powerful attack, wanting to cut off Zichun's head. However, the attack had just appeared when it disappeared into thin air because it was too weak to continue. The undying sovereign's body directly exploded. The destruction law was destroying the opponent's undying origins. The explosion of the body was just a means of self-protection. Otherwise, the undying source origin would be destroyed by the destruction source origin. The undying sovereign's face was pale, and his spirit was dispirited. His undying origins had suffered heavy damage. His face was full of horror. Just like the previous undying sovereign, he felt the threat of death. Go to hell. Zichun didn't give the opponent a second chance. At the cost of 2 wounds, he sent the spear into the undying sovereign's body again. Boom! The opponent's body exploded again. Just like before, after the explosion, it didn't regenerate. It's that power. It's very strange. Among the crowd, there were several people who saw this scene. Their pupils shrank as they said in a deep voice. LV Peng, who was standing outside the city, looked up and saw the second undying sovereign die. He smiled slightly and walked away. Another undying sovereign had died, and the effect of this was still shocking. Don't worry about the others. They have consumed a lot of energy. They can't hold on much longer. Shimin Lu's voice sounded. He was besieging the demonic ape with the other undying sovereigns. Huh. The demonic ape shouted as he waved the long staff in his hand. The group of undying sovereigns retreated, but after dodging the attack, they quickly surrounded him. Up until now, whether it was the demonic ape or the tyrant, they were both performing exceptionally well. Not only were they fighting those above their level, but they were also fighting a group of people above their level. Under such circumstances, the origin energy in their bodies was also constantly being consumed. Compared to before, their attacks were more or less inferior. The undying sovereign's guess was right. Everyone had consumed a lot of energy. Once their origin energy was completely consumed and they couldn't replenish it, they would all die. Peng, the tyrant, sent an origin sovereign flying with a blow. The latter's body completely exploded, but it couldn't hurt the opponent's undying origins. No matter how powerful the attack was, it was useless. The tyrant was rapidly consuming his origin energy, but the opponent didn't have the slightest reaction. The tyrant was getting more and more anxious. It was like an undying machine fighting. The others also encountered the same situation. Their energy was severely depleted, but they couldn't kill even one enemy. Even if they caught one and attacked with all their strength, the opponent's strong undying origins would weaken very slowly. This was the advantage of the undying sovereigns. Usually, a major force would only have one such existence, but today, there were more than 40 of them. It seemed that Zichun and the others were fighting against Ethereal City, but in fact, it was equivalent to fighting against the entire 7th mainland. Sensing the unfavorable situation, Zichun sped up the speed of killing the enemies. The third undying sovereign died. Then, Zichun seriously injured another undying sovereign. They seemed to have grasped Zichun's plan. As long as an undying sovereign was seriously injured, the other party would immediately withdraw from the battlefield and turn to deal with the others. A new undying sovereign would come to deal with Zichun. Several injured, undying sovereigns retreated in succession, and the others surrounded them. Zichun seemed helpless. Heavenly Tao, exterminate! Suddenly, a cold shout rang out between heaven and earth. A young man in linen clothes appeared in the crowd. He half knelt in the void, his hands crossed in front of his chest as if he was praying. He looked very pious. A mysterious power surged out from the young man's body. This power communicated with heaven and earth. The void suddenly broke open, and a bright light appeared from within. This light was a kind of rule, known as the Heavenly Tao Rule. Just like the angry thunder that Zichun had cast 1,000 years ago, it fell from the sky and landed on an injured, undying sovereign. The sudden scene caused the undying sovereign's face to change drastically. As this energy enveloped his body, his expression suddenly became extremely painful, as if he had been subjected to extreme torture. He let out a roar. Amidst his roar, his body began to roll in the sky, and miserable cries rang out continuously. Under the clear perception of everyone, his undying source was rapidly disappearing. This was forced. During this period, even if the undying sovereign wanted to explode his body to disperse this power, he couldn't do it. This was an even stronger power that completely suppressed the undying source. The frequency of the undying sovereign's rolling decreased, and his miserable cries gradually became weak. In the end, all of his undying source was destroyed, and his body fell to the ground. Such a scene caused everyone to be extremely shocked. They all turned their heads to look at the young man in linen clothes. Chapter 1850. A mysterious force killed an undying sovereign, and everyone's attention was on the youth in linen clothes. He looked very ordinary, and his expression was calm, like a big brother of the Lin family. There was no murderous aura around him. However, such a person had actually killed an undying sovereign. Zichun, who was fighting in the sky, saw the youth in linen clothes and nodded at him. Then he said, "Defend first." This sentence was obviously directed at Tyrant and the others. Under such circumstances, it was meaningless to be brave. Tyrant and Demon Ape quickly retreated and joined the three girls to protect the statue. Roar! The flying tiger roared and jumped down from the statue's shoulder to join the battle. Roar! A dragon roar resounded, and the barbaric dragon also joined in. However, this time, everyone's goal was to defend. They wanted to buy time for Longhu and Su Mingyao to break the seal. On the other side, Zichun was fighting against several undying sovereigns. After injuring one of them, the other undying sovereign quickly retreated and was ready to replace him. Suddenly, he felt a palpitating aura appear above his head. He subconsciously raised his head and saw that a thick book emitting golden light had appeared in the sky without him noticing. At this moment, the book opened by itself, and a cold voice sounded. Seal. As the voice sounded, a golden light fell from the book. The golden light was a mysterious force. It was very fast, and there was no way to avoid it. It instantly fell on the heavily injured undying sovereign. The latter's body was completely covered by the golden light. In the eyes of the people, the undying sovereign was struggling in the golden light. Destroy, said another voice. In the sky, another golden light fell from the book and landed on the undying sovereign's body. Just like the previous encounter with the Heavenly Ways rules, the undying sovereign's undying origin was quickly being destroyed. Buzz. The light trembled and the golden light disappeared. The book in the sky was slowly closing. The undying sovereign below had his undying origin destroyed, and he became a dead person and fell from the sky. This was the fifth undying sovereign that had died. The one who killed this undying sovereign was an old youth. He had the vitality of a youth, but he had the face of a middle-aged man. He stood in the middle of the crowd, and the people around him had already scattered in fear. A source sovereign had actually killed an undying sovereign. Clearly, this was an extraordinary existence. However, he wasn't as relaxed as Zichun. After this attack, his face turned pale. He had consumed a huge amount of origin energy. The middle-aged man was the fortune-teller of the heaven-telling city. He nodded at Zichun and opened the Book of Destiny again. Buzz. The Book of Heavens will trembled. Another golden light shot out from it and headed downwards. Among the group of undying sovereigns, the expressions of several injured undying sovereigns changed drastically. Their eyes were filled with fear. That golden light couldn't kill the undying sovereigns in perfect condition, but it could kill them who had suffered injuries to their origin. In the face of the golden light, no one had the slightest room to dodge. They could only passively accept it. The golden light descended, and an unlucky bastard was struck. The golden light first sealed the other party, and then another ray of light descended, obliterating the undying source, killing the supreme being. The fortune-teller's face was pale. After killing 2 undying sovereigns in a row, he had consumed a huge amount of origin energy. Again, he let out a low roar, and the energy around his body surged. He had exhausted all the origin energy in his body. The golden light book opened again, and the 3rd undying sovereign was killed by the fortune-teller. On the other side, after killing 3 undying sovereigns, blood flowed from the corner of Xuantian's mouth. He had suffered quite a bit of backlash. Die. Seeing this scene, Shimin Lu roared and rushed towards Shuntian. The devil ape's figure flashed and blocked Shimin Lu's path. With a violent swing of his staff, Shimin Lu's body exploded. The 2 of them appeared and killed 6 undying sovereigns. However, their origin energy had been exhausted, and they were no longer a threat to the others. The group of undying sovereigns secretly heaved a sigh of relief. As long as they were careful, these people would eventually die. Violent energy surged, and the statues began to tremble. A pure and powerful aura was released. Now, the 2 people in the statues had truly awakened. Buzz. Su Mingyao's body emitted a dazzling light, and the aura of an origin sovereign was released. After 1,000 years of self-sealing, the ethereal inaction operated on its own, absorbing the energy in the void. With LV Peng's help, Su Mingyao finally took the last step and reached the sovereign realm. Feeling the sovereign's aura, the city was in an uproar. Obviously, this was another existence that could fight against those above their level. The next moment, the roar of a dragon and a tiger resounded, and the sound shook the 9 heavens. The aura of a sovereign spread, and another sovereign appeared. Under the gaze of the crowd, the statue disappeared, and a white-robed fairy appeared in the sky. The fairy was riding on a majestic sovereign beast. The fairy had just awakened, and her eyes were still hazy. After feeling the powerful energy surging around her, she gradually woke up and saw familiar figures around her. She was slightly stunned and blinked her bright eyes, as if she couldn't believe the scene in front of her. "Mingyao, you're finally awake." A loud voice could be heard, as the flying godly tiger flew to Su Mingyao's side excitedly. The flying godly tiger had been following Su Mingyao since they were very young. If it weren't for the old men, it would have followed Su Mingyao to the floating city. "It's you, little tiger," Su Mingyao said softly with a gentle voice. She had completely woken up and knew it wasn't an illusion. She saw familiar figures with smiles on their faces, surrounded by the auras of the 9 Heavens Supremes. 9 Heavens Supremes. They have all reached the 9 Heavens Supremes. Longhu's voice was filled with vigor. He had fully awakened and was also a 9 Heavens Supremes. The 2 were still fighting and clearly had no time to chat. Even the flying godly tiger quickly dashed forward. Longhu and Su Mingyao also joined the battle after seeing this. Longhu transformed, and his enormous figure was like a giant mountain. With a swipe of his claws, an immortal Supremes exploded. As a 9 Heavens Supremes, he could easily defeat an immortal Supremes, but he could not eliminate their immortal Supremes. Su Mingyao was as ethereal as a fairy, and her attacks were very powerful. However, there were very few energies in the world that could break through the restrictions and kill an immortal Supremes. Zichen broke the rules and followed the Heavenly Tao because of the Heavenly Tao's rules. However, they could only deal with an injured immortal Supremes, and they would also suffer a backlash in the process. Although the others didn't have the means of the 2 of them, they could display a powerful battle strength that could withstand the siege of a group of immortal Supremes. The appearance of Longhu and Su Mingyao changed the situation of the battle. They had completely suppressed the group of immortal Supremes, But this was only temporary for the immortal supremes. Soon, their origin energy would be exhausted, and the only thing left would be death. Zichun could clearly see that the battle would be very disadvantageous for them if it continued, but he seemed to have no other choice in the current situation. These immortal supremes were getting braver as they fought, and there was no sign of retreat at all. They could either be chased away, killed, or trapped. However, it seemed that there was no way to trap the immortal supremes now. At this moment, a light flashed in Zichun's mind. He flipped his hand, and a simple and unadorned little cauldron appeared in his hand. Although the little cauldron looked very ordinary, it was Zichun's only hope at this moment. "Senior, do you have a way to deal with these immortal supremes?" Zichun transmitted his voice to the cauldron spirit for help. Zichun hadn't summoned the cauldron spirit for a long time. The cauldron spirit had been in a deep slumber and was unaware of what was happening in the outside world. When he sensed the presence of immortal supremes, including Zichun, he was very surprised to find that there were so many familiar faces among them. Zichun informed the cauldron spirit of what had happened at the fastest speed possible. He didn't expect that Ethereal City would value him so much that they would find so many immortal supremes. In fact, even if he had expected it, he would still come. Given the current situation, it would be difficult for them to escape. After listening to Han Shuo, the cauldron spirit asked, "Do you still have origin energy?" "I still have a lot," said Zichun. "Good. Use the origin energy to reforge the cauldron," instructed the cauldron spirit. The cauldron in Zichun's hand suddenly left Zichun's hand and flew forward. The cauldron was very small. It was only the size of a palm, and there wasn't any aura circulating around it. However, the cauldron looked very simple and unadorned. The immortal supremes who were attacking thought that it was one of Zichun's trump cards. Out of caution, they didn't immediately attack. Instead, they subconsciously retreated. The cauldron floated in the air without any special changes. While the crowd was puzzled, Zichun raised his hand and pointed at the cauldron. Origin energy appeared in his finger. Like a spirit snake, it coiled around the cauldron. When the others saw the origin energy, they were puzzled. However, the Supremes' faces changed drastically. As Supremes, they knew very well what this energy represented. It was origin energy, the true origin energy. It was extremely precious and rare. Normally, it would be counted in drops. First, it would be used to temper one's body. If there was excess, it would be used to temper one's weapon. This kind of origin energy would be exhausted before breaking through to origin supremacy. After that, the world would no longer be able to produce this kind of origin energy. But now, they actually saw pure origin energy. Moreover, there was so much of it. When all the supreme beings present saw the power of origin surrounding the pill cauldron, their expressions changed. It was hard for them to imagine how Zichun, who had tempered his body, still had so much power of origin in him. The origin energy continuously appeared and landed on the cauldron. The entire cauldron seemed to be burning. It was undergoing significant changes. One of the biggest changes was its size. The palm-sized cauldron instantly doubled in size. As the origin energy was being consumed, the cauldron was still rapidly expanding. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.